Big snake, what happened? Xianxia hurriedly asked. As a result, there was no response. Big snake. Xianxia's heart sank. He hurriedly loosened the bandage on his left arm and removed the bandage layer by layer. In the end, the snake pattern on his left arm had disappeared. What? Am I really dead? His heart was ruthlessly empty. This was the underworld. He died, so he broke off contact with the snake? Is he and little sparrow still alive? Thinking of this, Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, it's good that the two of them didn't die with me. It's really great. But here, he looked at his surroundings blankly and said, Is it really the underworld? Could it be that the underworld is like this? It doesn't really look like it. He hesitated and removed the bandage from his right hand, but was stunned. Rosen's Hellfire Seal tattoo is still there. How could that be? If he really died, then his body would collapse and die. The seal would automatically be lifted. Rosen's Hellfire should have regained its freedom. Why was it still sealed on his arm? He looked thoughtfully at where he was. Bed, tables, chairs, rooms, everything. Why did the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this wasn't the underworld? He examined his body again and discovered that the world-exterminating divine lightning was still in his spiritual sea. I'm not dead. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. But where is this? Where are the big snakes and the little birds? Could it be that I've been captured by a false god? This is the glory divine hall. Bastard! He angrily jumped off the bed and limped out of the door. If you want to fight or kill me, come at me. Give me back the big snake and the little bird. He pushed the room away angrily and roared as he took a step forward. At the same time, a woman holding a tray in both hands also reached out to open the door and prepared to enter the room. This time, the two of them collided head-on. The medicinal tea and snacks on the woman's tray were knocked flying everywhere. The woman cried out in alarm, but she jumped back half a step with incomparable agility. She stretched out her hands repeatedly, catching all the odds and ends of the teapot, teacup, and bowl and placing them back on the tray. This method was very beautiful. Not a single drop of medicinal tea was spilled from the teacup. Xianxia looked at the woman's face again and felt extremely strange. Why do you look so familiar to me? Ah, you're not that. Xianxia was surprised. The woman he had seen in the White Tiger territory was a girl from the Vermilion Bird clan. Furthermore, she had once been on the spot, even though she had lost to the Glory God cult in the battle. The woman raised her head to look at Xianxia. She stared at Xianxia's eyes and was dumbfounded. Memories of that scene flashed in her mind. It was Xianxia who was in the Tiger Hall, fighting against a group of experts, imparting high spirits to the experts of his faction and the art of battle. It was the scene where Xianxia fought against the experts and easily won. It was also the scene of Xianxia sacrificing himself to save the other races, leaving him alone to face the enemy. It was the same heroic scene where Xianxia faced the 10 pseudo-gods in the universe and launched his last sprint without hesitation. Why am I in the Vermilion Bird clan? Did you save me? Xianxia quickly reacted. Combined with his own situation and the Vermilion Bird girl in front of him, how could he not have thought of his current situation? However, the woman stared strangely into her eyes, making Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable. Miss, what's wrong with you? She said. The Vermilion Bird girl was still dumbfounded. Miss! Xianxia waved his hand in front of her. He thought to himself that his previous collision was quite rash, but with his current ghost state, he wouldn't be able to knock her into a daze. When the girl saw a hand shaking in front of her, she suddenly reacted. Her face immediately turned red and she hurriedly said, Young Master Xiang, you're awake. Well, our Sparrow God Queen said that you still have at least 2 days to wake up. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Well, I've been serving young Master Xiang for the past few days. There's nothing you're not satisfied with, right? Oh right, you're in a coma, so you naturally won't know. Are you still in pain? How did you escape from the White Tiger territory? Oh, here is the medicinal tea for you. Then what? Xianxia looked at her in surprise. He felt that this girl was speaking incoherently, so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands. She even stretched out her hand shyly to lift her temples, but accidentally knocked over the tray and hurriedly reached out to pick it up. Instead, it was like she was a guest at Xiangnan's home, not Xiangnan's vermilion bird territory. You calm down, calm down. Xiangnan did not know how to dispel her and said, Am I in vermilion bird territory? Did the queen of the bird gods save me? The girl took 3 deep breaths and calmed down slightly. She held the tray and looked at Xiangnan with great admiration. She nodded and said, Yes. Xiangnan said, Oh, then, I still have 2 companions. Are they also with you? Yes. The girl nodded. Where are they now? Xiangnan heaved a long sigh of relief. The girl said, Yes. Xiangnan said, I mean, where are they? Are they all okay? The girl went back to her senses and said, Yes. Xiangnan instantly felt his head go big, wondering if this girl had lost her mind after being beaten in the battle. Can you find a more normal answer to my question? How pitiful. Xiangnan shook his head regretfully. He patted the girl on the shoulder and said, Then you stay here first. I'll go out and take a look. The girl screamed, flattered. You touched me. Xiangnan's heart sank and he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was too rash. Please don't blame me, Mississippi. The girl touched her shoulder intoxicatedly, as if she could still feel the temperature of Xiangnan's palm. She said, Such a heroic man is so graceful. Xiangnan was stunned for a long time, but he found that he could not communicate with her normally, so he walked forward. He saw that he was in an open space in a dense forest, and the room behind him was the only building here. He took a step forward and entered the dense forest. But at the same time, the girl appeared in front of him again. What a fast speed! No, no, Xiangnanchi said. He quickly looked around and discovered that it wasn't the girl who had arrived in front of him in an instant, but he had returned. He was still standing at the door of the room, and the girl was still holding a tray as she looked at him infatuatedly. This is the mysterious Tao. Xiangnan immediately reacted, and he moved in another direction, and discovered a shocking reality. No matter how he walked, as long as he stepped into any direction in the dense forest, he would immediately reappear outside the house. How do I get out? He frowned and immediately opened his lightning photoelectric eye to scan the inside information of the formation in the dense forest. At this glance, he was sweating profusely. It was too spectacular. Every tree and every inch of land was covered with formations. Even the tip, middle, and tail of a grass leaf had tiny arrays. On the branches and leaves of that tree, almost everything that could be seen with the naked eye was a formation. He finally discovered that he was standing in a vast sea of formations. He discovered that with his lightning photoelectric eyes and profound Tao attainments, it was still possible to completely destroy these formations. However, the prerequisite was that he would have 3 months, or even longer. At this time, the girl had long since awakened and was smiling at Xiangnan. Seeing that Xiangnan was constantly trying, and every time he was returned to the door, the surprised expression on her face couldn't help but giggle. So cute. Xiangnan frowned. He cupped his fists and cupped his hands at the girl, saying, Miss, don't tease me. Let me go. Young Master Xiang, come with me. Since you're awake, I'll take you to see Lord Bird God. After saying that, she took out a tender green willow from her waist and walked in front of Xiangnan. When she arrived at the edge of the forest, she gently waved the willow. In an instant, the trees in the dense forest actually split up a path by themselves. Xiangnan followed behind her in disbelief. As he walked, he exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the willow branch in that girl's hand, it was actually filled with dense miniature formations, at least above 3,000. As for the path of the profound Tao, Xiangnan had always been in contact with it and constantly increased his knowledge. However, what was shocked like today was only happening here. The Vermilion Bird Clan's profound Tao techniques were truly amazing. Thinking of this, Xiangnan couldn't help but wonder, since the Vermilion Bird Clan's profound Tao talent is so shocking, then why don't they have even more brilliant profound Tao techniques? The little prisoner I met in the White Tiger territory has a headache. Why can't you do that? The girl carefully explained. We vermilion birds are isolated from the world, and most of the profound Tao techniques we study are related to our race. We have not created a path to attack our enemies. Back then, with the Azure Dragon White Tiger leading the way, there were no enemies in the entire universe that could approach our vermilion bird clan, so we have no intention of personally responding to them. Xianxia. He thought to himself that Azure Dragon White Tiger's attitude towards vermilion bird was very close. The girl added, the secret methods of Dragon Mountain and Tiger Mountain were also given by us vermilion bird. As long as they don't take the initiative to welcome outsiders, they won't be discovered. No wonder they are so friendly to the vermilion bird race. Xianxia was thoughtful. As they spoke, the two of them had already stepped out of the dense forest. Outside, there was a green mountain and green water that made Xianxia's heart tremble. He had never seen such a clean sky. White clouds covered the sky, and there were many immortal energy-shrouded birds soaring in the sky. The mountain artistic conception was far away, and there was actually a kind of unique charm that could only be produced when ink painting was combined with reality. Xianxia had seen many beautiful places, but this vermilion bird territory was definitely the leader. Sniffing the air, his entire body felt comfortable, as if he had slept a full night's sleep, refreshed and refreshed. Along the way, they often encountered groups of vermilion bird girls. As soon as these girls saw Xianxia, they cried out in alarm and jumped away like birds. However, they were reluctant to leave. They quietly hid behind the tree one by one, and their big shining eyes peeked at Xianxia and blinked. Whenever they cried out in alarm and jumped away, Xianxia would think that it was him, a grown man, who had rashly intruded into vermilion bird's daughter's country, causing chaos. He would continuously cup his fists and apologize. They're not afraid, they're shy, said Miss Vermilion Bird, who was leading the way with a smile. The Vermilion Bird clan's girls admire young Master Xiang very much. They are all flattered to be able to come into close contact with him today. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. What do I have to flatter you all? I'm just a failed martial artist. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly wiped it into his embrace. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. The earth-vein heart hidden in his embrace was still there. Behind him, the panicked girls were still chasing after him from afar, pointing at Xianxia one by one, chattering non-stop, not knowing what they were talking about. Xianxia turned around and smiled at the girls. The girls screamed and ran away. In front, the girl leading the way led Xianxia to a huge flower tree. The trunk of the flower tree was incredibly thick. At least 100 or so grown men were needed to embrace it. The crown of the tree was colorful. Leaves of all colors appeared on the same tree. They looked colorful, as if hundreds of rainbows had been shattered and decorated. We're here. Young Master Xiang, please follow me in. The girl waved the willow branch and the flowers and trees shook slightly. Xianxia originally thought that there was some sort of mechanism hidden on the tree. When the tree opened, he would enter a separate space. Unexpectedly, the surroundings suddenly changed. The flower tree was still in front of him and he hadn't entered yet, but the surroundings had all changed. It was the interior of a brightly lit palace. However, the palace was not made of stone. Instead, it was made entirely out of faint fragrant wood. It was definitely not conventional. On the contrary, it was elegant and intoxicating. In the depths of this wooden palace was a throne. The sister of the sparrow god, that Xianxia had seen in the White Tiger territory, sat on the throne. Beside her, there was a group of beautiful and indecent women chatting with the sparrow god. Occasionally, they would even fight. The atmosphere was very harmonious. These are the elders of our clan and the queen of the bird god. The girl introduced Xianxia. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird clan's women also stopped and looked at Xianxia. The unorthodox elders still covered their mouths and laughed incessantly. An elder whispered in Bird God's ear for a while, causing Bird God's face to flush red as he lightly slapped the elder's body. Xianxia had seen quite a few of the various clan elders' halls, and they were basically serious places. This was the first time they had met in the Vermilion Bird Elder Hall, where the elders and the Sparrow King were laughing and joking. Cough. Elders. Sparrow God Queen. The relationship is very harmonious. Xianxia found a direction and changed the topic first. Once these words were spoken, the elders laughed loudly again. Xianxia was a little nervous. In this place where even a man did not exist, he, a grown man, felt that he could not adapt to all aspects. The Sparrow God finally said, "Congratulations to young Master Xiang for escaping from the White Tiger Nebula." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression immediately became solemn. He bowed to the Sparrow God and said, "I don't know how to repay you for saving my life. I can only thank you." The Sparrow God nodded and said, "Indeed, we saved you. I'm afraid that only our Vermilion Bird clan will be able to save you from the god race in the entire world. But I didn't just come to save you out of kindness. Actually, there's something I need your help with." At this point, the laughing elders stopped joking and all of them had sad expressions on their faces. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Could it be that the Glory God sect has attacked the Vermilion Bird?" Sparrow God's expression darkened as he said, "Speaking of which, it's complicated. Young Master Xiang should follow us to take a look. At that time, he will naturally understand." The Sparrow God also pulled out a willow branch and gently waved it towards the flower tree at the entrance of the palace. In an instant, the scene changed again. 1 second ago, he was still in the palace, but the next second, Xianxia discovered that he had already appeared on a mountain road. This was a green mountain that pierced straight into the clouds, and the mountain peak was not upright. The entire mountain was slanted. As Xianxia walked on the mountain wall, he was able to move forward normally without even a stone staircase. Outside the mountain peak, the surroundings were filled with countless strange bubbles of illusory colors. These bubbles floated in the pitch-black void, looking extremely dreamy. Xianxia followed a group of women to the top of the mountain. The Sparrow God walked beside Xianxia and said, "Our Vermilion Bird clan's primary duty is to maintain the order of the universe and create balance. We are responsible for protecting the laws, safeguarding the laws of life and the balance of everything in the world. Trees can grow, life can spread, birds can live, beasts can run. All belong to our scope of maintenance. You can think of us as gardeners in this world." Xianxia said, "Vermilion Bird is also responsible. I admire him in my heart." The Sparrow God sighed and said, "You've seen it before. Our Vermilion Bird clan's battle prowess is really not that good. Due to our duties, we have never prepared to fight against any race. Instead, we have been hiding in an unknown area for countless years, silently cultivating for this world." Xianxia was touched in his heart. This was a big and selfless race. Their duties would definitely not allow them to obtain the so-called benefits in the eyes of ordinary people. They could only bear the responsibility given by this world alone without asking for anything in return. However, the benefits that the heavens gave Vermilion Bird were extremely few, making it difficult for them to reproduce and survive. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he walked to the top of the mountain, and his gaze became exceptionally sharp. Buzz! The huge saber behind him flew into the air and landed in Xianxia's hand with a whoosh. He gritted his teeth and looked at the black sky opposite the mountain peak, his entire body filled with battle intent. A false god, a sharp-eared female pseudo-god, was floating in midair. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her entire body was enveloped in rings of flames. The flames continued to spread out from the pseudo-god's body, one ring after another like sound waves. However, the rings of fire that spread to the farthest reaches of the pseudo-god's body began to return, retracting back into the pseudo-god's body, and then continued to spread. These two different fire rings formed a strange and spectacular scene. Xianxia drew his saber and prepared to fight, which attracted the hearts of the Vermilion Bird clan's girls. Each and every one of them stared at Xianxia with a gaze that was close to longing. "What? She's not coming down." Xianxia was already prepared to fight, but the pseudo-god remained motionless. He still closed his eyes, as if he was sleeping. "Young Master Xiang is indeed extraordinary. The elders and the girls of the clan exclaimed in admiration. The bird god said to Xianxia, "Young Master Xiang, we did not find the wrong person. The primordial universe used to be peaceful. Until now, an unprecedentedly powerful race, the demigod race, has appeared. They can even suppress our 5 spirits. In the current turmoil, anyone who sees a demigod will flee in panic. However, you are the only one who is facing a strong enemy." When Xianxia saw the false god, his first reaction was not to flee, but to draw his saber and start drawing. It was easy to say, but it really required courage that ordinary people couldn't understand. There was no point in praising him. Xianxia pointed at the female pseudo-god and said, "What's the situation?" The sparrow god sighed and gave Xianxia a satisfactory explanation. The Vermilion Bird clan's hiding place was extremely concealed. Similar to the Dragon Mountain and Tiger Mountain, as long as the Vermilion Bird did not recruit its own guests, no one would find out where they were. However, there was such a pseudo-god who was actually able to trace the whereabouts of the Vermilion Bird territory and even barge in. The pseudo-god floating in front of him possessed the realm of the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. This time, it was really the wolves that entered the flock, and the Vermilion Bird clan welcomed the calamity of extinction. This female pseudo-god had launched a massacre in Vermilion Bird territory. In just a minute, she had killed 200 vermilion birds. The Vermilion Bird, known as the most difficult to die, could no longer be resurrected under the divine spear of faith. Immediately, Emperor Vermilion Bird made a decisive move and trapped the female pseudo-god in the star-gazing sea. This sea of stars is used to observe the universe. There's a way to trap the fake god? How? Xianxia said. The sparrow god sighed. In terms of sadness, our Vermilion Bird race can be reborn after death. Between death and resurrection, there will be an incomparable explosion of life. The explosion I am referring to is not an ordinary explosion. This life explosion is a sublimation and qualitative change of life force, not something that can be observed with the naked eye. Xianxia pointed at the fire ring that trapped the pseudo-god and said, "Could it be?" The sparrow god nodded. "Yes, that layer of fire rings is our Vermilion Bird Great Emperor. She forced herself to death and used the process of rebirth to trap the pseudo-god. But you know, reviving after bathing in fire is a very fast process. In less than a second, our great emperor will be able to revive once. However, after her resurrection, her life exploded and disappeared. Thus we, the great emperor, had no choice but to trap herself in the midst of an eternal cycle of reincarnation." Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The sparrow god said, "The great emperor has to be resurrected twice a second. Every day, he has to endure the pain of 172,800 deaths and resurrections. Every day, he would die 172,000 times. Even though Xianxia had experienced life and death countless times, after hearing this data, he felt sympathy and sadness from the bottom of his heart. The pain brought about by this infinite death far exceeded the imagination of any living being. Even Xianxia couldn't imagine the pain. These damned beasts! Xianxia was both sympathetic and angry. He stared at the female pseudo-god and said angrily, "Zoom in on the emperor. I will personally kill that pseudo-god." Hearing this, all the Vermilion Bird girls knelt down to Xianxia. Xianxia's heart was filled with incomparable sadness, and he hurriedly went to help them. However, none of the optimistic and cheerful girls were willing to stand up, crying softly. "Don't do this," Xianxia hurriedly said. "Girls, please get up quickly. If young Master Xiang doesn't help us, we'll never get up." "Help? Of course I want to help," Xianxia said in distress. "It is incumbent upon me to act righteously. I Xianxia will not refuse. Girls, please get up. I cannot afford it." But the girls were still crying on their knees and refusing to get up. Xianxia was anxious and said, "I've agreed to everything. Why is everyone still like this?" The bird god blushed slightly and said, "Saving the emperor is by no means simple. If young master listens to my explanation, he will definitely refuse." That's why we won't stand up unless young master is sure to help. Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. He thought that this matter might exceed his predictions, so he hurriedly said, "All right then, just say it." It didn't matter how harsh their conditions were, he just agreed to all of them. The sparrow god said, "The samsara of death was personally issued by the great emperor. Therefore, apart from her, there is nothing we can do to save her from the samsara. But at the same time, even if the great emperor is rescued, the false god will immediately awaken. Young Master Xiang will still need to kill the false god. Other than you, I can't imagine who else in this world has such strength." Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. "So that's all. Then I'll agree to it now." The sparrow god actually refused to stand up and said, "To save the great emperor, we need to go through a path. I'm afraid this path." Xiangnan looked at the group of beautiful girls who were crying and raining. He felt very pity in his heart and said, "Just say it all at once. There's no need to cover it up." He was determined to help. "You know how difficult it is for our vermilion bird race to reproduce. If no vermilion bird is born after a long period of time, our race will gradually disappear." Bird god choked. "As for the great emperor's infinite samsara of death, it is called the vermilion bird sacrifice. Originally, when our vermilion bird clan was helpless and was about to be completely extinct, the great emperor would use this move to lock our entire vermilion bird clan to death in samsara. We have to wait until a male can save us before the vermilion bird sacrifice stops." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Then I am a male. I can save the great emperor, but what should I do?" At this point, the sparrow god blushed and said, "You've heard about the vermilion bird sacrifice before. Therefore, in order to solve the vermilion bird sacrifice, you need a man and the great emperor." That fuck. Xiangnan's expression changed as he said, "How can this work? This is too. Is there no other way?" The sparrow god whispered, "If you break through the vermilion bird sacrifice, then our great emperor, and even our entire vermilion bird race, will fall in love with you because of our race identity. In other words, we will all be out of control after exhausting our lifetime's worth of strength. Trying to make friends with you is to have a good time. And this is deeply imprinted in the depths of our race's bloodline. It is uncontrollable. We will do everything we can to have a bridal chamber with you." "The entire race?" Xiangnan asked in shock. The bird god blushed and nodded. "Yes, because there is a man who can reproduce with us. It is already very, very difficult to appear. As long as one appears, we will do so." "No, no, no." Xiangnan hurriedly waved his hand. "Absolutely not. Crazy? Sleeping with the entire vermilion bird clan and all the girls? Was this something a martial artist could do? If you don't agree, we will always kneel." At this moment, the sparrow god no longer cared about being shy. Instead, he looked firmly into Xiangnan's eyes. "That means that we girls are going to sleep with you. Moreover, it was one. Get up. Sleep. You." Xiangnan swallowed his saliva with difficulty and thought to himself, not to mention that he would not be able to pass this trial in his heart. Even if Guanshao and the others knew about it, they would definitely not let him off. "You, Xiangnan, are lucky that you refused to agree to a few girls chasing after you with all their heart. Now, he actually slept with a girl of the same race in one breath? Is there another way?" Xiangnan hurriedly asked. "Find another man to break the vermilion bird sacrifice. I'm only responsible for killing that fake god." The sparrow god shook his head. "No, this man must have the heart of all the girls of our clan. Unless we are truly willing in our hearts, the vermilion bird sacrifice cannot be broken." At this point, bird god pursed his lips and whispered, "You are this man. Where is the true dragon emperor? He must be worthy of you, right? Find him." Xiangnan was in a dilemma. The sparrow god shook his head. "Although the true dragon emperor is heroic and our vermilion bird clan respects him, he is too arrogant. Although he can make us admire him, he cannot make us fall in love with him. Young Master Xiang, please believe me. If we have any other way out, we won't come to make things difficult for you. We've thought of all the methods. In the end, only you can do it. Furthermore, even though the true Dragon Emperor is powerful and may be able to defeat this pseudo-god, he does not possess the ability to kill this pseudo-god. Only Meng Dao could kill a false god. Xianxia really hesitated this time. It didn't matter if he wanted to fight or kill. What he wasn't afraid of the most was fighting. But this vermilion bird sacrifice. Must I sleep? Xianxia frowned bitterly. The bird god said, not necessarily. If you immediately escape after saving the emperor, don't let us catch you. Is this okay? When Xianxia noticed the turn of events, his eyes lit up. That's easy. I must have a way to escape. The Vermilion Bird clan cheered. The girls finally jumped up and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia forced himself to calm down and said, look, am I right? If I break the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, you will fall in love with me, but I can escape. But actually, even if you fall in love with me, you can still endure it. Just don't mess around with me. Okay? The bird god's eyes darkened and he said disappointedly, no, that way, we will leave your mark in our hearts. Whether we are willing or not, we will instinctively look for you. At this point, the girls began to cry again. Xianxia said with a headache, all right, I agree. With my strength, if you want to force me, you probably won't be able to. Then what exactly should I do? You only need to rush into the samsara of death, and you will naturally be sucked in by the samsara of death. You can face the great emperor directly, said Bird God joyfully. At that time, as long as the great emperor acknowledges you, Vermilion Bird sacrifice will break it by itself. If you are willing to help us, we can repay you and give you the heart of the fire vein. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This was a good thing. He didn't expect that obtaining the fire vein heart would be so easy. It was simply so easy that it wasn't part of his plan. After obtaining the heart of the fire vein, he would be able to gather all 4 of his talents. Xianxia hurriedly said, let me ask first, if I break the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, will the whole world chase after me? Sparrow God shook his head. No, unless we see you, the imprint in our hearts will not take effect. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I'll help you with this. However, I have another request. The pseudo-god's realm has risen by a large margin. I believe they will definitely attack the New World soon. I hope you can help me hide the New World from the false gods. According to the original plan, within a year, the number of Heavenly Tribulation 9th layer martial artists in the entire superimposed universe would reach a peak. This peak would allow the creator of the River of Time to be sensed by the god race. However, if the pseudo-gods attacked the New World vortex, tens of billions of martial artists would definitely die. This great extinction of the human race would greatly delay the 1-year period, and it might even turn 1 year into 2 years, or even 3 years. But now, the human race had already posed a huge threat to the pseudo-god. Presumably, the pseudo-god would no longer have any worries. Even if the deadline was delayed, he would still have to eradicate the New World. Now, protecting the vortex would become Xianxia's most important task. With Vermilion Bird's help, he could immediately resolve the disaster. Xianxia said what he thought. The sparrow god didn't even think about it. He said, this is very easy. As long as you destroy the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, all the women of our Vermilion Bird clan will basically listen to you. No matter what you ask us to do, we can't refuse. Xianxia said, all right, that's settled. But you need to wait for me for a day. I need to absorb the Earth Vein Heart so that I can defeat the 6th stage Heavenly Tribulation pseudo-god. As he said that, Xianxia immediately sat down and released the Earth Vein Heart, ready to absorb it. After refining the Earth Vein Heart, he could possess the divine grade Earth Vein innate skill, so he no longer feared the backlash of Rosen's hellfire. At that time, he could use the ghost hand at will. With this killing weapon, how could he be afraid of a mere 6th stage Heavenly Tribulation pseudo-god? Then Xianxia had a new doubt and asked the sparrow god. If a man became the object of the Vermilion Bird clan's affection, all Vermilion Birds would listen to him. But if this man had evil intentions, wouldn't it be a disaster for the entire Vermilion Bird clan? What about the white tiger? If a white tiger captured all the Vermilion Birds, wouldn't it be possible for the vermilion bird to become their slave? In the entire history of the vermilion bird, it shouldn't be that not even a single man has been admired by the vermilion birds, right? The bird god's reply caused Xianxia to break out in cold sweat. The man who captured vermilion birds' admiration must sleep with all vermilion birds, and not just once. But the end result was that this man would be assimilated. In other words, he had changed from an outsider to a vermilion bird, or even from a male to a female. The current vermilion bird great emperor was the last man that had captured the admiration of the vermilion bird girls. But now this man was already an emperor, and he was still a woman. Hearing this answer, Xianxia's eyes almost flew out. Too scary. Since he had agreed, there was no need to hesitate. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged and began to prepare for the absorption of the earth vein heart. He carefully held out the earth vein heart's hands. This was a ball of light. Within the ball of light, there was a strange symbol floating. This symbol represented the earth element in nature. The vermilion bird clan's girls also came over curiously to take a look. A girl cried out in alarm, "It's very similar to our fire vein heart, but the symbols inside are not quite the same." Xianxia suddenly thought of a question and asked, "By the way, you vermilion bird race should not have anything like the vermilion bird trial, right?" The bird god said, "Don't worry, we are similar to the black tortoise race. Neither of us is a competitive race. Therefore, our fire vein heart can be summoned at any time. All we need is the approval of the entire race." "Yes." Xianxia nodded, grabbed the earth vein heart in his hand, and began to absorb it. However, in the heart of the earth vein, rays of light seeped into Xianxia's body. This light directly penetrated his skin and bones and merged into the 100 bones around him. It was very safe to absorb talent here, so Xianxia didn't have to worry about his own safety, so it was easier. He took the time to inquire about the situation of the big snake and the little bird. Only then did he learn that these two masters were eating and drinking in a place called Spirit Mountain in Vermilion Bird Mountain. The big snake was a snake, so it was naturally a pleasure to meet all kinds of immortal birds. The little bird is a bird, but it catches insects everywhere to eat. The birds and insects here were treasures that absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon. The two of them ate happily. Xianxia relaxed and said, "If possible, can you give me the heart of the fire vein in advance? I hope that I can absorb both talents at the same time. After releasing the false god, I will have more confidence." The sparrow god frowned and said, "I can give you the heart of the fire vein in advance, but I absolutely do not recommend that you do so. It is best if you absorb a heart of talent and wait for about a month before absorbing the next heart of the fire vein." "Why?" Xianxia asked. "This vermilion bird clan is responsible for maintaining the world order. Since the bird god said this, there must be a reason." The bird god said, "After absorbing a talent heart, all your talent will be active. In this state, absorbing a new talent heart immediately will bring about catastrophic consequences. You have to wait until all your talent has cooled down before you can continue absorbing it." Xianxia said. He felt that it made sense and asked, "Then why do believers get so many divine talents at once?" The bird god smiled and said, "It's not the same. The believers don't get talent. Rather, their original talent was stimulated to the divine level by the demigod. In the end, this is their own talent. But you are different. You are an outsider talent. Let me tell you this. If you absorb the earth vein heart and obtain the divine grade earth vein talent, your heavenly grade earth vein talent will not disappear. Do you know?" Xianxia was shocked. "My original talent is still there?" This was truly unexpected. He once had the heavenly spirit 5 veins plus the divine grade lightning veins. Later, he absorbed the divine grade water veins, and today he absorbed the divine grade earth veins. Isn't there a total of 6 or 8 talents? Because the divine grade water veins were stronger, they directly covered his previous heavenly grade water veins. This did not mean that his previous heavenly grade water veins had disappeared. With that said, it made sense. The advice given by the sparrow god was indeed true. "Do you want to wait for a month?" Xianxia pondered. This period of time was a bit long. Sparrow god said, "It depends on your own changes. Maybe a month, maybe shorter, maybe longer. You can feel this yourself. When you realize that your talent is no longer restless, you will be able to absorb the divine grade fire veins. Speaking of which, isn't it better to absorb our fire vein heart in advance? Why should we absorb the earth vein heart first? I have my own reasons, Xianxia said. Hearing this, the sparrow god stopped asking. Not long after, Xianxia finished absorbing the earth vein heart. At this time, he felt that the earth elemental energy contained within his body had indeed reached an unprecedented peak. His earth elemental perception was incredibly intense, as if all the earth elements in the world were about to fly towards him. Girls, please retreat a little. I might cause some big trouble. Xianxia suppressed his irritable earth vein talent and said with difficulty. The girls hurriedly moved aside a large area. Only then did Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. When he let out a sigh of relief, his body immediately exploded into a terrifying wave of air. And this energy wave instantly changed, turning into countless tangled waves of earth elements. The entire mountain began to tremble. On the surface of the mountain, there were even a large number of small pebbles that floated up and dissolved into particles. They moved closer to Xianxia and were drawn into the earth elemental wave. They then rotated together. Young Master Xiang, the sparrow god reminded him in shock. Hurry up and control it, or else this mountain will be destroyed by you. Xianxia hurriedly suppressed his earth vein talent. Then, the earth elemental tide quieted down and began to fall, wrapping Xianxia into a small mountain. Inside the mountain, Xiangxia's body was like a rock. His skin had changed from flesh to stone. It should be fine. Xianxia nodded his head, his eyes flashing with a metallic luster. He stored himself up and released the pure nether gold that he used to refine his body. The nether gold immediately dissolved into the smallest particle state and merged into Xiangxia's body. Nether gold was the ultimate pursuit of earth element martial artists throughout their lives. However, because those martial artists were unable to go to nether realm to obtain nether gold, they could only take a step back and choose to summon nether gold. However, there were many drawbacks to this summoning. First, the summoned nether gold was not pure enough. For example, the 18 killing gods and prisoners. Second, the summoned nether gold was still not owned by warriors. Once the cultivation technique was broken, the nether gold would disappear back into the nether realm. However, Xiangxia's nether gold was actually brought back from the nether realm, and its purity had reached its limit. At this moment, Xiangxia's body began to undergo incredible changes. His body merged with nether gold to the highest degree, and this level of fusion could be said to be perfect. His body didn't directly turn into a pure metal structure. Instead, it was still a body of flesh and blood. After perfectly fusing the nether gold with the flesh and blood, it turned into a strange dark golden flesh and blood. It's nether gold. Outside, the bird god exclaimed, "You actually have so many precious nether ores. This is too unbelievable." Pong! Xiangxia jumped out of the hill after the explosion. At this moment, Xiangxia's skin still had elasticity and toughness. However, the color of his skin took a step forward and transformed into a pale golden color. His eyes were like two strange metal eyeballs, but like ordinary eyes, they could reflect light. His long hair was like steel needles, yet strangely smooth and flexible. Xiangxia lightly flicked his index finger on his arm, and he heard an unclear clang sound. Success! Xianxia asked consciously and suddenly realized that the big snake was not by his side. The Vermilion Bird Clan's girls were all stunned as they looked at Xianxia with admiration. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid you're the only martial artist in history who has truly refined 100% of nether gold, said the sparrow god happily. You have already reached the level of immortality. Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then, can I eliminate my own rebirth by bathing in fire?" Sparrow god was still looking at Xianxia excitedly. She grabbed Xiangxia's shoulders and hurriedly said, "It's not elimination, but there's no chance of being reborn by bathing in fire. You know, reviving by bathing in fire is completely different from the undying immortal of nether gold." Resurrection by bathing in flames is to revive in the flames after death. However, the netherworld gold is immortal and will not die at all. Xianxia said, "Why is this happening?" The sparrow god said excitedly, "Because nether gold is the highest spirit attribute or in the world. Its active state can penetrate deepest into the state of particles, and particles are the most basic units of matter. Let me tell you this. Even if nether gold is shattered into elemental particles, it can still be quickly reorganized. From the perspective of the physical world, it is imperishable." This was the first time Xianxia had heard about the netherworld gold. He felt that it was inconceivable. Humans, for example, did not need to be beaten into the most shattered state of particles. Even if they were cut into a dozen or so pieces of meat, they would undoubtedly die. However, the nether gold could be broken into particles, and it would still be reassembled. This was the best interpretation of immortality. Xianxia said, "Right, since your Vermilion Bird clan is in charge of the world order, you should be able to easily obtain nether gold, right?" The sparrow god shook his head. "No, nether gold exists in the dark world, which is what we call the nether realm. It is not under the control of our Vermilion Bird. The nether realm is a dark world unique to us. Even outside the dream realm, there is no such world. Can be said that only we possess the nether realm. It is unique." "Why is this happening?" Xianxia asked curiously. God Sparrow said, "Because our world is not a natural world, but is formed from the dreams of the Creator. The attributes within the Creator have formed the basic laws of this world. However, you should know that in the mysterious Tao theory, not only do humans have 5 elements, they also possess the positive and negative attributes of yin, yang, cosmos, and kuan. Qian is yang and kuan is yin. That's why the world of light and darkness, this special structure of the world, appeared in the dream world that was created on the basis of the Creator's body." Xianxia hurriedly said, "In other words, before the fake gods entered the dream world, they had never seen the so-called dark world." Sparrow God nodded. "Yes, but the Creator only sketched the order of the light world and did not create much of the dark world. Therefore, the nether realm is still in a relatively primitive state of chaos. There may also be traces of the dark dragon race and dark vermilion bird, but they are not systematic. They are scattered. Of course, this is only my personal guess." Xianxia was shocked. "It's not a guess, it's true. I just caught the dark dragon race you mentioned. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the existence of the dark vermilion bird yet." The sparrow god said thoughtfully, "That should be similar to what I thought. The dark dragon race you've seen should have no racial awareness, right? They must be mixed with other races." "Just like you said," Xianxia said. "All right, let's not talk about these insignificant topics for now. I'd better hurry and save Emperor Vermilion Bird." The bird god nodded and whispered to the other girls, "After you defeat the demigod, we will give you the heart of the fire vein." "Understood. Help me bring the big snake and the little bird over. Once I kill the false gods, I will immediately escape with them. You should know where the new world is, right? I hope you can go there and increase the hidden ability of the new world." With that, Xianxia no longer hesitated and immediately jumped into Emperor Vermilion Bird's samsara of death. When his body entered the ring of fire, his entire body suddenly shrunk and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia found himself standing in an extremely strange world. This was a peculiar world. In front of Xianxia, there were green mountains and rivers, and everything that was possessed in the mortal world. But what was inconceivable was that there was nothing outside the mountains and beautiful scenery, but an empty, white land. Even the blue sky was only above his head. Apart from that, the distant sky was also pure white. It was as if a person was drawing mountains and rivers on a piece of white paper, but he only had time to draw a small dot before putting down his ink and leaving. This is really strange. Could it be that these mountains, waters, and trees were created by Emperor Vermilion Bird? Xianxia touched the ground beneath his feet. The ground was also pure white and smooth, without any texture. After he floated forward for a while, dirt and continents suddenly appeared beneath his feet. At this moment, he was already in the mountains. Great Emperor? Xianxia spread his hands to his mouth and shouted at the beautiful mountains. Emperor Vermilion Bird? It was another voice, but there was still no reply. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked. Could it be that Emperor Vermilion Bird had gone further away to continue shaping the world for fun? Curious, Zhuozhang hopefully discovered that there was a small mountain path beneath his feet. From the gap between the mountains, it extended into the distance, and the destination was a taller mountain peak. Xianxia stepped on the mountain road and looked around as he walked. On both sides of the road were fruit trees of various colors, bearing fruits that were inexplicable and had never been seen before. Xianxia thought to himself, these things shouldn't exist in the real world. Was it created by Emperor Vermilion Bird? Just as he was walking, he suddenly heard a loud noise. Xianxia was shocked and saw that the mountain was starting to burn. Between heaven and earth, thick smoke billowed. The green mountains lit up with raging flames. Large chunks of mountain stones tumbled down, and trees were burned in the flames. Rolling magma flowed down from the melting mountain, cruelly engulfing the beautiful scenery. In the depths of the mountain group, there was a miserable scream. This scream sounded like a woman, as if someone was torturing her unimaginably. Following that, the sky also collapsed, and one by one, the fragments of the sky fell from the sky, fiercely smashing into the burning mountains. In the dense forest, the little monkey's body was burning with flames. Holding the burning fruit in his hand, he screamed miserably and rolled on the ground. The spirit birds in the sky also started to burn, letting out waves of sorrowful screams. In the depths of the mountain group, the woman's miserable scream became more and more shrill and painful, making people feel terrified. The destruction of the entire world had lasted for a whole day under Xianxia's dumbfounded eyes. After a day, the whole world was burned. When the next day arrived, Qing Shan and Lu Shui reorganized once again. At this time, Xianxia had already shed 2 rows of tears. He finally realized what was happening here. Emperor Vermilion Bird was trapped in the samsara of death, and the world beneath Xianxia's feet was the samsara world of Emperor Vermilion Bird. Samsara of death will occur twice a second. 1 life, 1 death, 1 life, 1 death. But this kind of painful reincarnation was embodied in Emperor Vermilion Bird's own world, and it was expanded. It was a day of death, a day of birth. In other words, from the outside, Emperor Vermilion Bird would die 170,000 times a day. But what about this? Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. This was truly a place even more terrifying than hell. Emperor Vermilion Bird was enduring an unimaginable amount of pain. Every time this world collapsed and was rebuilt, it was equivalent to the reincarnation of Emperor Vermilion Bird's death outside. It was only a reincarnation of half a second. The woman's screams could no longer be heard, the mountains and rivers were still magnificent, and the spirit beasts were still happy, as if they had forgotten the pain of yesterday. Xianxia's eyes were red, and he carried a heavy heart as he continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Before seeing Emperor Vermilion Bird, Xianxia was already convinced by her great personality. This is a respectable woman. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a gust of wind. Xianxia subconsciously took half a step back and quickly dodged. At the same time, a snowy sword swiftly slashed past Xianxia. Following the trajectory of the sword was a graceful and agile figure. "Who are you? Why are you barging into my house?" The woman smiled at Xianxia. This woman was very good-looking. Only in terms of appearance, she was only half a notch inferior to the beginning of the month. "Great Emperor?" Xianxia cried out. Apart from Emperor Vermilion Bird, there was no one else here. "What Emperor?" The woman put her hands behind her back and stood in front of Xianxia beautifully. When she heard Xianxia's words, she tilted her head slightly and was extremely cute. "Have you lost your memory?" Xianxia was shocked. Holy shit! Emperor Vermilion Bird had forgotten who she was. The woman looked sunny and optimistic. Compared to the heart-wrenching scream that Xianxia heard yesterday, she looked like 2 different people. At this time, the woman playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "You're lost. I won't pursue it with you anymore." You can leave. After saying that, the woman carried her sword backwards and jumped into the mountain. She would tease the little monkey while running, picking a fruit and eating it while running. Xianxia quickly followed behind. After walking out for a while, the woman turned around and smiled at Xianxia. "What are you doing? Why are you still following me?" she said. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I've lost my way. Can you take me in for a few days?" The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "Come on." She was so innocent and kind that she was unprepared for outsiders. Xianxia followed her to the deepest mountain. This was the largest mountain peak. One could see beautiful wooden houses and wooden buildings on top of this mountain peak. Across the mountain it was empty, but half of the mountain was still under construction. With such a peculiar world appearance, Xianxia could tell that something was amiss with a single glance, but the woman seemed to have not realized that this place was very strange. In other words, she did not know that she had fallen into the cycle of death. She did not even know who she was. The girl was very hospitable and prepared a large table of delicious food for Xianxia. She sat opposite Xianxia like this, a small wooden table separating the two of them. She took off her long skirt and wore only a small and cute short shirt. Her snow-white arms were as naked as lotus roots. "Eat." The woman smiled at Xianxia, her pair of big eyes turning into crescent moons. "Do you know who you are?" Xianxia picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. However, the food looked delicious, but when it was eaten in his mouth, it did not even taste a bit. He finally couldn't help but ask. The woman blinked her big eyes and said, "I am me. What's your name?" Xianxia said, "What do you mean?" The woman seemed to have no idea of names at all. "Oh, nothing." Xianxia silently ate, thinking that it would be troublesome this time. She doesn't even know who she is. So how can I help her decipher the vermilion bird sacrifice? This was probably her purest inner world. There were no disputes, and even the differences between people had become very small. Name is one of the most basic products of human distinction, to name to distinguish between us, distinguish between him and her. But here none of this exists. "Come and practice swordsmanship with me." The woman was full and giggled while holding on to the sword. "You're very sensitive. It must be fun to practice with me," she said. Xianxia lowered his head and saw that a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't know how to wake her up, so he could only take one step first. "All right, I have offended you." Xianxia held his sword and came to the opposite side of the woman. After greeting the two of them, they fought together. It was said to be a fight, but in fact it was more like playing. Neither side cared much about the wins or losses. Instead, it was mainly fun, and the wins or losses were not important. Xianxia discovered that his realm and aura did not exist here, and there was no such thing as spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This was the purest world. There was nothing. The only thing that could be used was his combat skills and consciousness. With Xianxia's powerful and abundant combat experience, even though he didn't plan on winning against women, he would naturally win if he fought. However, the woman was unhappy. She pursed her lips and turned around. She sat on the ground with her back facing Xianxia and was sulking. Xianxia thought to himself and hurriedly apologized. "Well, I'm sorry, I was just..." At this moment, the woman's shoulders began to shrug. Xianxia felt extremely guilty and said, "Hey, don't cry. At worst, I'll let you do 3 moves next time." When the woman turned around, Xianxia helplessly smiled bitterly. Turned out that this girl was not crying at all. Instead, she was trying to suppress her laughter, causing her body to stir uncontrollably. She finally couldn't help but laugh. "You're so funny." Again, their lives became simple and pure. She practiced swordsmanship, played chess, and strolled around the mountains together. When night fell, the woman did not avoid Xianxia. She directly bathed and changed her clothes in front of Xianxia and washed in a small pond. Xianxia tactfully turned his back. The woman splashed water and smiled innocently. "Why didn't you come to wash?" Xianxia coughed. There is a difference between men and women." The woman asked curiously, "What is the difference between men and women?" Are you different from me? I don't believe it. You are also a human and I am also a human. How can you be different? Let me see. As she spoke, the woman jumped out of the pond with water and went after Xianxia barefoot. She was actually going to strip Xianxia of his clothes to see how the two of them were different. Xianxia said as he ran, "Hey girl, don't be so arrogant." The woman smiled happily. "What are you running for? Hurry up and stop. Let me see what's different." Xianxia still escaped, but the woman couldn't catch up with him for a while and stomped her feet in anger. After a series of fights, the two of them were also tired, so they each rested. Xianxia stayed in the pavilion beside the woman, but he couldn't sleep and looked at the roof. What method could she use to break the vermilion bird sacrifice? Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want her to do it? Gradually, the horizon turned pale. Xianxia did not sleep for a night, and there was no need to cultivate in such a place. This was the first time he felt that life was so simple, and it was so easy to satisfy people. Without the conflict and intrigue outside, there was no need to shout and fight all day long. It was just a leisurely drink of tea and chat. So life was so beautiful. At this moment, a miserable scream suddenly resounded through the clouds. Shit! Xianxia rolled over and jumped up from his bed. Immediately after, the house started to catch fire. He rushed out of the house and saw that the entire world was collapsing, and the forest was on fire. From the opposite house, the woman's entire body was burning with raging flames. She cried and turned into a flaming figure as she ran out. "It hurts! It hurts!" The woman cried so hard that her heart was torn apart. Her entire body was burnt to pieces. Her fair and tender skin and beautiful face were charred. She let out a chee-chee sound and emitted black smoke. The innocent and happy her, in this kind of burning, cried so much that she could not bear to live. "Miss!" Xianxia's eyes immediately turned red. He rushed forward and hugged the woman regardless, trying to use his body to extinguish the flames for her. However, after that flame touched Xianxia actually didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. This fire only burned herself. The woman lay on Xianxia's shoulder in pain and cried out in pain. "It hurts! It really hurts!" Xianxia's heart ached as he hugged her with all his might and stroked her charred long hair. "No crying, no crying." She didn't even know what it meant to call for help. She just cried out her truest feelings. The flames burned on her body, and it was even more painful than burning directly in Xianxia's heart. He didn't know how to help her. He was most afraid of this feeling of powerlessness. He did everything he could to make himself stronger so that the people he cared about wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But today, what happened to Xianxia happened again. He didn't say a word, only hugging her tightly. He clenched his teeth, tears falling down his cheeks. He didn't even dare to tell her that it would be all right in a moment, because he knew that it couldn't be. The mountains collapsed and everything burned. Xianxia hugged her like this, feeling her trembling and smelling the charred smell of her being charred. She cried till the end, but she was already speechless, and her voice was hoarse. She was just howling. This indescribable torture was torturing her and Xianxia at the same time. And this torture continued for an entire day and night. He hugged her and watched her burn for a day and night before she was burned alive. It was burnt into one, leaving no corpse behind, only a black mark on the ground. Xianxia knelt helplessly on the ground, his face completely expressionless, but his tears never stopped. By the morning of the third day, everything had returned to its original state. Xianxia knelt on the ground, his eyes dazed. In the opposite house, the woman ran out happily. "Hey, silly boy, come and practice swordsmanship with me." Xianxia used his hand to rub his face a few times before putting on a brilliant smile and striding towards him. He did not dare to ask, nor did he dare to talk to her about what had happened yesterday, for fear that it would bring back her painful memories and remind her of that terrible experience. Perhaps for her now, forgetting was the best choice. As for Xianxia, he was the most typical one. As long as he was soft-hearted, he could agree to anything. Since then, Xianxia had been completely obedient to the woman. As long as she spoke, Xianxia would agree to everything. If there was no way to help her share the pain, then he could only make her shine brighter in the sunshine. One day and one night passed, and the next morning, Xianxia stood upright outside the door of the woman's room. He really did not have the courage to witness such a tragic situation with his own eyes, but he knew that he had to stand up. At least he could accompany her. A few sporadic flames began to shine in the mountains, and soon after, they turned into a sea of flames. She cried, burned, and ran out. She pounced on Xianxia and was burned to death. She cried out, "It's so uncomfortable. It hurts so much. Can you stop me from hurting so much? It's really painful." Following her miserable cries, the last string in Xianxia's heart was finally completely broken. Why was there so much pain in the human world? Why was the person who caused the pain so calm? Why was he so cold-blooded and cruel? Xianxia only knew that he couldn't cry in front of her right now and accompany her. He wanted to be like a mountain, like the only mountain that hadn't been burned. As long as she was strong, she could rely on herself. A day and night of burning, the woman from crying to horse, from horse to dry howl. Another morning, she stood in front of Xianxia's door and tilted her head, saying, "Silly boy, come and play with me." Xianxia walked out of the room. He stopped and looked at her with tenderness that he did not know. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Everything was fine. As long as he could free her from the sea of misery and allow her to do whatever she wanted, everything would be fine. "Aren't you curious about my body?" Xianxia forced himself and gave her a brilliant smile. After saying that, Xianxia took back his clothes. However, Xianxia also felt very strange that his body was actually a white board. There was only a body outline, but there was no other masculine trait. The woman blinked her eyes and said, "So this is the difference between you and me." Xianxia suddenly realized that she was the one who created this world. She did not prepare for the rules of the male body, so her body was blank. The long and torturous days passed day by day. After a happy and leisurely day, it was always accompanied by a day of unbearable pain, heart-wrenching. Xianxia did not know how long he had lived here. Perhaps it had been a few months, but to the outside world it might only be a minute or two. Xianxia had already adapted to this kind of plain and simple life, and in his heart he was even closer to that woman. Every time he witnessed her death, the simple appearance of his smile would always arouse Xianxia's heartache. On this day, the woman's mood was unexpectedly low. She was even halfway through practicing her sword when she crouched on the ground and cried. Xianxia's heart was about to shatter. If she couldn't even be happy on a bright day, then what was the meaning of her being here? He hurriedly crouched down to comfort and ask. The woman raised her tearful face and said, "Will you leave? Don't leave. Okay? I'm so lonely." Xianxia endured so many painful days of death. But with such a simple sentence, Xianxia collapsed. He hugged her and tears fell down his cheeks. "I'm not leaving. As long as you're still here, I'll never leave." The woman looked at Xianxia affectionately, and a soft light appeared in her eyes. A small red mark gradually appeared on her forehead. The red mark became clearer and clearer until it turned into a flaming pattern. Xianxia looked at the changes on her forehead in surprise. He already had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that she had started to recover her memories? Sure enough, the woman's body floated gently. She closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. In an instant, she was suddenly wrapped in rolling flames. Xianxia was shocked, thinking that she had begun to experience samsara of life and death again. But today was not the day, and she was not in pain. At this time, her body began to grow, from a young and kind girl to a charming and mature woman. The tenderness on his face faded away, leaving behind a more mature feminine aura. However, it could be seen that her appearance had not changed. She had only grown from a young girl to a woman. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright flash of fire flashed through them. "You're here to crack my vermilion bird sacrifice." The woman looked down at Xianxia condescendingly. At this moment, her temperament had completely changed, and she had a feeling of superiority. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and cried, "Great! You can finally get out of this damn predicament. The Vermilion Bird Emperor floated down and gently hugged Xianxia, saying, "Everything that we've been getting along with these days is in my mind. At that time, my mind was chaotic, but now I can recall the heartache in your eyes when I burned the pain." Although she had undergone earth-shaking changes, in Xianxia's eyes, she was still that innocent and cute little girl. Xianxia patted her back and said, all right, everything is over. You don't have to suffer anymore." The great emperor gently pushed Xianxia away. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, "Do you know what will happen after you help me break the Vermilion Bird sacrifice?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I know, and I'm ready. Before this, my original plan was to stay away from you as soon as I saved you to prevent any physical contact with you. But now I have changed my mind. As long as it's your sincere wish, I can't refuse any of your requests." "Your heart has softened," Emperor Vermilion Bird said. Xianxia said, "To tell the truth, yes." The emperor untied his clothes and lay down with Xianxia. After a shower of clouds and rain, the two of them embraced each other affectionately. Xianxia stroked the great emperor's long hair and said, "Great emperor." The emperor used both of his fingers to cover Xianxia's lips and shyly said, "Don't call me emperor, just call me Cheer." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I'd better call you Zhuer, because I have a little fellow named Little Sparrow." "Yes." The emperor rested on Xianxia's chest and drew circles around his stomach with his fingers. He muttered, "In the future, I will be yours. But I suggest that you don't stay in the Vermilion Bird clan. After this matter is over, you can leave." Xianxia was greatly surprised. Originally, this was also his plan, but logically speaking, the Vermilion Bird clan should try their best to retain him. Why was she so rational? The emperor said, "If you stay, you will gradually be assimilated and become a female vermilion bird. Our Vermilion Bird clan's main purpose in selecting males is to reproduce. This is a brand imprinted in the depths of our souls and cannot be disobeyed. But I'm really in love with you. I know it's best for us to keep you here, but I'd rather you leave than hurt you." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes turned red. He stroked the emperor's hair, so moved that he didn't know what to say. He lightly kissed the emperor's forehead and said, "The 5 spirits control the universe. Because they are too powerful, their ability to reproduce is restricted by the Creator. It is extremely difficult for them, including the dragons, to give birth to offspring. The Vermilion Bird race controls the world order, and their duties are even heavier. That's why their reproduction is severely restricted. This is my conjecture." The great emperor said, "Yes." Xianxia said, "I can't promise you anything, but I can tell you that I am sincere to you, not for any sympathy or pity. However, I can't give any promises to any of my women. You know that a great calamity is imminent. Perhaps I will leave this world and go to the divine realm to fight. Whether I will be able to return alive is also uncertain. I don't dare to promise you so easily, because I'm afraid that I won't be able to fulfill it." The great emperor said, "At least you didn't lie to me. You said the truth." Xianxia kissed her on the forehead and said, "But don't worry. If I can save the humans, I will definitely think of a way to get you out of this dream world. At that time, the restriction on Vermilion Bird clan's reproduction will disappear. You will have the same qualifications as other races to romance. At that time, the Vermilion Bird clan's girls will no longer pester me. If you still miss me and are willing to be with me, I can give you a home." Emperor Vermilion Bird stared blankly at Xianxia for a long time before finally pouncing on his chest and crying, "Why didn't I meet you earlier?" "Everything will pass," Xianxia said softly. "I will do my best." The emperor raised his head. His eyes filled with love as he stared at Xianxia and said, "There's something." Xianxia said, "If you say so, I will agree." The great emperor blushed and said, "Our race's characteristics allow us to have uncontrollable needs when we find a suitable mate." That kind of needs." Xianxia said, "Ah, didn't you just—" Before he could finish speaking, the great emperor threw Xianxia down again. A few clouds and rain, a few emotions. Afterwards, the great emperor held Xiangnan's hand with a smile on his face. "If you have the confidence to defeat that demigod," she said, "I think we'd better hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll kill you." Xiangnan felt a lingering fear in his heart. He finally felt that this Vermilion Bird clan's heart of guarding the fire vein had indeed inherited the character of fire. "Let's go." Xiangnan grabbed Emperor Vermilion Bird's hand. The emperor hugged Xiangnan tightly and said, "Perhaps this is the only good time in our lives for you and me to get along with each other. I don't know when I'll be able to enter this place. I'll play the zither and practice the sword every day, play chess and chat. I'll live a carefree and happy life like a mortal. I just hope that you don't forget today's feelings, and I'm satisfied." With that, a flaming willow appeared in the great emperor's hand and gently waved it towards the sky. Everything started to dissipate and disintegrate. The two hugged each other in the flames. Before reality arrived, nothing mattered. These last few breaths of time were eternity for the two of them. When everything was about to dissipate, Xiangnan whispered in her ear, "Remember, your man's name is Xiangnan." After saying that, the scene suddenly changed. Xiangnan and the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor appeared above the mountain peak hand in hand. On the mountain there were the girls of the Vermilion Bird clan. At this moment, the spring tide on the girls' faces surged, and they had an irrepressible impulse to rush towards Xiangnan eagerly. After seeing the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, the bird god was instantly overjoyed. She shouted, "Everyone, activate your cultivation immediately and suppress your impulses. Don't disturb young Master Xiangnan." The girls were almost unable to resist the urge to throw Xiangnan down. At this moment, they hurriedly sat down cross-legged and used their cultivation to resist their emotions. Emperor Vermilion Bird held Xiangnan's hand affectionately and said, "Xiangnan, I will fight against the demigod with you." Xiangnan pushed her away and said, "This kind of thing, let the man solve it. It's good that the woman is watching from the side." So masculine, the eyes of the girls of the entire clan flickered with small stars as they stared at Xiangnan infatuatedly. Just Xiangnan's words nearly caused them to lose their self-control. Emperor Vermilion Bird's heart was about to melt. She lowered her voice and said, "It's good to have a man in charge." After saying that, Emperor Vermilion Bird also floated down the mountain and sat down with the girls. The sparrow god saw Emperor Vermilion Bird's rosy face and couldn't help but say ambiguously, "Emperor, you have already. Damn girl, you still dare to talk nonsense. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth off." The great emperor smiled and hit the bird god, but his face was sweeter than eating honey. The sparrow god giggled, but the corner of his eyes quietly curled towards Xiangnan. His face also turned red, and his breathing became rapid. At this moment, there was a loud explosion, followed by a flame explosion in the sky. "He's out!" Many girls cried out in alarm. The female pseudogod finally stepped out of the samsara of death with a cold face. "Good, really good." A cold light flashed in the female pseudogod's eyes as she coldly said, "How dare you deal with the god race like this? Your doomsday is coming. I, Xinglan, will slaughter your entire clan." Xiangnan pulled out a huge saber and stood opposite Xinglan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then there's no need. The one who will die in the end will definitely be you." To tell the truth, Xiangnan himself did not have a 100% chance of winning. Before this, he had used all of his strength to barely kill a 5th-level Heavenly Tribulation Star Sea. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured in the Star Sea. Afterwards, after possessing the Heavenly Tribulation 10th layer Saber Light, he was barely able to slash off the Heavenly Tribulation 5th layer Pseudogod with a single saber strike. Even though he now had the heart of the Earth Vein, what he was facing was a 6th level Heavenly Tribulation Pseudogod. It was really hard to say who would win or lose. Xinglan immediately summoned the power of faith and shouted, "Xiangnan, you came at the right time today. I'll just destroy you and the Vermilion Bird clan together." With that, she raised her hands high and shouted, "Purple lightning, blood pool, rumble." Thunder surged in the sky, and streaks of purple lightning crisscrossed the sky with imposing momentum. This move caused all the vermilion bird girls to pale in shock. It seemed that they must have suffered from this purple lightning before. Xianxia had fought a few pseudo-gods, but the lightning power and colors used by the pseudo-gods were all different. At the same time, with different colors, the style of the martial skill was also different. This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a purple lightning bolt. When the purple lightning descended from the sky, Xianxia could only feel the blood boiling all over his body, and he impulsively wanted to break through his body and gush out of his body. Xiangxia's blood energy surged, and he forcefully endured it as he shouted, "Netherworld gold, undefeatable body." After absorbing nether gold, his body turned pale gold, but then returned to the normal color of humans. At this moment, he released his nether gold physique once again, and his body once again turned into light gold. What? Xinglan was greatly surprised. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless purple lightning bolts struck Xianxia, one after another, causing a terrifying explosion. The explosion was also blood red, and it looked exceptionally evil. However, Xianxia managed to endure it all. His body was constantly being torn apart by small holes, but the powerful properties of nether gold allowed these small holes to quickly recover when they were first sliced out. Xianxia was astonished as he observed the changes in his body. After his nether gold body was shattered, it immediately collapsed into countless elemental particles. Under Xianxia's perception, these elemental particles quickly returned to their original positions and condensed back into his body. Xianxia was overjoyed. It really is immortal. Death was a state of life. But there are some things that don't exist that don't die, such as water. No matter how many droplets of water it scattered, it could always gather again in the end. Since it did not die, there was no such thing as death. At this moment, Xianxia was in such a state. He could only be dispersed, but he could not be killed. Nether gold! Xinglan shouted angrily. You actually cultivated to the nether golden body. Xianxia chuckled and said, The one who will pay the price is you. If it weren't for you, how could Zhuer suffer such endless torture of death? Today, I will avenge Zhuer. Zhuer, the sparrow god whispered in the great emperor's ear. Already so intimate? Emperor Vermilion Bird's face turned slightly red as he said angrily, Beg for a beating. On the battlefield, Xianxia swung his hand like a bolt of lightning. As for the lightning saber light, it was actually chased by countless nether gold particles, wrapping around it with strengthened nether gold. He was actually able to control it like this. Xianxia was also very surprised. A thought flashed through his mind. He didn't expect nether gold to fly out and take the initiative to strengthen the saber light. At this moment, Xianxia's nether gold body was not the normal nether gold. Instead, it was a super 100% nether gold that had been greatly enhanced by the divine grade earth vein. Xinglan hurriedly gathered thunder and lightning in her hands, and countless bolts of thunder and lightning shot towards Xianxia. The sound of explosions could only be heard. Xianxia's netherworld golden saber light actually managed to withstand all of the lightning attacks. Even before the saber light was cancelled out, it only paused for a moment before flying towards Xinglan. How is this possible? Xinglan's expression changed drastically. Swoosh! With a sharp blade light, Xinglan was slashed at the waist on the spot. The next moment, Xinglan quickly recovered. She said with a cold face, You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Don't think that if you cultivate the netherworld golden body, you will truly be immortal. My power of faith does not belong to the laws of this world, so I can still kill you. After saying that, Xinglan raised her hands high up, and a gigantic shadow of a god of faith appeared in the sky. Xianxia only took a glance at the god of faith and heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was only a female war god, not a temple war god. The female war god was a level lower than the temple war god, so she was relatively easy to deal with. Xinglan summoned her divine spear and shot it towards Xianxia. This divine spear was extremely powerful. It only flew through the air, causing the entire mountain to shake with a rumble. The stars in the sky were also indeterminate, appearing and disappearing. Suddenly, he shouted, Xiangnan, be careful. This is the 6th level Heavenly Tribulation Divine Spear. It's much stronger than the Divine Spear in the Star Sea. You can't catch it. It was the voice of a big snake. Upon hearing the big snake's words, Xiangnan immediately felt a burst of relief. Even his will to fight had increased by a lot. He laughed loudly and said, Big snake, I am no longer the same as I used to be. Come, try this move of mine. With that, Xiangnan tore off the sleeve of his right arm and grabbed the divine spear with his bare hands. In an instant, Emperor Vermilion Bird's pupils contracted, and he anxiously said, No! Ha 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 ha! Xinglan laughed loudly. I really don't know whether to die or not. But at the same time, Xiangnan's arm suddenly burned. The entire arm turned into a devil's hand-like state, turning black as a whole. Black flames wrapped around his black arm, and it was Peng who caught the divine spear. Xinglan was so shocked that she was speechless. This was not the power of a false god, but the power of faith. In this world, there was actually someone who could catch a divine spear. Ghost hand. Ha 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 ha. You've already mastered it. The big snake was pleasantly surprised. Xiangnan struggled to grab the divine spear. Although the spear had already been grabbed, it was still extremely difficult to control it. The divine spear was still in Xiangnan's hands, constantly shaking and struggling. As for Xiangnan's ghost hands, they began to peel off their skin. Shit! I can't come into contact with this power of faith for a long time. Xiangnan twisted his right hand and threw the divine spear out. Looking at his ghost hand, a faint burn mark was left on his palm. I don't believe it. Xinglan grabbed the divine spear and rushed towards Xiangnan. At the same time, she pulled down a divine shield. With a shield in her left hand and a gun in her right, she stabbed towards Xiangnan. With his ghost hand, Xiangnan once again forcefully grabbed onto the divine spear formed from the power of faith, and with his saber in his left hand, he slashed down towards the power of the star mist. Clang! The giant saber was refined from nether gold, and at this moment, in the hands of Xiangnan of the divine grade earth vein, it was naturally strengthened to the highest degree. That nether gold was also a super nether gold. This saber attack actually sent the divine shield in Xinglan's hand flying, causing Xinglan to be unable to catch it firmly. The spear was grabbed by Xiangnan with his bare hands. The divine shield was chopped away by Xiangnan's blade. Xinglan shouted angrily. She slapped Xiangnan's face with her backhand palm. The violet lightning in her hand was tyrannical and possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If you want to fight, then fight. Xiangnan released his divine spear and used his backhand palm to shout, Thunder Dragon Palm! Rumble! Both of their palms collided and were pushed back by each other. However, Xinglan was obviously slightly inferior. She was knocked back by Xiangnan by more than 1,000 meters. Xiangnan, on the other hand, had backed up by less than 300 meters. Xinglan looked at Xiangnan in shock. She could not imagine how this scene had happened. She was a level lower than Xiangnan, but she had 2 more divine talents than Xiangnan. Moreover, she was not a human. She was a god race. How could the god race be defeated by the human race? Xiangnan's eyes turned cold as he said, You deserve to die. With that, he immediately summoned his dream body. As the dream Dao opened, the dream body came from the dream and merged with Xiangnan. A look of fear finally appeared on Xinglan's face as she shouted, Dream! You really know how to dream. Damn it, I can't die here. Xinglan twisted her body and fled into the distance with a whoosh. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Emperor Vermilion Bird and even the Great Snake. The god race had been beaten away. This had never happened before. Even Xianxia and Xinghai had fought Xiangnan to the last moment. And now, a great god race had actually escaped because of fear. There was only one explanation, and that was that Xinglan had already realized that even if she used all her methods, it would be impossible for her to defeat Xiangnan. Where do you escape from? Xiangnan chased after Xinglan all the way. Both of them used the power of thunder and lightning to advance at the speed of light. Xinglan did not have the faith of a temple war god, nor could she summon a divine horse, nor could she reach the speed of light. The two of them chased after each other. After Xiangnan chased after them for a while, he shouted, "Tai divine art! Saber!" As he sprinted at the speed of light, he dug into his dreams and pulled out a heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber light. As soon as the saber light appeared, a large amount of nether gold immediately dissipated into particles and instantly wrapped around the saber light. Heavenly tribulation 10th layer, based on heavenly spill astral chi, with super nether gold as its outer shell. Xinglan felt an endless amount of power appear behind her. This time, she knew that she could not escape. She turned around and glared fiercely at Xiangnan. She said angrily, "Don't be complacent. What kind of ability is it to show off your might here? Come to the divine realm if you have the guts. I'll wait for you." Xiangnan smiled coldly. "Wait for me? Wait for me to kill you." With that, Xiangnan slashed down with his saber. Ah! Xinglan was killed by Xiangnan's saber in an unwilling roar. Another pseudo-god had fallen. Win! Win! Young Master Xiang really defeated the demigod. The vermilion bird girls wept with joy and cheered together. The snake turned into a bolt of lightning and immediately returned to Xiangnan's left arm. "The gap is getting smaller and smaller," the serpent said happily. "With only 3 divine talents, you can defeat a 6th level heavenly tribulation pseudogod with the 7th level heavenly tribulation realm. According to this posture, after you obtain the 4th divine talent, won't you be able to kill a pseudo-god of the same realm?" Xiangnan was also very happy, but before he could speak, he felt countless fiery gazes staring at him. "Shao Nan, run!" Emperor Vermilion Bird said anxiously. Xiangnan suddenly turned his head, but when he saw that all the girls' eyes were shining, they all rushed towards him like wolves and tigers. "Shit! They want to sleep with me!" Xiangnan was shocked and shouted, "Little Sparrow, the little bastard hasn't returned yet. Hurry up and set off." The little bird twisted its little butt and charged towards Xiangnan with a chuckle. Seeing this, Emperor Vermilion Bird cut his index finger and bounced a drop of blood towards the little bird, saying, "Little fellow, this is for you." As the bird flew, it turned around and swallowed the blood in one mouthful. At this time, the girls had already rushed forward. The few elders at the front had even taken off their clothes and hugged Xiangnan's arms with all their might. Their hot faces were rubbing against Xiangnan's face emotionally. Xiangnan hurriedly grabbed one of Little Sparrow's feet and said, "Girls, remember to go to the new world and help them. Zhuer, wait for me." Xiangnan placed his right hand on his temple and jumped into the dream world, disappearing with a whoosh. When the girls lost track of Xiangnan, they were all stunned and regained their rationality. Thinking of their actions just now, these girls all blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at anyone. Emperor Vermilion Bird laughed out loud. "Don't be ashamed. This is our race's imprint, not something you can control." In the starry sky, Xiangnan was jumping in his dreams, but all of a sudden, 10 shadows descended from the sky and landed in Xiangnan's dreams. "Damn it, are they still here?" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly jumped out of his dream and appeared in the universe halfway through. He sensed the demon generals, but he couldn't bring the 10 false gods to the demon territory. This was because the demon territory was in the new world. In an instant, Xiangnan was surrounded by 10 false gods. "Damn it! This battle isn't easy to fight. You can't kill a 6th level heavenly tribulation pseudogod instantly. You have to fight fiercely," the serpent said worriedly. However, several of these 10 pseudogods are experts at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. If you really fight, you will still be unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. At this moment, a female voice sounded in the universe. "Order, time fault." Xiangnan and the 10 pseudogods were simultaneously enveloped by a strange ripple that was like the water of a river. Immediately after, everyone felt the heavens and earth spin. At the same time, Emperor Vermilion Bird's voice appeared in Xiangnan's mind. "Little Nan, it's very difficult for you to escape their pursuit in this universe. I can only use this method to push you into the time fault. In the next few days, you will continue to enter the reverse current of time and enter the era of yesteryear. In the same plane, it is difficult for you to escape their pursuit, but in the time layer, you have a slight chance of escaping. I hope you can find a way to improve yourself in the cycle of time. Just as the voice disappeared, Xianxia suddenly discovered that he was standing on a piece of land. Emperor Vermilion Bird's voice sounded in his heart. 50,000 years ago, I entered ancient times? Xianxia suddenly raised his head to look at the sky and saw a group of martial artists hurriedly flying over his head. Emperor Vermilion Bird's voice said, Xianxia, my voice can't last for too long. There's not much time left for me to say anything. Hurry up and pick out the information that you think will help you and ask me. Xianxia did not understand his situation. He only knew that he had been forcefully pushed into the time fault. According to what Emperor Vermilion Bird had said before, he would undergo a long process of time reversal. He pondered for a moment and then asked, How can I go back? Emperor Vermilion Bird said, Your time reversal will not last long. Every 24 hours, you will enter the next reversal layer. If you want to go back to your time, you need to go back to 13 billion years ago, when the universe was about to split apart. I used the time fault once. You need to find me from that era and push you back into the present era. Xianxia quickly said, Big Snake, help me think of a question. I'll ask you first. Think it over and ask Zhuer directly. Then, Zhuer, will all my actions in history affect the outcome of the modern era? In other words, Emperor Vermilion Bird interrupted Xianxia and said, There is no need to worry. You are all going against the flow of time. Karma does not exist here. To be more clear, there may not be any result if there is a cause. You can unleash your full power without worrying about any changes in the future. Hearing this, Xianxia felt relieved. The serpent said, What do you use as the node of time to make us go against the current? Is it time, an event, or the historical stage of a particular short-stream layer? Good question, said the emperor. The node of time I rely on is a historical event. In other words, every time you go against the current of time, it is the day of a historical event. So you can go back tens of thousands of years at a time, or you can go back decades, hundreds of years, or hundreds of thousands, or millions of years. Xianxia asked, Then what is the big historical event I am in this time? The great emperor said, I can't answer you because you are at this stage of history, our vermilion bird race is still asleep, and I don't know much about what happened in this period of history. I only used my ability to lock onto historical events. As a node of time, I need you to find out exactly what happened every time. The snake asked, Why do we have to find you? What if we missed the last time we used the time fault? Emperor Vermilion Bird said, Because the last time I used the time fault, it was the day before the universe split apart and the 5 spirits fell asleep. It was at that time that I first comprehended the power of the time fault. If you missed that day, then you can only meet me earlier. At that time, I didn't know this kind of ability. You will continue to go against the current until the day this dreamscape takes shape and becomes a modern person. That is to say, you will never come back? Xianxia asked. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, You can still continue living. You can think of a way to survive for hundreds of millions of years. When I understand the time fault, I will push you guys. But I'm afraid that will be very difficult. Xianxia asked, Then can I stay in this era and work hard to cultivate? I will return to the modern era to deal with the pseudo-gods after learning something. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, No, I said before, your time is passive once every 24 hours. The serpent said, Where are the false gods? Why haven't I seen them? Emperor Vermilion Bird said, I delayed them for 23 hours, so they came to this era 23 hours later. Because they entered the time fault with you, I can only push them so late. Any more would be beyond my ability. Xianxia muttered, In other words, we have 23 more hours of activity time. There is no need to worry about being chased by the false gods during this period of time. Yes, and Emperor Vermilion Bird said. Just as he said those 3 words, his voice gradually disappeared. Xianxia nodded and said, Looks like her voice can no longer travel through space and time. Let's first analyze our current situation. What we know is that 50,000 years ago, before the universe merged again, we were still in a multiverse world. The serpent said, judging from the density of spiritual energy in this world, we should be in the second plane. Xianxia said, there are only two ways to get rid of the pseudo-gods that are about to catch up with them. One is to escape from them. This means that we must kill the female pseudo-gods. She has a strong tracking ability. Looks like she can lock onto my location as long as she comes into close contact with me once. Even if I escape into the dream world, I will still be unable to escape her pursuit. The serpent said, perhaps defeating them will require you to increase your strength. There are two paths. One is to increase your cultivation realm, and the other is to increase your martial skill. The first path was not feasible. The difficulty of assassinating that female false god was too high. Then there is only a second way. Don't waste your time ambushing, but strengthen yourself. Xianxia said, there's going to be a big historical event here. It's either the emergence of high-grade spirit herb pills, the emergence of high-grade martial skills, or the great upheaval of martial arts. The serpent said, the universe hasn't overlapped yet. Even with spirit herb pills, the highest grade can only be 9th grade. This can still be of some help to you right now. We can accumulate a little to make a lot of them. Xianxia, who was at the 7th heavenly tribulation stage, had an incomparably high level of gold. If he consumed a 9th grade pill, the effects would no longer be very obvious, but there were still some. As long as he consumed more, he could achieve the effect of raising his level. Xianxia said, find some people to inquire. With that, he took off from where he was and flew towards a place rich in spiritual energy. The place where the spiritual energy was denser must be the gathering place of a large number of martial artists, so it would be more efficient to gather information there. Soon Xianxia arrived at a huge city. The number of martial artists in this city was extremely large, accounting for more than half of the total population of the city. This was already an extremely exaggerated number. One could tell with just a touch of perception that there were 9 sects circling around the city. One of the 9 sects was a first-class sect. In the second plane, a first-class sect was the strongest. Because 8 second-class sects were accompanying each other, it could be judged that this first-class sect was the strongest sect in this plane. Xianxia arrived at a place called the Martial Moral Building. This place was famous and was one of the places that martial artists from this plane often came to. From this place, one could discover secrets that many people did not know. To enter the Martial Moral Building, the requirements were extremely harsh. It was impossible to spend money, and the only condition for entering was the realm. The minimum requirement was that only Fortune Realm martial artists could enter. In the second plane, the Good Fortune Realm was already an extremely terrifying realm. One had to know that the various peak masters of the nature sect back then were only at the divine martial realm. In order not to attract too much attention, Xianxia suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of good fortune, neither high nor low. This martial moral pavilion seemed to be even more heavily guarded than the Haotian Imperial Palace back then. There were a large number of martial artists guarding this place. After Xianxia revealed his cultivation realm, he naturally smoothly entered. He discovered that this martial moral pavilion was actually a black market on the surface. Many treasures that could not be seen were put into the martial house for sale because they were difficult to sell outside because of the slaughter and robbery. As for the martial house, it was protected by the sect alliance. Officials could not interfere, so it could be said to be one of the safest places. The martial house was divided into 18 floors. Each floor had a stall. All of them were masked martial artists who set up stalls here to sell things. Although they were stalls, the treasures they could sell were all priceless. Xianxia casually wandered around, searching for treasures while paying attention to the chats of the people beside him at all times. At this moment, Xianxia was at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. For a martial artist of this realm, it could be said that it was extremely difficult for them to raise their cultivation by another level. There were often martial artists trapped in this realm. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, they might not even be able to step into the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Xiang Nan had risked his life in exchange for the huge increase in his cultivation. As for Glory God Sect, because of their special background, they had occupied almost all the martial arts resources in the world, which allowed them to cultivate a large number of ninth-level heavenly tribulation talents. However, the rules of that era weren't very applicable in this ancient era. Xiang Nan had also thought that it would be better to fly directly to the sacred domain of this era and plunder a large amount of sacred spirit stones in the eternal secret realm. However, after the snake released the required amount, Xiang Nan immediately dispelled this idea. The amount of Holy Spirit stones required to advance from the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation to the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation was 16,785,000. But he only had 1 day. Even if he could sweep through the Eternal Secret Realm, just searching for the Eternal Vicious Beast was enough time for him to drink a jug. It would probably be amazing to be able to find a few $1,000s after working hard every day. On the stall, there was a strange treasure and even a book. It should be a martial skill. Fake goods will not appear in the martial house. All the goods sold must be verified by the martial house before entering. The only difference is that if you don't know what to sell, others will definitely sell the real thing. However, perhaps the price they want is several hundred times the value of the real thing itself, but if you don't know it yourself, you will be fooled. Because Xiang Nan was a buyer rather than a seller, he didn't need to verify anything to enter the martial house. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications to sell anything here. Xiang Nan immediately opened his lightning photoelectric eye and began to search for treasures in a cheating manner. He walked all the way up from the 1st floor, constantly searching for it. When he found the 7th floor, Xiang Nan stopped in front of a stall. His eyes lit up. In front of a sleepy martial artist who was hugging his shoulders, there was an inconspicuous book called Empyrean Lightning on the stall. Calm down. Don't be too excited to prevent the other party from raising the price. The big snake reminded. Empyrean Lightning? This name was awesome. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and bent down to get the book. At this moment, the sleepy martial artist suddenly opened his eyes and slapped the back of Xiang Nan's hand, saying, "Buy or not? Buy or not touch." Xiang Nanchi said, "Is this a cultivation technique or a martial skill? From the sound of its name, it seems to be very powerful. What kind of attribute is it? What grade is it?" The stall owner lazily dug his ears and said, "I don't know. I'll think of a way to figure it out myself." It was impossible for him not to know, but he clearly didn't say anything. Deception is not allowed here, but you can keep it a secret. Thunder and lightning flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes as he tried to see the text clearly, but upon seeing it, every page inside was actually blank. "This," Xiang Nan said, "there are no words in this." The stall owner laughed loudly. "Of course, it's to prevent buyers like you who have the ability to spy on us. This book is only a sample. Only if you plan to buy it will I be able to take out the real thing." Xiang Nan thought for a moment. That was also true. Cultivation techniques and martial skills were different from ordinary treasures. As long as he saw the incantation inside, he didn't need to buy it. Xiang Nan said, "The name of this martial skill is so bluffing. Is it just a nonsense?" The stall owner was a little impatient and pointed at the opposite wall with his fan. Xiang Nan turned around and saw that there was a sign with trading rules written on it. First, it is stipulated that no commodity sold here can be tampered with. Can be called whatever it is. If you change your name without permission, the consequences will be very serious. Buy it and gamble. Lightning Meridian martial skills are already rare, so I would rather kill you than let you off," the big snake said. Xiang Nan said ruthlessly, "What price do you want?" The stall owner raised a finger and said, "1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones." "Are you crazy?" Xiang Nan was not surprised. This spirit stone was not a sacred spirit stone. In his eyes, it was nothing at all. However, he could not pretend that he did not care too much about it. However, the problem was that Xiang Nan did not have any spirit stones in reserve. Not to mention 1,000,000 spirit stones, he could not even take out 10,000 at this moment. Spirit stones were too trash. Normally, Xiang Nan would empty his storage ring a few times and throw it away casually. The stall owner sneered, "You know, Those who can enter this place have quite a high cultivation realm. How can I care about any spirit stones? If it weren't for the thousands of disciples in our sect who were waiting to be fed, how would I have used this Empyrean lightning to exchange for spirit stones? Xianxia fumbled through the storage ring for a while and touched a small piece of nether iron the size of a fingernail. He had indeed obtained quite a few nether iron sheets in the nether iron sea, and had given them all to the nature sect. There were still some scattered pieces left in the storage ring, about 70 to 80 pieces. However, when the stall owner saw the nether iron, he did not know what was going on. He flipped it around in his hand and spat. "What kind of shit is that?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Take it to the marshal house for appraisal. I will only give you 1 stick of incense. It won't wait for you to pass." The stall owner stretched out his hand and jingled behind him, pulling a bronze bell. Soon, an elder from the marshal house walked over and took the nether iron in his hand to take a look. Before the old man could reach out his hand, the cold sweat had already fallen when he saw nether iron. He held the nether iron in both of his hands and carefully studied it. The more he looked, the more sweat he felt on his head. Later on, he actually started to tremble. The stall owner's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Elder, what is this?" The elder's expression had already paled in shock. He looked at Xianxia in shock. "Is this yours?" Xianxia nodded. The elder sucked in a breath of cold air and said, This is nether iron." The martial artists here were all at a very high level. When they heard the elder's words, the entire 7th floor boiled with a loud boom. Everyone rushed over. When they saw nether iron, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens! Is this the famous nether iron? Everyone surrounded Xianxia and bid to exchange for his nether iron. However, the elder immediately restrained him. Dao Xiangnan was not a seller, so he could only buy it, not sell it. Another person said to Xianxia, "I can help you buy Empyrean thunder and lightning, but afterwards you only need to give me half of the nether iron as a reward. How about it?" Xianxia looked at the elder. The elder nodded and said, "We won't restrict this." The stall owner gave up. He hurriedly hugged the book and said, "I only want nether iron. I don't want anything else." Old cripple who, don't start the price. The martial artist who wanted to cooperate with Xianxia angrily said, "You damn thing. Can it be worth a piece of nether iron?" The stall owner chuckled and said, "I'm just starting the price. If you have the ability, don't buy it." "All right." Xianxia interrupted the crowd and directly snatched the nether iron away. He threw it to the stall owner and said, "Give me the book." Everyone looked at Xianxia as if they were fools. The martial artist advised, "This Empyrean thunder and lightning has an unknown origin. I don't know what grade he is. Friend, it's very dangerous for you to gamble like this." Xianxia was rich and didn't care about this at all. The stall owner smiled from ear to ear. After receiving the nether iron sheet, he immediately took out a book from his storage ring and handed it to Xianxia. Sure enough, there were a few words written on the cover of the book, Empyrean thunder and lightning. However, after seeing these 4 words, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The 4 words were written in a crooked manner, without a single stroke. When he opened it, he was even more shocked. What the hell was this? It was a comic book drawn by a child. On the first page were 2 wild boars. They were dealing with a monster that was emitting lightning all over its body. Moreover, the lines drawn were exceptionally simple. If the wild boar did not have fangs, it could directly be seen as 2 circles. What the hell? Xianxia held the book and said to the vendor, "Is this Empyrean thunder and lightning?" The stall owner spread out his hands and said, "Yes, my son painted it. Well, this is his own name. This comic book is called Empyrean Thunder and Lightning." Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone smiled bitterly helplessly. "All right, a piece of nether iron. If we exchange it for a comic book, it can be considered Sci-Fi." Xianxia held the painting and said to the elder, "This thing can also be sold?" The elder stroked his beard and shook his head. "Anything can be sold." Xianxia was so angry. Unexpectedly, the stall owner took out another book and said, Do you want this? There are a few crooked words written on the book, King of Thunder and Lightning. The crowd burst into laughter. Xianxia was so angry that he wished he could rush forward and kick the stall owner to death. Wait! The big snake suddenly said, Xianxia, something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's intelligence in this album. And the spiritual energy is extremely high. You're not mistaken? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The spirituality that the serpent spoke of was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the charm that flowed from the paintings and calligraphy of a master. This charm was called spirituality. The serpent said, Absolutely. Buy it. Xianxia gritted his teeth and handed over another piece of nether iron. I want it. This time, everyone was silent. They looked at Xianxia like fools. Even the stall owner was stunned. His original intention was to tease Xianxia, but he never thought that Xianxia would actually buy it. Do you want to sell it? Xianxia gritted his teeth and asked. The stall owner was also a little panicked. He thought to himself that if this child could take out 2 nether iron pieces at a time, he would definitely have an extraordinary background. The first time he deceived him, it was considered that his eyesight was lacking. The second time he came back, he would probably make the forces behind this brat angry. Thinking of this, the stall owner wiped away his cold sweat and smiled. Cough! Then what? Young master is really generous. How about this? This is considered as an extra gift. Keep it. Xianxia did not hesitate to pick up the book. A person beside him whispered, Young master, my son has also painted some. Look! Scram! Xianxia said. He was generous, and no one else dared to provoke him easily. He only laughed bitterly. Xianxia was also very unhappy. Although he didn't care about nether iron, it wouldn't feel good to be played like a fool. He went out on the balcony, found a table, ordered a pot of tea, and went to read the second book. This book was called The King of Thunder and Lightning, and its name was rougher than the first one. However, Xianxia couldn't calm down when he looked inside. This was also a comic book. The same lines were simple and rough, looking a little ridiculous. However, upon closer inspection, it was completely different from the first one. This Thunder King was only a terrible painter, but he used the situation of the painting to record a martial skill. The scene was clumsy and very simple. Ordinary people simply couldn't see it coming out of the door. On the first page, there were also a few wild boars battling a lightning monster. Oh, I understand. The stall owner's son must be playing with this picture book, but the stall owner didn't see the door of this picture book, so he threw it to his son to play. He came here today to deceive the buyer. Xianxia was knowledgeable. He had seen all sorts of strange martial arts techniques before, and his expression was solemn as he looked at the album. He immediately took out a blank sheepskin scroll and, while reading the picture album, wrote down what he had comprehended in writing. After more than 10 hours, he finally translated the whole twisted picture album. The real name of this picture album is Scatterghost. It should have been created by a rare lightning meridian expert, and it was almost impossible for a non-lightning meridian martial artist to discern the details. It was a movement technique that had not been determined by anyone, so it was impossible to determine its grade. Xianxia was excited and immediately left the martial house. He turned into an afterimage and flew into a remote mountain range. After landing on the ground, he immediately began to cultivate. According to the formula he had translated, he gradually felt the power of his own technique. Try it. Xianxia stood on the spot, following the incantation of Shan. He circulated his movement technique and rushed forward abruptly. In an instant, he turned into a cluster of lightning and rushed out 10 meters away. When he looked back, he saw a figure of his back at the starting point of his charge. Afterimages. Xianxia took 2 steps back. As for the afterimage, it did exactly the same thing and took 2 steps back. About 3 seconds later, the afterimage gradually disappeared. It's not an afterimage, it's real. Xianxia and Big Snake sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. My God! The serpent said, that thing that looks like an afterimage is actually an existence similar to an avatar. Whatever your body does, he will do it. Quickly try and see how many afterimages you can leave behind. Xianxia immediately made a series of Z-shaped sprints. His figure was like lightning, and he made 5 turns in a single breath, leaving behind a shadow of Xianxia at each turning point. All 5 shadows would remain on the spot for 3 seconds. Xianxia immediately slammed his palm onto the ground, and the 5 afterimages Xianxia also slammed their palms onto the ground. Rumble, 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 a series of tremors left behind 6 large craters. I've earned a fortune. Xianxia's scalp went numb. This scattering ghost movement technique could leave behind an afterimage on the spot every time a martial artist sprinted. This shadow was the word ghost in scattering ghost. As for the afterimages left behind, they could perfectly replicate all the movements of the main body. But it has 2 serious flaws. The first was speed, because afterimages could only exist for 3 seconds. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even move at the speed of light like Xianxia. When they tried to use this move to deal with their enemies, usually, before they could unleash their fists and feet, the afterimages disappeared. Agility in the sprint was another major problem. Even if a person possessed the divine grade lightning talent, it was impossible for them to double the speed of light in a short distance. Up until now, only the netherworld ferret that Xianxia had captured could do such a thing. Not even Xianxia could do it. The second was consumption and the rate of release. The afterimage could completely replicate the martial skill of the main body, but it would also consume the dipper chi of the main body. A low-level martial artist's dipper chi was extremely precious. Normally, after a few moves of martial skill, the dipper chi would be exhausted. Xianxia had deeply experienced this in the earlier period. If a martial artist created multiple afterimages and unleashed the same martial skill, then he would exhaust all of his astral chi at once. Furthermore, he might not be able to hit the enemy. Next, he would be in the weakened stage, waiting for the enemy to slaughter him. However, Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists could overcome this problem. Heavenly Tribulation martial artists' aura was infinite and they didn't care about consumption. The speed of release was a bottleneck that was even harder to overcome. Ordinary martial artists needed a certain amount of time to accumulate their strength to release their martial skills. In other words, when a martial artist created an afterimage and prepared to release his martial skill to deal with the enemy, 3 seconds had already passed before his martial skill could successfully circulate, and all the afterimages would disappear one by one. However, Xianxia's martial skills were all instantaneous and did not require any energy storage time. In other words, this scatter ghost was a chicken rib in the hands of other martial artists. Not only would it not work, it would even drag down the martial artists themselves. But on Xianxia's body, it was a great killing weapon. Xianxia was extremely excited. He once again used the ghost evasion steps and sprinted forward. Because he had continuously absorbed divine grade water veins and divine grade fire veins, causing the divine grade lightning veins to greatly increase. This allowed him to overcome the inertia of the speed of light and turn around flexibly in a short distance. This allowed him to draw closer to the flexibility of the nether ferret. Even though he couldn't make such a heaven-defying turn as the netherworld ferret, or even fold it in half, he could still barely make a large angle turn. Thus, Xianxia sprinted at the speed of light. Because the turning angle was too large and the distance was too short, he could not rush out of the battlefield and leave the enemy. At most, he could only make 7 effective turns in a second. However, this was already extremely terrifying. 7 of Xianxia's afterimages remained where they were. Adding Xianxia himself, there were 8 of them. Xianxia immediately aimed at a tree in the distance and shot out with his 7-star finger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One Xianxia could release up to 100 7-star fingers in a second, and 8 Xianxia was 800 fingers. 800 7-star fingers. It bombarded like a storm, erasing the tree in an instant. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and used the last second to emit a powerful rotating finger. Back then, his limit was 1 second, 3 light rotating fingers. After absorbing 2 divine grade talents, the lightning meridian was greatly strengthened, and it was already able to rotate the light rotating finger 4 times a second. 8 Xianxia actually shot out 24 light rotating fingers in a second. Quick, Gemini palm. The serpent suddenly came up with an inspiration and shouted excitedly. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he once again used the flash ghost, leaving behind 7 afterimages. Immediately, Xianxia rushed towards the center point, and the 7 afterimages also rushed over, smashing the 2 palms together. Rumble, 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 rumble. Each of Xianxia's palms collided, sending out a Gemini palm, and the 8 Gemini palms collided, immediately forming a gigantic palm of light that stood upright in the heavens. This palm strike condensed 8 times the amount of astral chi and volume. However, he saw that his palm was leaning against the heavens, blowing down the earth, sprinting vastly forward. The power of this palm frightened Xianxia. Not good. If this palm strike continues, the entire second plane will be annihilated. The serpent roared. Xianxia rushed over at the speed of light, shattering a spatial rift in the space and introducing the Gemini palms into the void. Only then did he resolve a calamity. Thunderstorm. Xianxia laughed heartily and thought of another move. He once again used the flash ghost, leaving behind 8 figures. Then the 8 Xianxia activated the lightning storm together. 8 of Xianxia's heavenly spill lightning stellar chi gathered together to form another heaven-defying storm. The tornado was made up of pure lightning and rolled forward, destroying the heavens and the earth. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and even space was torn apart. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xianxia flipped his palm and 8 lightning dragon palms whistled away, directly blasting the huge lightning storm into the spatial rift. A terrifying explosion occurred in the void. So strong. Xianxia's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that he would accidentally obtain such an astonishing movement technique here. It was as if it was forged for Xianxia's contiguous body. How long do we have left? Xianxia asked. There's still 1 hour and 10 minutes before the pseudo-gods arrive, the serpent said. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. How could that be? Didn't he say that something big would happen? Why didn't we encounter it? The serpent said, Oh no, we're all mistaken. Emperor Vermilion Bird only sent us to the time of the great historical event, but not to the place of the great historical event. This era is still a combination of multiple universes. Big historical events can happen in any plane, not necessarily where we are. Didn't you miss it? Xianxia frowned. If we don't know where the big event will happen again, even if we retreat countless times, we might not encounter it once. The serpent said, Let's not talk about that. Hurry up and run into the universe. The fake gods are coming soon. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the depths of the universe. Multiverse, multiplans. The best way to escape was to stretch the physical distance, not the plane distance. Even if they fled to other planes, the pseudo-gods could still cross planes to chase after them. Xianxia turned into a cluster of lightning and disappeared into the vast universe in an instant. 8 minutes later, 10 shadows suddenly landed in the world where Xianxia once lived. What kind of place is this? The 10 false gods frowned. Where's Xianxia? Aren't we in the universe? Why did we suddenly come to land? The female pseudo-god Star Trace frowned slightly. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. Very quickly, she opened her eyes and said, I have tracked down Xianxia's location. As long as I have come into close contact with him once, he will not be able to escape my perception no matter where he goes. But there's one thing you need to understand beforehand. We've already entered the reverse current of time. The 9 pseudo-mystics said, How could that be? The female pseudo-god shook her head. The reason is still unclear, but I'm sure that someone must be secretly helping Xianxia. Let's go and capture him. The 10 pseudo-gods also turned into 10 streaks of lightning, chasing after the depths of the universe. After chasing for a while, the female pseudo-god frowned and said, No, his speed is the same as ours. If this continues, we will never catch up to him. One of the pseudo-gods said, Use the power of faith and chase after him with a divine horse. The female pseudo-god shook her head. The divine steed was summoned for only a few seconds, not enough to catch up with Xianxia. Xingfeng, you are responsible for creating a domain of laws, changing the speed limit of light and letting this domain of laws envelop us. Xianxia had changed the laws on the Tao prison star, but the opposite was true. He had suppressed the speed allowed by the laws. The pseudo-god named Xingfeng said angrily, "Why me? You guys are at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation, but I am only at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation. Forcibly twisting the laws will consume a pure Tao heart and cause me to fall to the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation." Star Trace said coldly, "I can't care about that much anymore. Let's capture Xianxia first. After that, you can leave the team and search for the pure Tao heart by yourself. After you find it, you can come and join the 9 of us. At the same time, if the 9 of us find a pure Tao heart along the way, we can give you priority to absorb it." Hearing her words, Xingfeng no longer felt conflicted and said, "Yes, but if I can kill Xianxia, I will be credited with this in the future when I return to the divine realm. If I can punish the dream world, the divine hall will definitely give me the qualifications to believe in the temple's war god." After saying that, Xingfeng stood still and closed his eyes. Later, his entire body began to shine. The light slowly condensed into a Tao force crystal and flew out of his body. Around the crystal, a radius of 100,000 kilometers had all turned into a law-twisting zone. "Let's go!" the Star Tracer shouted, and the 10 false gods advanced again. This time, they exceeded the speed limit of light and reached double the speed of light. Xianxia escaped 9 minutes earlier, and the pseudo-god's double light speed would catch up to Xianxia in 9 minutes. About 8 minutes later, in the vast universe, Xianxia, who was moving at the speed of light, suddenly frowned and said, "Not good. They actually caught up." The serpent said, "They must have broken the speed limit of light. Xianxia, jump in your dreams." Xianxia said, "Dream jump? Then wouldn't they be able to catch up to me in an instant?" The serpent said, "With the help of the scattered ghost, jump into different planes and confuse them." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "That's right." At this moment, Xianxia's body suddenly became unbalanced, and his speed instantly increased to double the speed of light. The serpent said, "Not good, we must have entered their domain of laws. They are very close to us. Hurry up and move." Behind him, Star Trace's eyes lit up. "We've caught up. He has also entered double the speed of light. Sit down. I'll summon the divine colt." After saying that, the Star Trace raised his hands high and a temple battle god appeared in the universe. The Star Trace summoned a divine horse and carried 10 pseudo-gods. He immediately capped the speed of light at more than double the speed of light and reached 2.5 times the speed of light. "I'm catching up!" Xianxia roared angrily as he smashed into space and entered the void. At the same time, he activated the Dream Tao and jumped into the dream world. Almost at the same time, he used the Flash Ghost steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages and sensing the dreams of 8 different planes and 8 people. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 8 Xianxia jumped into different people's dreams. "He's dreaming!" The Star Trace released a bolt of lightning, dragging the other 9 pseudo-gods and disappearing into thin air. In the dream, Xianxia had just left when 10 pseudo-gods arrived. 8 dream wormholes? Xingfeng's eyes widened. "How did you do it? How many tricks does this brat have?" "Not good. It's too late. The dream world is about to disappear. Find anyone to try." Star Trace dragged 9 people and randomly chose a wormhole to jump in. On a certain plane by the side of a man's bed. An afterimage of Xianxia jumped out of his dream and immediately shattered the door of the room, fleeing towards the distance at the speed of light. In the next moment, 10 pseudo-gods appeared in the broken room at the same time. "Chase!" The 10 people turned into a cluster of lightning and chased after Xianxia, who was doubling the speed of light. At this time, the Divine Steed's action time had also disappeared. "I saw it. It's right in front." Xingfeng shouted excitedly. "Quick! Summon the divine colt again. This time we'll take him down in one go." "Wait! Something's wrong." Star Trace was about to summon the divine colt for the second time when he suddenly stopped and said, "Look!" In front of him, Xianxia, who was traveling at double the speed of light, suddenly disappeared. "What?" The few pseudo-gods were stunned. Star Trace gritted his teeth and said, "I was fooled. It's an avatar. At the same time, 6 afterimages disappeared from the other 6 planes. In the 8th plane, Xianxia's true body had already escaped from the human world, heading towards the depths of the universe. He's on another plane. Crash. The star trace dragged the pseudo-gods into space, arriving at the void, and quickly flew towards a cosmic bubble. Since Xianxia had already removed his dreams, they had to fly a long distance through the void before they could reach the plane universe where Xianxia was. As such, the pseudo-gods used up another 10 minutes at double the speed of light to finally arrive at the plane where Xianxia was and crashed into him. He has already escaped for 10 minutes. We still need 10 minutes to catch up. Star Trace angrily stomped his feet and roared, "Chase!" There were still 40 minutes left until tomorrow. The pseudo-gods took another 10 minutes to reach Xianxia's vicinity. When Xianxia felt his speed increase to double the speed of light, he knew that the pseudo-god was very close. He had already entered the domain of laws. Again, the big snake said. Xianxia immediately retreated into nothingness and used dream jump again. 7 afterimages, 1 true body, 8 dream wormholes. This move again. After seeing the 8 dreamscape wormholes, the veins of the star tracer Chi burst out and shouted, "Find any one of them and chase after them. I don't believe our luck will always be this bad." Unfortunately, this time they had guessed wrongly. Xianxia bought another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the pseudo-gods caught up to Xianxia again. Xianxia used the same method to execute several successive jumps. Sometimes he could gain a 10-minute time difference, sometimes only 3 or 2 minutes. This depended on the distance between different planes. The last 3 minutes. This time, the pseudo-gods had finally guessed correctly. They had found Xianxia's true body. Seeing that the pseudo-god behind him was getting closer and closer, Xianxia once again used the same method and jumped into the dream world. This time, because the two of them were too close, the star trace crashed into Xianxia's dream realm and saw 8 Xianxia jumping into 8 dream wormholes. That is true. Xingfeng pointed at Xianxia's back and said, "The other Xianxia are afterimages. Only this one is a physical entity. Chase." Xianxia jumped out of the dream and caught up with 10 pseudo-gods. 11 people appeared in the same sect at the same time. "No, it's too close. Let's fight." The big snake said, "There is still more than 2 minutes left. Try to drag it over." The entire sect was in a mess. 11 shadows that were twice the speed of light suddenly arrived, causing an unprecedented shock. Countless martial artists flew into the air and looked up at the 11 confronting experts in the air. "Xianxia, let's see where else you can escape to this time." Xingzong's face was ashen with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You've played me long enough. Wait a moment." Just as they were about to make a move, a pseudo-god floated out from the crowd, stopping the pseudo-gods from moving. Looks like he has something to say. Naturally, Xianxia would not stop them. If they wanted to talk, let them say it. It was just a waste of their time. In 3 minutes, he could enter the next time fault. But the pseudo-gods didn't know that. They didn't know how precious their time was. However, Xianxia took the opportunity to observe the pseudo-god who spoke and discovered that, judging from the fluctuations of divine power, the pseudo-god who spoke should be the strongest of the 10 pseudo-gods, and he was also at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. Amongst these 10 people, Star Trace possessed extraordinary tracking abilities, and he had probably always been in the leading position. However, the one with the strongest combat strength was the male pseudo-god in front of him. The pseudo-god stared at Xianxia and said, "Our normal attacks are no longer effective against this brat. Next, use the power of faith to fight him." Heavenly Tribulation 6th Layer God Representative. Main attack. Faith in the summoning divine sword of a female war god. Faith in the summoning divine spear of a temple war god. The 5th level Heavenly Tribulation God Representative strength is relatively low. His main defense, regardless of whether he believes in a female war god or a temple war god, is to summon a divine shield. How many times do you have left to summon the power of faith? I still have 33 times left. I have used the divine steed a few times before, and there are 29 left, the female pseudo-divine star tracer said. The rest of the pseudo-gods counted, but most of them only counted about 20 times, at least one only 19 times. When the male false god heard this, he frowned and shouted, "What do you usually do? There is only this little time left for the power of faith. Don't you know how to pray?" The rest of the pseudo-gods revealed expressions of shame. A fifth-level heavenly tribulation pseudo-god sighed, "I originally thought that I would be able to do whatever I want when I came to the dream world. It was to relax myself. It was our fault." The male pseudo-god shouted, "Pray not for the number of times we obtain the power of faith, but because we believe in the divine hall. We worship the divine king. Since there are only a few left, everyone cherish it and strive to obtain the greatest results in the shortest time possible. Attack!" As they discussed, 2 minutes had passed. Xianxia silently calculated in his heart that there was still one last minute before he could make the next spacetime jump. He had to hold on for this 1 minute. He calmly analyzed the realms of these pseudo-gods. Among the 10 pseudo-gods, 5 were at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation, 5 were at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation, and half of them were at the 5th level. However, for some reason, one of the pseudo-gods, who should be at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation, was only at the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation. This subtle change did not escape Xianxia's eyes. He believed that this was a phenomenon worth pondering. But now the battle had already begun, so there was no need to think too much about it, so he had to put it behind him. 10 pseudo-gods raised their hands at the same time, and 10 gigantic divine figures appeared in the sky. This scene was incomparably spectacular. Even Xianxia had never seen so many pseudo-gods attack together. In the entire world, Xianxia was probably the only one who could summon the power of faith from so many false gods. Of the 10 divine figures, only 3 were temple battle gods. The remaining 7 were all female and male battle gods. Amongst them, Star Trace, the strongest pseudo-god, and the other male pseudo-god were all followers of the temple battle god. The 3 of them held divine spears, the other 2 6th-level heavenly tribulation pseudo-gods held divine swords, and the remaining pseudo-gods all held divine shields. The attack immediately began. 3 spears and 2 swords, carrying supreme power from the divine realm, charged towards Xianxia. 10 people divided into 2 groups, each of them attacking the pseudo-gods, followed by a defensive pseudo-god. In terms of speed, everyone was the same. Xianxia could not dodge with the speed of light as his advantage. He could only rely on his own fighting consciousness. With so many powers of faith attacking at the same time, Xianxia also felt a tremendous pressure. He was simply unable to contend against them. With astonishing judgment, he dodged 2 swords and 2 shots. One sword passed through his left armpit, and the other slashed past his left rib. A spear pierced towards the space between Xianxia's eyebrows and was dodged by Xianxia's tilted head. It flashed past his ears, and a spear pierced through his back heart. He was dodged by Xianxia's side and slashed across his chest. However, the third spear was also the strongest spear from the pseudo-god. No matter what, Xianxia could not dodge it. He could only use his ghost hand to catch it. Chi! The moment Xianxia grabbed the divine spear, a loud noise came from his palm. At the same time, Xianxia's ghost hand was burned black, and a black gas came out. "I've seen a ghost." The pseudo-gods were shocked. How is that possible? He can grab the 6th heavenly tribulation divine spear? This kind of divine spear attack can't even stop us. Xianxia only grabbed it for a second before he felt intense pain and hurriedly released the divine spear. He had grabbed the goddess divine sword from the vermilion bird territory. The goddess was also at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation, but the divine spear was a level higher than the divine sword and was even more powerful. It was simply impossible to hold it for a long time. The 3 spears and 2 swords fell into the air and stabbed into Xianxia's side, lifting him up. Xianxia turned around and tried to twist all the weapons away, but in the end, he was unable to move. The power of the 5 weapons of faith was unimaginably powerful. This was simply cheating. "You can't move." The strongest male pseudo-god narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Thunderstorm!" "Who?" A tornado of lightning flattened the ground and swept Xianxia inside. This was a lightning storm that he released alone. Its power was very limited, but the torque could match the torque of his waist. Under such circumstances, Xianxia finally turned around with difficulty and twisted the 5 weapons away. Thunder Dragon Palm. The moment he broke free, Xianxia raised his hand and struck at the strongest male pseudo-god. Xianxia, be careful, the false god Star Tracer shouted. The surging Thunder Dragon Palm attacked the strongest male pseudo-god, Star Leaf, with lightning power. Xianxia's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "How could it be so strong? I'll do it." At the side, another defensive pseudo-god who had been responsible for protecting Xianxia immediately rushed forward and used his divine shield to block Xianxia's Thunder Dragon Palm. He said, "Xianxia, attack with all your might. Leave the defensive matter to me." Boom! The Thunder Dragon Palm struck the divine shield of the 5th level Heavenly Tribulation pseudo-god. The divine shield was actually shattered on the spot by Peng. Why? The defensive pseudo-god was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Xianxia immediately threw a spear at Xianxia and shouted, "Your realm is too low. The effect of the divine shield is limited." That's what he said, but no matter what, it was still a divine shield. It was actually shattered by Xianxia's palm strike. 5 weapons attacked again. Facing the 6th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, Xianxia's current strength really couldn't be broken. He twisted his body and used his powerful waist force to twist his waist and swing his arm, slashing the giant saber horizontally. The super-powerful Netherworld Golden Saber violently slashed through 5 weapons of faith. However, after the 3 spears and 2 swords struck the giant saber at the same time, there was a buzzing sound and the giant saber was immediately stabbed. Countless nether gold particles formed a fan shape and scattered towards Xianxia. "No, there's too much faith. I can't stop it at all," the big snake hurriedly said. Xianxia shouted, "Good opportunity. Kill him instantly." The 5 pseudo-gods attacked Xianxia with their weapons of faith. Xianxia immediately retreated and shouted, "Move!" On the chaotic battlefield, he turned 7 times in a row and created 7 afterimages. Facing the attacks of the 5 weapons of faith, Xianxia unhesitatingly released the 8-faced Thunder Dragon Palm. The 8 palms formed a row and charged towards the pseudo-gods. The 5 defensive pseudo-gods immediately hid in the lower half of the main attack pseudo-gods, squatting there, and simultaneously pushed out their divine shields. Rumble, 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 rumble. A series of crazy explosions directly knocked the 10 false gods back. The 5 divine shields exploded at the same time. As for the 5 defensive pseudo-gods, they could only summon a new divine shield once more. How? Xianxia's expression was ferocious as he angrily said, "He wouldn't have used this move before." The afterimage still had 2 seconds left. There are only 10 seconds left. The Thunder Dragon Palm is unable to break through their formation and use the lightning storm, the serpent said at its fastest speed. The 8 Xianxia slashed their index fingers in the same direction at the same time. 8 tyrannical lightning bolts immediately converged into a thunderstorm that pierced through the heavens and earth. The tornado quickly engulfed all the pseudo-gods and swept them in with a powerful torque, affecting their movements. It could be seen that the 10 pseudo-gods were completely unharmed. The lightning storm was a powerful method, but its destructive power was limited. It was very useful to harass the pseudo-gods, but it was still a little too late to injure the pseudo-gods. Good opportunity. Xianxia's eyes lit up. There was still 1 second left for the afterimage. He used this last second to release 8 more lightning dragon palms towards the pseudo-gods in the storm. When the defensive pseudo-god was about to attack, Xianxia suddenly raised his arm to stop everyone and said, "This time, I'll defend myself." With that, Xianxia raised his left hand and plucked a divine shield from the light of the temple's war god. The 8 thunder dragon palms struck the star leaf's divine shield with a thunderous rumble. There was actually a loud clanging sound. 8 palms struck the star leaf at the same time, and the star leaf's divine shield shattered, but at the same time, the 8 lightning dragon palms were completely consumed. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he thought to himself, "How could the difference be so great?" When he killed the pseudo-god in Vermilion Bird's territory, he didn't have to expend so much effort to shatter that pseudo-god's divine shield. Looks like there's a big gap between a battle god level divine shield and a temple battle god level divine shield. The temple battle god's divine shield was capable of blocking 8 lightning dragon palms. Attack! Star Tracer's eyes lit up. When Xiangnan's phantom disappeared, he immediately led the other 3 pseudo-gods to charge towards Xiangnan. At this moment, the 10 pseudo-gods, including Xiangnan, were suddenly wrapped in a ring of ripples. In an instant, everyone disappeared. Who? When Xiangnan landed on the ground, the Dipper Chi on his body was still surging and surging, maintaining his highest level of alert during the battle. However, the 10 false gods had all disappeared. Jumped into the next fault. Xiangnan took a deep breath and restrained his aura. It's really hard to fight. I'm not afraid of them fighting alone, he said with a solemn expression. But 10 false gods summoning the power of faith at the same time, it's too inexplicable. There's no need to be so pessimistic, said the serpent. They definitely think the same way. The 10 pseudo-gods all summoned the power of faith, but they were actually unable to kill a single human. It will definitely deal a serious blow to their confidence. Xiangnan patted the dust on his body and said, "Oh right. Did you notice that one of the pseudo-gods' realms has dropped?" The serpent said, "I see what happened to them, causing their realms to decline. I think it should be because of the law's domain." Xiangnan pondered for a moment. The 10 pseudo-gods didn't seem to have done anything strange. The only thing that was suspicious was the domain of laws. This should be the only explanation. So that's the case. Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. They had to pay a huge price to forcefully reverse the laws. I'm relieved. There is still a new problem. Xiangnan Chao looked around for a while and said, "We can't continue to miss the big historical event. But how can we find it?" "I'm afraid we'll miss it this time," said the snake. Xiangnan said, "Why don't you use a stupid method? One plane at a time and ask around." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangnan immediately smiled bitterly and realized that he had made a logical mistake. The serpent said, "How can I ask? We are thinking about this from the perspective of the future, but the people who live in this world are the present generation, and that historical event has not really happened." "Yes, I was wrong," Xiangnan nodded. To Xiangnan, this was a historical era, but to the people of the present generation, this was the present. Who should I ask about the things that didn't happen? However, your idea isn't completely useless, the serpent muttered. Since we let the modern people know the future, at least they know the past. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. Historical documents. Yes, the serpent said. We can prepare for the next time fault. As long as it is not a disaster caused by the extinction of martial arts, modern people should have a record. As long as we find this record, we will know what will happen next and where it will happen. Xiangnan said, to find such a well-preserved document, one must go to the strongest sect on the first plane. Only the safest sects would be able to preserve complete documents, and only the strongest sects would be the safest. Based on the density of spiritual energy in the air, Xiangnan discovered that he was in a third-level plane. Immediately, he broke through space and entered the void, heading towards the distant first class. An hour later, he appeared in a strange and familiar place, the Six Emperors' world. In this era, the Six Emperors had yet to be born. They were not called the Six Emperors' world, and the greatest power here was not the glorious by clan dynasty. It was easy to judge the time. Xiangnan casually asked someone and understood the current calendar. After calculation, he knew that he had arrived 180,000 years ago. At this time, the Six Emperors' world was extremely unfamiliar to Xiangnan, but one thing in common was that the population was sparse. The denser the spiritual energy, the longer the human lifespan, and the less anxious it was to have a child. On the road, 3 martial artists of the Heaven Origin realm were flying slowly through the sky. Ask them. Xiangnan soared into the sky, blocking the path of the 3 of them. The 3 of them immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, but seeing that each of them was a 15 or 16-year-old child, Yet they had already reached such a high realm, it was truly shocking. When Xianxia was 15 or 16 years old, he was still at the body-tempering realm. "Who are you and what are you doing?" The three children hurriedly pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Xianxia. One of them said angrily, "Don't look at our young age. We are experts at the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm. If you want to steal our storage ring, there's no way." Xianxia hooked his finger, and the storage rings of the three flew over. They were grabbed by Xianxia and said, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." The three children were all stunned and their faces turned green. "Don't kill us, we're still young," said one of the three children anxiously. Xianxia smiled and said, "Answer my question. I can let you go. I will return the storage ring to you. Tell me which sect is the strongest here and where it is." After some questioning, he found out that at this moment, the strongest was not a sect, but an organization called the Ascension Divine Dynasty. The Ascension Divine Dynasty was originally a dynasty established by an emperor. However, this emperor was obsessed with martial arts and cultivated all the officials of civil and military affairs into martial artists. It could be said that the entire country practiced martial arts. After nearly 1,000 years of evolution, this dynasty had already lost the shadow of the empire and turned into an Ascension God dynasty, more similar to a martial arts sect. And the strongest expert of the Ascension Divine Dynasty was actually not the emperor of that year, let alone the supreme military commander, but a prime minister. This guy used to be a civil servant, but after cultivating, he discovered that his martial Dao talent was extraordinary. As time passed, he became the strongest expert, becoming the first person in the Ascension Divine Dynasty. People gave him the honorable title of Ascension Empyrean. Xianxia put down the three storage rings on the spot and immediately flew towards the Ascension God Dynasty. The headquarters of the Ascension Divine Dynasty was the product of the Imperial Palace's improvement. However, there was one very peculiar thing. The location of the Ascension Divine Dynasty Imperial Palace was actually the residence of the Southern Emperor back then. It was very close to the endless forest. In the past 100,000 years, the continental plate had not changed much. Xianxia was very familiar with this place and could easily find it. "Kid Xianxia, disguise yourself. You have to go check the literature and enter the Ascension Palace. With your current appearance and age, it's a bit out of place," the serpent suggested. After thinking for a while, Xianxia took out the human skin mask that he hadn't seen for a long time and put it on. He wiped it with his hand and transformed it into the appearance of the Huangpu Sea King. The Wampoa Sea King's appearance alone was the kind that could make people feel dignified at a glance. As for the stupid young man, if he wanted to read the literature, he would most likely be deceived. Becoming an old man would be easier and more logical. Xianxia's voice was hoarse, and he tried his voice before he was satisfied. He no longer suppressed his own realm and directly recovered to the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. Then, he put his hands behind his back and stepped into the air. At this moment, he was already in the sky above the Ascension Divine Dynasty. After countless disciples of the Divine Dynasty saw Xianxia, their expressions changed drastically. An expert from the heavenly tribulation realm has arrived. In an instant, the entire Ascension Divine Dynasty blew a hurried horn. Many experts flew into the sky and surrounded Xianxia, but no one dared to intercept them. They only followed Xianxia along the way. The serpent said, "This Ascension God Dynasty definitely didn't do anything good. Normally, there are countless enemies. I'm afraid they treat you as one of their enemies who came to seek revenge. Listen to that hurried horn. It's clearly a warning sign to defend against the enemy." Everything retreated beneath Xianxia's feet, and more experts came to defend. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of them. However, none of these people dared to fly to the same altitude as Xianxia. He only dared to fall behind Xianxia by a distance and carefully followed. When Xianxia saw this scene, he sighed deeply in his heart. He thought to himself, "I've climbed all the way up to fight against experts of a higher realm. Unexpectedly, my realm is already capable of flaunting my might and intimidating everyone." This kind of treatment was quite satisfying. The Imperial Palace had finally arrived. This place had been renovated. The entire imperial palace was located at the top of a mountain. The area of the imperial palace was even larger than the base of the Green Mountain. It looked like a large mushroom. At the foot of the palace mountain was a stone staircase that tilted upwards. Could walk all the way to the palace, and there was a huge training ground. The imperial palace was surrounded by a barrier, unable to enter through the air. In order to express his sincerity, Xianxia landed on the edge of the mountain. Then, he put his hands behind his back and stepped on the stone step by step. At this moment, he felt that there were nearly 100 Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts spying on him inside the palace. 3 of them were at the 9th level of Heavenly Tribulation, 2 at the early stage of the 9th level of Heavenly Tribulation, and 1 at the late stage of the 9 Great Heavenly Tribulations. "Who are you from?" High up in the sky, a sound that was like the sound of the morning bell and the twilight drum could be heard. Xianxia continued to walk upside down with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. "This old man, Sea King Huangpu, has come to ask for a loan from you." Xianxia walked up from the middle of the stairs. On the left and right sides of the stairs, there were a large number of experts sticking to the edges, carefully following Xianxia. In the tall palace, the voice sounded again. "The Ascension Divine Dynasty never borrows anything. Please return." Xianxia chuckled and said, "There's nothing I can't borrow." What a big tone. How dare a mere 7th level Heavenly Tribulation dare to come to my divine dynasty? Inside the palace, the voice suddenly became harsh. Immediately after, a wave of astral chi surged down from the palace. The person who spoke and the wave of Dipper Chi were all experts of the early 9th Heavenly Tribulation stage. That number 1 expert should not have made any movements. Seeing this, the expressions of many experts changed drastically, and they fled down the stairs like they were running for their lives. Xianxia was the only one who continued to move forward. Seeing that the wave of astral chi had already arrived in front of him, Xianxia stroked his beard and smiled. "This is to test my cultivation. Forget it. This old man has not appeared in 1,000 years. If I refuse to make a move today, you will not know that there is a day beyond the heavens." At this point, Xianxia stretched out his left hand and clasped his middle finger with his thumb, lightly flicking towards the wave astral chi. A beam of astral chi rushed into the Tao astral chi wave at a very slow speed. In an instant, the mighty wave collapsed. Hiss! The sound of gasps came from within the palace. All the disciples and martial artists were dumbfounded. They only needed the old man to casually pop out his finger to neutralize the aura of the 3rd expert. At this moment, the entire Ascension Divine Dynasty fell silent. Moreover, that was the sadness of the entire country. They had assumed that the Ascension Divine Dynasty was about to face a catastrophe. Everything was silent. Only the handsome and dignified old man, the Huangpu Sea King, continued to walk step by step towards the imperial palace. In the entire world, only his white figure was still moving. By the time they reached the palace, the boundless martial practice field was already filled with people. Judging from its scale, it should have more than 3,000 people. These people were probably the elders of the Ascension Divine Dynasty, and all the experts were gathered together. 3,000 people stood opposite. At the entrance of the palace, there was only a white-robed Huangpu Sea King with a faint smile. The 3,000 experts tried their best to find something on Xianxia's face, even if it was a slightly fearful expression. However, Xianxia's face remained calm. His expression made everyone even more panicked. He wasn't afraid. He was alone, facing the experts of the entire Divine Dynasty. He was actually not afraid. That expression wasn't faked. Finally, 3 old men wearing golden robes slowly walked out. The 3 of them stood side by side. The one in the middle was the late stage of the 9 Great Heavenly Tribulations, the Ascension Empyrean. On both sides were the early stage of the 9 Great Heavenly Tribulations. The looks of these 3 people were not much different from Xianxia's. The 3 of them cupped their fists together and said, "Old brother, don't rely on your profound cultivation to destroy my Ascension Divine Dynasty. Frankly speaking, what exactly is the item you want to borrow? I'm afraid you want to borrow my life." Xianxia stroked his beard gently, assuming the appearance of an expert from the outside world. He wasn't in a hurry to answer the questions, but his eyes swept across the three of them, and he shook his head continuously, as if he was very disappointed with the three of them. The more he did this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. The serpent said, "If you directly ask to borrow it, I'm afraid they won't agree. They even think that you have other motives. Why don't you rub their spirit first?" Hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "There's no hurry to borrow something. I want to ask three of you for advice. If I lose, I'll leave on my own. There's naturally no need to mention borrowing anything." The second heavenly sovereign shouted, "Come as you please, leave as you please. How can there be such a reason? If you lose, leave your head behind." Xianxia laughed. "As you wish. How to ask for advice?" Empyrean 3 asked with narrowed eyes. Xianxia said, "I will take 4 palms. Each of you will receive 1 palm in turn. The third palm will be received by the 3 of you together. All you need to do is to catch all 4 palms, even if I lose." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They all opened their mouths wide and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "I'm afraid this old man has gone mad. He actually said such big words." Challenging the Ascension divine dynasty by himself was already extremely arrogant. Wouldn't it be a fierce battle for 10 days and 10 nights? The furious second Empyrean was instantly enraged. He roared, "You not only want to make things difficult for us, you also want to humiliate us. We are still heavenly tribulations." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say anything more courageous. If you have the courage, come and receive it. If you don't have the courage, admit defeat. It is useless to say more." The second heavenly sovereign laughed furiously and said, "Good, good, good. Third brother, go meet him first." The 3 Empyreans leapt out and said, "Come on! Let me experience how arrogant you, an old fellow at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation, are. You can do whatever you want with your palm power. I'll go first." After saying that, the 3 Empyreans soared into the sky. He floated in mid-air, drawing circles with both hands. In an instant, arc-shaped air currents gathered from all directions. All of the air currents gathered at the 3 Empyreans' dantian. This scene was as if he was attracting all the power between heaven and earth and turning it into a palm strike. "Too slow." Xianxia smiled and waited quietly. The second heavenly sovereign angrily said, "Aren't you so unlucky?" Xianxia shook his head, too lazy to answer. Finally, 7 seconds later, the 3 Empyreans in the sky shouted, "The heavens and the earth are boundless. The sun and moon shine together. Outside the 9 clouds, ride the waves, using clouds as waves and chi as boats. The great fortune palm." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Even the name of a martial skill is so long." As he spoke, the 3 Empyreans slapped down with 1 palm. In the end, countless streams of air gathered into a heaven-piercing palm of light and fiercely pressed down on Xianxia. It was not an exaggeration to say that this palm was devastating the heavens and destroying the earth. In an instant, the entire country was filled with excitement as they all shouted. Xianxia smiled and flipped his right hand. He said indifferently, "Wei Tua palm." Instant martial skill. All the martial artists cried out in shock. A plain Wei Tua palm, only 100 meters in diameter, shot straight up. The tiny Wei Tua palm finally collided with the boundless heavens and earth that covered the sky, the sun and moon shining together, and the clouds beyond the 9 forgotten. Something like that. Pong! The heavens and the earth were boundless, the sun and the moon shining together, the clouds riding on the waves outside the 9 forgotten clouds, and some random palm power that was like that, actually collapsed in an instant. What a rich cultivation! Empyrean 3 Heaven's face was pale. However, Wei Tuo's palm power hadn't been completely lost, and he still slapped towards Empyrean 3 Heavens. The 3 Empyreans had already closed their eyes as if they had accepted their fate, but after waiting for a while, they did not die. He opened his eyes and saw that Xianxia's Wei Tua palm was floating in front of him, motionless. The palm of his palm was almost close to the tip of his nose. Xiangnan smiled and lightly flicked his finger, causing Wei Tuo's palm to immediately collapse into specks of light. You won't kill me? Empyrean 3 was shocked. There's no need, Xiangnan said. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The 3 Empyreans descended and said to the other 2 Empyreans, "This person's cultivation is extremely strong. He is simply like that vast galaxy, unfathomable." The second Empyrean walked out, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. He cupped his fists and said, "Old brother, let me experience some great moves." After saying that, the 2 Empyreans also rushed into the sky and began to circulate their martial skills. However, when he saw the stars shining in the sky, countless starlight descended from the sky and gathered on the 2 palms raised high by the 2 Empyreans. He shouted. Then, Xiangnan said, "Stop shouting. Just make a move. Your martial skills are too complicated. I can't remember them." Empyrean 2's face flushed red as he slapped down a brilliant palm towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "Way to a palm." He flipped his wrist and swung his palm upwards. It was still ordinary. The palm power of the 2 Empyreans also instantly collapsed. Wei Tuo's palm hung in front of Empyrean Xiangnan, and he was lightly flicked by Xiangnan to dissolve it. At this time, the Ascension Empyrean of the 9 Great Late Heavenly Tribulations finally sighed and said, "Old brother's cultivation is admirable. It's really like that." Xiangnan frowned. "Why are there so many adjectives? Hurry up and take action." Empyrean Ascension nodded and jumped into the air. However, seeing his slow luck, tens of thousands of dragon shadows appeared in the air. These dragon shadows howled in the 9 heavens, dancing like a group of devils, covering the entire sky. Immediately after, countless dragon shadows suddenly descended, landing on the Ascension Empyrean's palm and slapping towards Xiangnan. What was the 9th level of heavenly tribulation? Which of the silver envoys wasn't at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, and each of them possessed 3 divine talents? When they met Xiangnan, they still had to kneel. Not to mention these 3 martial artists who only had heaven-grade talent. Xiangnan shook his head and used Wei Tuo's palm to crush the Ascension Empyrean's palm. The entire dynasty was quiet, and the needles could be smelled. Everyone noticed that up until now, Xiangnan had his right hand behind his back. With just one hand, he broke through the 3 Empyreans' masterpieces in a row. Xiangnan stroked his beard with his left hand and said, "Come with us." The 3 Empyreans had nothing else to say. If they didn't fight, what else could they do? They could only jump into the sky together and attack Xiangnan with their strongest palms. Xiangnan simply put his hands behind his back and rushed towards the 3 palm strikes. What? Everyone was shocked. He actually doesn't even need a martial skill. Do you want to directly withstand 3 palms? Xiangnan was elegant and carefree, but he suddenly shouted, "Black tortoise body!" Clang! Clang! 3 terrifying palms struck Xiangnan at the same time, producing the sound of the twilight drum and the morning bell. The 3 palms only hit Xiangnan, and they were all shattered. As for Xiangnan, he continued to float upwards without any injuries. His beard swayed in the wind, and he had a faint smile on his face. Cold sweat broke out on each of the 3 Empyreans' heads, and their previous anger vanished into thin air. Xiangnan flew in front of the 3 of them and said, "Do you still want to use my palm?" The 3 of them shook their heads and sighed, speechless. Xiangnan nodded and said, "The world of martial arts is vast and profound. The 3 of you can be complacent just by looking at the path. I'm not proficient in martial arts, but I'm here to build an Ascension divine dynasty. I can do whatever I want. Today, I will teach you a little lesson and ring the alarm bell for you. One must know that there is a heaven beyond the heavens, and there are people on the earth. Take a long-term view. Don't be happy with the present. Leave something for future generations." The 3 Empyreans looked ashamed as they lowered their heads and said, "Brother, what you've taught me is true." Xiangnan nodded and said, "The martial Tao is boundless, but so is greed. Don't let your greed obscure your Tao heart. Today, I am not here to destroy the Ascension divine dynasty, but to borrow your historical documents. Upon hearing this, the three Empyreans' faces were filled with ecstasy. They actually knelt in the air at the same time. Since Senior did not kill us, please accept us as disciples. The three of them weren't bad-natured, and the most important thing was their willingness to listen to advice. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one day left, Xianxia would really have wanted to give them some guidance, but he probably wouldn't have had the chance now. Xianxia rejected their request and said, "You can't borrow it for nothing. Leave something for your Ascension God dynasty." With that, Xianxia's fingers flew like flying rocks as he carved out a set of 9 Purities Universe art incantations on the floor of the training ground. This technique can cultivate one's body and soul, and it can't be used to harm others. Manchao civil and martial arts is like a precious treasure. Praising Xianxia, Xianxia couldn't accept the way the people in the court spoke. He waved his hand to stop them and went to the Imperial Library. Xianxia didn't even look at martial arts techniques. He knew that this era still belonged to the history of modern martial arts. Basically, he hadn't produced any heaven-defying martial arts techniques. It was specifically looking for historical documents, and from this year onwards it kept going forward. Even if Xianxia was able to look at the words on the last page at a glance, it would be very difficult to find them. This was not a few hundred years of history, but tens of thousands of years. Finally, it took him about 5 to 6 hours to find what he was looking for. 110,000 years ago, the first rank 7 artificer appeared in the history of human martial arts. Based on Xianxia's age, it would be 290,000 years ago. 7th grade weaponry refiner Xianxia was thoughtful. The history of modern martial Tao began to sprout 300,000 years ago, and later it separated from the martial Tao and formed a path of profound Tao. And 290,000 years ago, the first grade 7 weaponry master appeared. This was indeed a great event worth remembering. The word level 7 was also relatively easy to understand. Weapons were divided into 7 grades: mortal, spirit, earth, heavenly, mysterious, Tao, God, a total of 7 grades. The so-called 7th grade weaponry refiner meant that this person could at most forge divine grade weapons. "This is amazing," the big snake said. Xianxia was also considered an outstanding artificer. Of course, he knew that a grade 7 artificer was worthy of admiration. If Xianxia was given enough materials, he would be able to cultivate divine grade weapons himself. However, he was standing on the shoulders of his predecessors and borrowing their experience. However, 290,000 years ago, there was no previous experience that could be used for reference by that rank 7 artificer. This was something he had completely explored by himself. This was the difference between a master and an expert. Xianxia could only be considered an expert on the way to forging weapons. He was still a long way from being a master. Then there shouldn't be any problem. Xianxia muttered, "The next time we jump, we should return to the era of 290,000 years of money. How much time do we have left to jump?" The big snake said, "There are still 8 hours left. It's almost time to set off," Xianxia said. "The sooner we escape, the longer it will take for the false gods to catch up to us." "I don't recommend it," the snake said. "Why?" Xianxia asked. The serpent said, "Do you still remember what happened on Tao Prison Planet? The pseudo-god group can use spatial jumping abilities. I remember this method is called spatial folding." Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "Yeah, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. But why didn't they use space folding the last time they chased us?" The big snake said, "Look at this." The serpent incarnated and placed a piece of white paper on its palm, saying, "Fold it in half." Xianxia folded the white paper in half and said, "It's very simple." "Yes." The big snake nodded and took a small piece of paper from the white paper. He put the piece of paper on his fingertips and said, "Folding this piece of paper." Xianxia stared curiously at the snake's index finger and said, "This piece of paper is probably only as big as a needle's eye. How can it be folded?" The snake said, "Yes, this is also my guess. Space folding should be related to distance. The farther the distance is, the easier it will be to fold. On the contrary, if the distance is too close, it will be difficult to fold. Last time, we were close enough to the pseudo-gods. You only flew 9 minutes ahead of time. It was because they had to fly physically to catch up to us. If we start running 8 hours ahead of schedule this time, as long as we fly far enough, they can completely fold their space and make a long spatial jump to catch up with us. Xianxia fell silent. This was really a very serious problem. If they ran too close, they would be caught up, and if they ran too far, they would not be able to do so. They would give the false gods enough space to fold their space, and they would still be caught up. The big snake said, "I have an idea. Run. It's better to wait. Since we have the advantage of time, we can set up traps in advance and wait for them to arrive." "I don't seem to know how to set traps," Xianxia said. "Have you forgotten your Tai divine art? This is a technique that even by his eyes are red with envy." The big snake smiled slightly. "The biggest drawback of this technique is that it is not convenient to use and requires a long time to travel. But right now, we don't need to move. We have enough time, so what's the problem?" "That's right." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Immediately, he bid farewell to the Ascension dynasty and flew to a deserted planet. This kind of place was very easy to find, directly flying out of the universe. Just randomly picking a star at a close distance was enough. He found an open and desolate place and immediately began to set up the formation. On the ground, he first set up 3 formations and released his avatar. In the dream world, there was also a formation that allowed the dream body to wander around. These were the 4 white tiger formations. Xianxia had been able to accomplish this before, but because the formations in the real world could not be taken away, it could only stay where it was. Only the white tiger formation in his dreams could move with Xianxia, so he had never done so before. Now, each of the 2 avatars swam through a white tiger formation. One of the dream forms swam through the dream, while Xianxia swam through one of the dream forms. Currently, Xianxia already had the 7th heavenly tribulation stage. To swim the saber light to the 10th heavenly tribulation stage, it would only take him about 2 hours to prepare. 2 hours later, 3 heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber lights floated in the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth. In the dream world, there was a similar blade light floating. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the 3 formations, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy. This method was useless against normal enemies. Because other people can see the heavenly saber light from afar, they won't dumb enough to come over and ask you to chop it down. But the pseudo-gods were different. They wanted to kill Xianxia on their own initiative, so even if they saw the saber light, they had to come and trap themselves. Even if they refused to come over, it didn't matter. This was good. If they didn't come, Xianxia could wait until the next spatial jump. He closed his eyes and quietly waited. In his heart, he was still discussing with the serpent. For heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber lights, against 10 false gods, I'm afraid the number is still insufficient. Last time, my 8 thunder dragon palms could only shatter Star Leaf's temple divine shield. The 4 heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber lights are definitely much more powerful than the 8 thunder dragon palms. However, if the enemy uses 2 temple divine shields to block them, the effect won't be very great. The serpent said, "For saber lights are a little less than 10 pseudo-gods. If we fight alone, these 4 saber lights should be enough to instantly kill any pseudo-gods. The key problem is that the blade light is too conspicuous and unable to launch a sneak attack. Your Mingyue Haotian mirror can store saber light, but," Xianxia said, "the Mingyue Haotian mirror's grade is too low. It can't even store a heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber light." "Oh right, we're going to see him soon. Isn't that the first grade 7 weaponry refiner? His innovation ability must be incredibly strong. We can ask him to help us think of a way." Time slowly passed. Finally, it was the 23rd hour of this jump. Xianxia opened his eyes. He knew that the false god had already appeared. 3rd plane, the initial continent where Xianxia landed. 10 figures jumped out. Star Trace. Xingyi gave Xingzong a look. Star Trace immediately closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. However, she gradually frowned and said, Why is it there? This Xiangnan is in another plane, and he is far away from us. Something's wrong. Xingyi frowned and said, Last time, I noticed that he was already on the way to escape the moment we appeared, and he exceeded our speed of light by almost 9 minutes. This time, it's even more exaggerated. He's even in a different plane from us. Could it be that he jumped out earlier than us? The star trace sneered and said, I know who did this. At first, I thought that we accidentally slipped into the turbulence of time on the way to hunt down Xiangnan. But now it doesn't seem to be the case. Xiangnan clearly entered with us, but he was the only one who was ahead of us for a period of time. This means that he must be doing this for some reason. Only Emperor Vermilion Bird can do this. Xingyi nodded. After we leave, we must find this woman to settle the score. The Star Tracer said thoughtfully, If it was an artificial scheme, then we can be sure that there must be some sort of law in our time jump, and it is a law that is beneficial to Xiangnan. At least one thing is certain. Emperor Vermilion Bird will not trap Xiangnan to death in the time fault. He can escape, and so can we. How long did it take us last time? Let's move on to the next time jump, Xingyi said. Star Trace said, It's exactly an hour. But look at the sky. Dawn is coming soon. This is Xiangnan, and it's also our landing point. Our landing points should be the same, so the starting point can be determined to be on the same time axis. In other words, he's 23 hours ahead of us. The universe was very large. The sky on every planet could not be used as a reference for time coordinates. The dawn on this planet might be the dusk on another planet. However, if Xiangnan and the pseudo-gods landed at the same place, then it would work. That makes sense. Xingyi nodded and said, Since you know, hurry up and chase after him. The pseudo-gods immediately broke through space and entered the universe where the first plane was located. During the flight, Star Trace said, This time he didn't run away, but stayed where we were. There are only two possibilities. Either he has already appointed him, or he has set up a trap for us to trap ourselves. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Watch me later. About 7 minutes later, the pseudo-gods landed on Xiangnan's planet. The two of them were still far away, at least they couldn't see each other with their eyesight. However, both sides used their powerful perception to sense each other's existence. It's that heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber light. Xingye's eyes turned cold. There are 3 of them. No, at least 4. Star Trace narrowed his eyes and said, Do you still remember the last time he pulled out a blade light out of thin air? Right now, we can sense 3 of them. In addition to the one he can pull out of thin air, there should be 4 of them. What a powerful force! The expressions of the other false gods changed slightly. No one could remain calm in the face of the heavenly tribulation 10th layer saber light. Don't attack in such a hurry. Think of a countermeasure. Star Trace lowered his voice. On the other side, far away, Xiangnan had already stood up. He put his hands behind his back and said, Here we are. It's 2,000 miles away. The serpent said, Let's see how they move. If they come one by one, we will kill them all. After exhausting the saber light, we will immediately flee. If they come together, we will release 4 saber lights at the same time. It will be enough for them to drink a pot. Time slowly passed. 20 minutes had passed since the pseudo-gods landed on this planet, but the pseudo-gods still hadn't made any movements. They can't afford it. Xiangnan nodded. They are reluctant to die, even if it is a fake god. They are wrong. A fake god has left. What are they doing? The snake said. Another 20 minutes passed, and there were only 20 minutes left before the next jump. Suddenly, a large amount of light appeared on the horizon. The light connected to the sky from the ground and was boundless. Coming! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately prepared for battle. The 3 blade lights trembled as they prepared to launch a fatal attack on the enemy at any time. It was also at this time that Xiangnan was stunned. Countless figures appeared in that vast expanse of light. 10 pseudo-gods flew in the front row, and the 10 of them used massive lightning nets to wrap around tens of millions of humans. Among these humans, There were civilians as well as martial artists. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the pseudo-god had directly emptied a few cities in mid-air. The light he saw earlier was the lightning net. Despicable! Xiangnan gritted his teeth. The pseudo-gods brought along tens of millions of humans, and they had already reached a distance where both sides could see each other with their eyes. Xingyi laughed loudly. Xiangnan, there are 30 million humans behind us. Let me see how your saber light can come out. If you dare to chop down, 30 million humans will die by your saber. 10 of us, however, may not die. I order you to come out of the formation now. Xiangnan's face was cold and indifferent. Xingyi said coldly, if you don't come out, I will kill them all in front of you. No! Xiangnan was anxious. When the 10 false gods saw Xiangnan's reaction, they were all very satisfied. We know that your biggest weakness is that you take morality too seriously. You can't afford 30 million lives, Xingyi said. Come out. Xiangnan shook his head. If I go out, how can I guarantee that you will let them go? The 10 of you come in. Don't bring them with you. Xingyi frowned. He glanced at Xiangnan's saber light, then looked at the commoners behind him and made an accurate judgment. These civilians were still under the threat of Xiangnan's saber light. As long as the saber light fell, these civilians would also be affected and all of them would die. However, if the 10 pseudo-gods took the initiative, they weren't too sure what Xiangnan would do. Xingyi said to Xiangnan, we can go over, but you have to disperse the saber light first. A hint of joy flashed across Xiangnan's eyes, and he hurriedly pretended to be unwilling and said, all right, I'll disperse. Wait, there's something wrong with his eyes. The suspicious star trace saw a flash of light in Xiangnan's eyes. She shook her head. This brat might not really be able to scatter the blade light. Perhaps he has the ability to temporarily preserve the blade light. After we go over, it will also be troublesome for him to suddenly draw his blade. This way, find someone to touch the saber light at close range and borrow the saber light. Xingyi nodded and said, Xiangnan, wait, we'll send someone over. Xiangnan was anxious and said, no, come over. Leave 9 of you behind. What if you kill someone? We can't delay any longer. We're about to enter the next jump. Xingzong frowned and said, well, let's go together. There are 30 million people who are at the bottom of the list. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to really attack us. The 10 false gods exchanged glances and finally floated towards Xiangnan. You despicable little people. Xiangnanqi's veins bulged. You actually used humans to threaten me. Star Trace did not agree, saying, this is called a method. They were very confident because they had already studied Xiangnan thoroughly and knew the weaknesses of Xiangnan's humanity. Judging from Xiangnan's style, he would really sacrifice himself to save 30 million people. The moment the 10 pseudo-gods floated closer, they landed on the ground one after another. A bright light suddenly flashed in Xiangnan's eyes. He abruptly inserted his hand into the dream world, and a heaven-piercing blade light appeared out of thin air. Not good. You dare. Xingyi was shocked. As he summoned the power of faith, he shouted, if you draw your saber, 30 million people will be buried with you. It was hard for the pseudo-gods to imagine that Xiangnan had actually gone crazy to such an extent. Quickly defend. The pseudo-gods were shocked. This scene was too sudden, leaving them completely unprepared. One moment they were still confident of victory, but in the next moment, Xiangnan launched a massacre. However, the pseudo-gods were a little behind. After all, Xiangnan took the initiative to attack. Xiangnan released his dream body, allowing it to attack. For heavenly tribulation, 10 great saber light descended without mercy. Hurry up and defend. Hurry up, Xingyi roared. He was the first to successfully summon the temple battle god and remove the temple divine shield. Immediately after, the star trace slowed down by half a beat, summoning the temple battle god and releasing the giant shield. However, the third pseudo-god with the temple battle god faith was not as fast as the first two. He had just summoned the temple battle god's shadow, and 4 blade lights had already descended. Boom! At that moment, The sun and moon had no light, and the heavens and earth had lost their color. For saber lights struck the two temple divine shields. The two temple divine shields instantly exploded. The four saber lights also exploded. However, the impact of the blade light sent all 10 of the pseudogods flying. Pooh! Apart from the 5 6th level heavenly tribulation pseudogods who barely managed to hold on, the other 5 pseudogods were all shaken to the point that they spat out blood and ferociously flew backwards. None of the 30 million people could survive in this environment. Countless people were erased in the strong light before they could let out a cry of alarm or even realize what was happening. 10 pseudogods landed at the same time. The 6th level heavenly tribulation pseudogods were only slightly injured, while the other 5 were all seriously injured. They knelt on the ground one by one, blood spraying out from all parts of their bodies. Especially Xingfeng, who was at the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation, who had the lowest cultivation realm. He had already fainted and was on the verge of death. "Run!" the big snake said. Xianxia turned around and immediately flew towards the distant universe at the speed of light. "Don't let him off!" Xianxia's lungs were about to explode. He and the other 4 6th level heavenly tribulation pseudogods immediately chased after Xianxia crazily. "Xianxia! You bastard, you've been lying to us all this time. You made us think that you were really scared and tricked us into coming in front of you unprepared." Star Trace roared with a heart-wrenching roar. "You really don't care about the lives of those 30 million humans. Are you worthy of your Tao heart by doing this? You will definitely encounter a bottleneck in your martial arts, and will never be able to advance again." Xianxia laughed loudly. "None of those 30 million people will die. This is the time fault. As long as we wait a few minutes when we jump into the next time fault, everything here will be restored. We will experience it again today." Star Trace's heart trembled. "Is what he said true?" Xingyi asked in disbelief. The Star Trace gritted his teeth and nodded. "If this place is really a time fault, then what he said is true. We can see time as a straight path because the 11 of us suddenly intervened in the history of the past, so there was a small fork in this straight path. We, and all the humans of this era, have been forcefully pushed into a fork in the road. But after the next jump, this bifurcation will disappear, and the entire multiverse will return to its normal path. In other words, they will continue to experience today. But today is the day we did not appear." "No wonder Xianxia doesn't care at all," Xingyi said in surprise. At this moment, Star Trace's eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, "What is he doing?" But in front of him, Xianxia suddenly used his hand to point at his temple. Immediately after, he jumped out of thin air and suddenly disappeared. "Not good." Star Trace's expression changed drastically. "Dream jump. It's a dream jump. He's back. Hurry and turn around. Hurry, hurry, hurry." In an instant, Xianxia jumped back to the desolate planet from the distant universe. He jumped out of his unconscious star wind dream. The other 4 pseudogods were all shocked and fled in all directions in panic. Thunder Dragon Palm. Xianxia quickly let his dream body descend and smashed the fainted star wind into pieces with a single palm strike. "Where are you running?" Xianxia suddenly turned around, and the 4 pseudogods had already fled in 4 directions. However, they were seriously injured, and their movements were no longer flexible. Xianxia quickly caught up to one of them and stabbed his heart with a knife. Then he smashed his head into pieces with a palm. 2 pseudogods died on the spot. Xianxia chased after the 3rd pseudogod, but he saw that the angry Star Leaf and Star Trace had already returned at the speed of light on the Divine Palace Divine Horse. "Kid Xianxia, it's too late. Killing 2 is enough. Run!" Xianxia immediately sensed the distant human planet and jumped into a dream. In his dream, he separated 7 afterimages from the ghost and entered the dreams of 8 different people at the same time. The Star Trace glanced at the other pseudogods. There were no more unconscious people, so he brought Xingyi and the others to the dream world to chase after Xianxia. However, in the dream world, there were 8 time wormholes waiting for them. However, there was not much time left. Ah! Xingzong shouted angrily. "Xianxia, I must skin and cramp you." At this moment, waves appeared without warning. Xianxia suddenly felt his eyes turn dark and bright, and his feet had already landed on the ground. The wind and the sun were beautiful, and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. Xianxia gasped heavily and said, "I'm dragging him over." The serpent said, "Hurry up and find that artificer. He will reach level 7 today." "Do you still remember his name?" Xianxia asked. "Of course, this artifact forging master is called Yuan Ling. He lives in Glory City and is also the chief artifact forger of the Empire." Imperial weaponry refiner Xianxia was thoughtful. He took off from the same spot and headed straight ahead. Glory City must be a big place with a lot of background, so it should be easy to find out. On the other hand, Xianxia had seen the special name of an imperial weaponry master in the literature. 330,000 years ago, modern human history officially appeared. Between 300,000 and 290,000 years ago, martial arts sprouted and began to flourish. However, during this period, human experts were mostly subordinate to official power, and there was no systematic concept of a sect. In other words, the martial artists were loose and mostly cultivated alone. Just as he was flying, a huge foot suddenly landed in front of him. That foot was like a heavenly barrier, directly landing towards Xianxia. "What the hell?" Xianxia frowned and quickly stopped on the spot. Boom! The huge foot landed on the ground, causing an earth-shattering storm to engulf Xianxia. Demonic beast? In the gale, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked above his head. He saw that it was a terrifying creature that could be described as vast. This thing looked like an 8-legged spider, but the tip of its leg wasn't the usual sharp structure. Instead, it was a flat, hammer-like shape. What surprised Xianxia was that the realm of this giant spider actually had a rare fortune realm. This realm was already extremely exaggerated. One had to know that when Xianxia was cultivating in the Howran sect, a divine martial stage, Su Tsayue's invasion into the western regions was enough to cause the entire western regions to tremble. It was a modern era where martial arts had developed for more than 200,000 years, and martial arts masters were scarce. The giant spider spat out strands of silk that were like sharp swords and shot towards Xianxia at high speed. Those strands of silk were as dense as rain, and they were extremely large. Xianxia casually waved his hand and a bolt of lightning tied up the spider. The giant spider fell to the ground with a thunderous boom, unable to resist. Such a rare, wild, demonic beast. Curious, Xianxia continued to fly forward. In the sky ahead, flying demonic beasts covered the heavens and earth appeared. The sky was filled with black wings, and the realms of these flying demonic beasts were all around the heaven scryer realm. This group of demonic beasts had a very clear goal. They were heading towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not intend to waste any time with them. He directly activated the speed of light and transformed into a cluster of lightning that instantly disappeared. Along the way, he discovered a large number of wild demonic beasts, and their realms were generally frighteningly high. Another strange thing was that in the wilderness, it was almost impossible to see any visible traces of humans, and there were no large numbers of human buildings or official roads. After traveling at the speed of light for a few seconds, he saw a magnificent city wall. "There's no need to ask. This is it," the big snake said. The city wall was high without a roof, piercing through the clouds. Above the city gate, there were 4 huge golden words. "Glory City? How strange. Why are the wild demonic beasts here randomly running around the wilderness? Especially their realms are ridiculously high." Xianxia muttered. The serpent said, "Do you still remember that modern human history appeared 330,000 years ago? Before that, there was a period of human blankness." Xianxia continued, "The only one capable of causing this phenomenon is the giant lightning bull. It must have descended once 330,000 years ago, causing the disaster of extinction to humanity. Human history can be traced back to 13 billion years ago, but modern history, from 330,000 years forward, has a blank period." According to what Xianxia had learned, every interruption of human civilization was a masterpiece of the lightning bull. "You mean Xianxia? Oh, he already understood what the big snake was going to say." "That's right. Every time the lightning bolt descends, it will only kill humans. After the humans are extinct, it will leave a long period of free cultivation for the demonic beasts. In this era, the modern martial arts civilization has just entered its first peak, but before that, demonic beasts had always ruled the world. Look at how powerful this city wall is. It's clearly used to resist demonic beasts. Xianxia nodded. Big Snake's analysis was very reasonable. If it was to defend against the human enemy, there was no need for such a tall city wall. Only a huge demonic beast was worth such a tall city wall, and it had to be built at a huge cost. After entering the city, Xianxia discovered that the buildings in this era were generally very large. Because the wall was too thick, the walls of an ordinary residential building were made of solid rock mixed with metal. The thickness of the walls was astonishingly 5 meters away. Because it was too thick, the building had to be made bigger, a style rarely seen 200,000 years later. The Great Snake said, "At this time, the development of the profound Tao is not at its peak. They cannot create a powerful defensive barrier without possessing formidable attainments in formations. If you want to resist the demonic beast's destruction, you can only use the stupidest method to make the building big enough and strong enough." The characteristics of each period of history will leave a clear imprint in the residential areas of the human world, from which many contemporary cultural characteristics can be analyzed. In the city, the vehicles running everywhere were not led by horses. They were also small domesticated demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were roughly 10 meters tall. This kind of world style is a little familiar, Xianxia said with interest. In Civilized World number 3, Xianxia had also seen large groups of demonic beasts. That world was the one where demonic beasts lost their natural enemies after the demise of humans and grew unscrupulously, causing them to grow larger and more powerful. Right at this moment, an angry shout came from behind him. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Imperial Grade 4 Weaponry Master has arrived. Everyone, get out of the way!" The street was wide enough for all the stalls and pedestrians to make way in panic. However, these pedestrians could not find angry expressions on their faces. Instead, they all revealed incomparably reverent looks. A gorgeous carriage was pulled by 4 10-meter-tall sloppy beasts and sprinted across the street. Fourth grade weaponry refiner. Xianxia shook his head. This was not the person he was looking for. Ha! As the carriage passed by Xianxia, a man with high spirits stood on the carriage. His eyes caught a glimpse of the huge saber on Xianxia's back. As such, the carriage suddenly stopped 10 meters in front of Xianxia. "Wow, look! That's an Empire Grade 4 Weaponry Master. How impressive! As expected of our empire. In the future, I must also become a respected and great artificer." The crowd cried out in admiration. 20 guards rushed down from the carriage, and they surrounded Xianxia. Immediately after, a handsome man jumped on the spot and landed opposite Xianxia. As for his eyes, they were fervently staring at the saber on Xianxia's back. 20 guards, each of them strong and strong, all of them were at the Heaven Scryer realm. It was rare for an expert of this level to be someone else's guard. As for the 4th grade weaponry master, he was only at the Heaven Scryer realm. However, judging from the respectful attitudes of the guards towards him, although everyone had the same cultivation realm, there was a huge gap in their status. "Show me your saber." The handsome man expressionlessly extended his right hand towards Xianxia. This action caused the crowd, including the guards, to be extremely envious. Heavens, a 4th grade weaponry master is going to personally verify other people's weapons. This is a great fortune. I really envy him. If a Tier 4 weaponry refiner could help me take a look at my weapon, it would be enough for me to brag about it for 3 years. The 4th grade weaponry refiner had a proud look on his face. He was certain that his actions would make Xianxia faint from excitement. No one was willing to reject such a good thing. However, Xianxia shook his head. The scene was in an uproar. The handsome man was stunned and said, "Do you know who I am? I want to see your weapon, but you actually refuse." Xianxia said, "Sorry, my saber is not for viewing." It is an old friend who fought alongside me. After the man was rejected by Xianxia, his face was already filled with displeasure, but when he heard Xiangnian's words, he laughed again and said, "This is truly a shining explanation. A martial artist is willing to treat his weapon as his companion. You are very good. You are a martial artist worthy of respect." As he spoke, the man rubbed his chest with his right hand and slightly bowed towards Xiangnan, saying, "Please forgive my rudeness. When I was passing by, I saw your weapon and discovered that there was an artifact spirit on it. That's why I wanted to admire it." "Tool spirit? My God, that's impossible," the crowd exclaimed. The 20 guards were also dumbfounded. One guard said to the man, "Sir, I'm afraid you're mistaken. It's extremely difficult to produce an artifact spirit. Only a hero who has experienced hundreds of battles can condense his own artifact spirit. But this child looks like he's only in his early 20s. The man smiled and said, "I can't be mistaken. My teacher once taught me how to tell if there is a weapon spirit in a weapon. The relationship between a martial artist and a weapon is mutual. There is only one weapon that completely trusts a martial artist. And when a martial artist entrusts his will to a weapon, only under such a premise would it be possible to give birth to an artifact spirit." At this point, the 20 guards also bowed to Xiangnan and said, "You are a great warrior. Please accept our respect." Xiangnan was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, has the importance of weapons reached such a high level in this era? Why did it feel like he had suddenly returned to the Spirit Vulture sect? At this moment, a guard hurriedly said, "Sir, Master Dragon Slaying invited you into the manor. We were already an hour late when we came out. If we continue to delay now, I'm afraid." The man laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. In any case, the person he really wants to see is not me." Just as he was speaking, a soaring aura suddenly rose from the distance. The aura let out a long howl in the sky like the sound of a sword. Immediately after, amidst the cries of countless people, the Dipper Chi took a big turn and fell down obliquely, landing right beside the man. This was a man of great stature, who had already reached an astonishing height of 6 meters. Standing here, he was like a mountain. Xiangnan was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such a strong man. Even Yuan Meng was ashamed of himself in front of him. This sturdy man was a man of about 40 years of age, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. However, his astral chi was very messy, and it was obvious that he had never cultivated it before. "Master Dragon Slaying." Everyone at the scene knelt on the ground in unison. "Ling Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time," the man said as he looked down at the 4th-grade weaponry refiner. The 4th-grade weaponry master named Ling Feng smiled faintly. "Master, I'm sorry to have asked you to personally welcome him," Master Dragon Slaying said. "I still have a final process to complete with my dragon slaying spear. The siege of demonic beasts is imminent. Without good weapons, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the impact of demonic beasts. I went to ask for your teacher many times, but the old man didn't see him. I don't know why." Ling Feng said, "Because..." Boom! The earth trembled violently, causing all the civilians to jump up. Immediately after, a hurried horn sounded in the sky. From afar, someone shouted, "Demonic beasts are attacking the city." In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Everyone hugged their heads and fled in all directions. The entire bustling streets were filled with panic and chaos. The expression of the dragon-slaying master changed slightly. He soared into the sky and condensed his Dipper Chi into his throat. He shouted, "Dragon-slaying team, defend against the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of strands of Dipper Chi shot up from within Glory City. The dragon-slaying master took the lead and flew towards the sky above the city wall. "Let's go take a look as well." Ling Feng's expression was solemn as he transformed into a strand of astral energy that soared into the sky. 20 guards followed closely behind, hurriedly protecting this precious tier for blacksmith. "Kid Xiangnan, follow me." The dragon-slaying master said he wanted to see his teacher just now. I guess his teacher is Yuan Ling, the big snake said. Xiang Nan nodded slightly and followed Ling Feng. Ling Feng lowered his head and looked at Xiang Nan. It seemed that he wanted to stop him, but after a moment of silence, he said, "Protect yourself. I have no time to take care of your safety from above." Xiang Nan stepped onto the top of the city wall, which was even higher than the clouds. Countless giant crossbows with strange structures had already been erected here. Each of these crossbows was 20 meters wide. The thick bowstring erected arrows that were 25 meters long, and when they were pulled to the full moon, they emitted a dull cracking sound, echoing endlessly in the sea of clouds. It was soul-stirring. Coming! Fire the arrow! In the distance, dust rose from the sky, and rumbling sounds of footsteps approached from afar. Immediately afterwards, an army of demonic beasts that looked like countless mountains running together rushed over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 25-meter-long heavy metal arrow tore through the sky like a shower and turned into a meteor shower under the support of Yuan Qi. In the vast army of demonic beasts, one demonic beast after another was shot and fell to the ground. The shells of those demonic beasts were incomparably sturdy, even more shocking than the composite metal. These arrows had obviously been tempered through thousands of times, and they were made by a master. They were actually able to pierce through the defenses of the demonic beasts. "Collect the arrows." The dragon-slaying master's expression was solemn as he raised his right hand and shouted. At this time, on the city wall, the Heaven Origin Realm and Heaven Scryer Realm crossbowmen raised their hands high. In front of him, countless arrows began to tremble on the corpses of the demonic beasts. Then, arrows flew into the air and returned to the city wall. "2 arrows, release," Grandmaster Dragon Slaying ordered with a cold face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second round of arrow rain was also sprinkled out. At the same time, the first round of arrow rain was being recycled, and it intertwined with the second round of arrow rain, landing on the city wall one after another. The dragon-slaying master lowered his head and immediately frowned. "It's still not enough. Only 30% of it has been withdrawn," he said. Xiang Nan discovered that more than 60% of the arrows he retrieved were damaged by shooting at demonic beasts and could not be used again. Each of these specially processed arrows had been refined and could be said to be incomparably precious. The second round of arrows killed an entire row of demonic beasts. At this moment, the demonic beast army finally rushed to the gate. A dozen gigantic monsters that were 1,000 meters tall rose from the ground and crashed into the city wall. The huge city wall was also shaken by the collision. Dragon-slaying master shouted, "Dragon-slaying team, heavy hammer hand." Behind Xiang Nan, the sound of armor rubbing resounded. 10 rows of warriors wearing heavy armor and possessing mid-stage Heaven Scryer came out within 500 meters. These people, each about 5 meters tall, were carrying huge warhammers that were 10 meters long on their shoulders. The height of the ancients is truly frightening. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. The 500 heavy hammers walked to the edge of the city wall in unison. Following Master Dragon Slaying's roar, the heavy hammers jumped down without hesitation. Rumble! The huge hammerheads smashed fiercely onto the foreheads of the demonic beasts that were attacking the city walls, causing the demonic beasts to fall to the ground on the spot. However, there was still a demonic beast that opened its bloody mouth and aimed at the sky. Before dozens of heavy hammers could attack, they were swallowed in their stomachs. Some of the heavy hammers had just swung the warhammer round when 2 demonic beasts jumped up and bit their bodies at the same time, tearing them into 2 halves with a chi sound. This was a cruel and bloody war. The heavy hammers knew very well that as long as they jumped down, they would be on the verge of death, but none of them had hesitated. Xiang Nan wanted to help them, but he knew that no matter what he did, this period of history could not be changed. He was a bystander who was above history. At this moment, Xiang Nan raised his head and looked up into the sky. There was a vast sea of clouds on the second level. Suddenly, countless black wings appeared on the high ground. Not good. It's the iron-backed, twin-headed lion. Air attack! Air attack! The heavy crossbow split into parts and shot into the air. The sea-like iron-backed twin-headed lion flapped its wings and released a fierce wind, blowing away a large number of arrows. An attack of this level won't have much effect on the fierce winds of flying demonic beasts. Xianxia frowned. Dragon-slaying team shooter. Grandmaster Dragon-slaying roared. Behind them, 10 rows of warriors appeared in unison. These warriors were all lightly armored, but each of them held a 20-meter-long spear in their hands. These spears were several times heavier and thicker than those 25-meter arrows. As the shooters threw their spears into the sky, the iron-backed twin-headed lion's fierce winds could hardly be harvested and effectively blocked. One spear after another pierced through the defense of the twin-headed lions, killing them in the air. The twin-headed lions swayed from high up in the air and fell spinning down. Who? An iron-backed twin-headed lion that was 100 meters away was falling straight from Xianxia. The enormous black figure gave people an unbearable visual pressure. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Similarly, there were also casualties on the human side. The missing twin-headed lions descended from the sky, dived vertically, and ferociously swept past the wall, taking away warriors and crossbow chariots. They had 2 heads in the air, tearing a warrior into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. Xianxia turned around and saw that there were still large numbers of warriors supporting him from the rear and flying onto the wall. Not good. Master. The Sequoia-level demonic beast is here. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw an even larger shadow suddenly appear in the army of demonic beasts. This demonic beast had already reached an astonishing height of 1,500 meters. It was half the height of the tallest and largest 1,000-meter demonic beast, and its realm actually had the heavenly tribulation realm. Moreover, this thing was even stronger. It was more like a giant with one-eyed eyes, each of its hands holding a pair of rough hammers. This thing violently trampled over from the demonic beast army. It hugged its shoulders and smashed into the city wall with a loud boom. In an instant, this section of the city wall collapsed in a small area. Large pieces of stone mixed with composite metal rolled down. This city wall was actually refined using artifact forging techniques. The city wall itself was equivalent to a weapon. Otherwise, not to mention the city walls, even if the earth was attacked by the heavenly tribulation demonic beast, it would be enough for the heavens and earth to collapse. Shit! The city wall is going to be broken. I'll do it. The dragon-slaying master wore a mighty cape. He raised his right hand high and a golden spear flew out of his storage ring. On the shaft of the spear were carefully carved flying dragons. Beautiful! Its teacher's masterpiece, dragon-slaying spear. Ling Feng shouted excitedly. The dragon-slaying master jumped down, dodging the 2 hammers of the Sequoia-level demonic beast, and piercing through the giant's head with a spear. It's pierced. The soldiers cheered excitedly. The dragon-slaying spear has broken through the defenses of the Sequoia-level demonic beasts. However, Xianxia saw the ominous situation and thought to himself, not optimistic. These martial artists still don't know how to make good use of their innate attributes. This dragon-slaying master is clearly a heavenly earth vein expert, but he doesn't know how to use his innate attributes to increase the strength of his weapons. Yes, they only rely on the hardness of their weapons, not to mention comparing them to the spirit vulture sect, even if they are far inferior to us, said the serpent. The dragon-slaying master jumped back and forth, continuously piercing through the head of the Sequoia-level demonic beast. After hundreds of consecutive shots, the Sequoia-level demonic beast finally fell to the ground with a loud boom. Warm cheers came from the entire city wall. Everyone hugged each other, crying and laughing, excitedly celebrating this rare victory. But at this moment, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains shook, and all the soldiers were stunned. Heavier footsteps rumbled from afar. A majestic figure walked over. It was a giant beast that had already reached a height of 2,000 meters. This thing was still similar to a human, but it had 4 arms. As it moved forward, it was dragging an iron rod that was 1,800 pairs of meters long on the ground. The iron rod left a gap on the ground, shocking everyone. At this moment, all the soldiers were in despair. Someone cried out, "Long, long river. Long river-level demonic beast. My heavens. It's actually a long river-level demonic beast." This demonic beast was also at the third level of the heavenly tribulation, but regardless of whether it was its race advantage or its realm gold content, it was far superior to the previous Sequoia rank. The dragon-slaying master's expression changed. He then roared angrily and rushed forward with the dragon-slaying spear in his hand. Ling Feng hurriedly shouted, "No, Master, this dragon-slaying spear of yours is at the beginner stage of the Dao stage. It can't deal with a demonic beast of this level at all. Don't go," the dragon-slaying master roared. "If I don't go, who will defend this city? These demonic beasts must be at the half-transformation stage, right?" Xianxia said. The serpent nodded. "Well, the half-form hasn't completely transformed into human form yet. The demonic beast transformed into a human was not simply to get closer to humans. Actually, the form of ordinary wild beasts was more conducive to battle. Their bodies were suitable for rapid sprinting and biting. Whether it was physical strength, biting strength, or claw strike strength, they were far superior to humans. A 300-gene human fighting a 300-gene lion, there was no need to think about the result. The lion would definitely win. However, apart from these primitive battles, higher-level battles were more dominated by the human form. This was because the human body had evolved to be more suitable for weapons. The reason why the demonic beasts had transformed into humans was precisely because of this. Demonic beasts didn't understand martial arts, but their defensive abilities and qualities were superior to humans. The dragon-slaying master held the dragon-slaying spear in his hand and immediately fought against the long river-level demonic beast. But at this time, his dragon-slaying spear was already somewhat powerless. After hitting the long river-level demonic beast, the overbearing spear immediately emitted a clanging sound of metal collision. Each spear could only pierce through the outer skin of the long river demonic beast. It was simply not enough to penetrate deep into its muscles, let alone touch its bones. The dragon-slaying master had used his excellent combat experience to hit the long river demonic beast hundreds of times in a row, but none of them was enough to cause substantial damage. This was the only time that the long river demonic beast had struck Master Dragon-slaying. A hammer smashed down, directly smashing the dragon-slaying master to the ground. Boom! A circular wave of air rose from the distant ground, and then countless demonic beasts pounced on it, engulfing the dragon-slaying master. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The surging aura overturned all the demonic beasts. Master Dragon-slaying jumped into the air and stabbed at the forehead of the long river demonic beast. At this moment, Master Dragon-slaying's armor had been completely shattered, and his chest had been smashed red. Roar! The long river demonic beast opened its mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar. In an instant, all the warriors on the city wall who were below the Heaven Scryer realm were crushed into powder by that roar. The dragon-slaying master was roaring at this sound, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. As he flew backwards, he still threw the spear out tyrannically. The dragon-slaying spear accurately hit the forehead of the long river demonic beast, but with a chi sound, it only stabbed half of it. This scene caused everyone to despair. Ling Feng sat on the ground and said, "It's over. Glory City can't be preserved anymore." Grandmaster Dragon-slaying forcefully stabilized his body while flying backwards. He raised his right hand and summoned his dragon-slaying spear. The dragon-slaying spear pierced into the forehead of the long river demonic beast and began to buzz. The long river demonic beast pulled out the spear and held it tightly with one hand. No matter what, the spear could no longer break free. Damn it! Damn it! The dragon-slaying master's face was covered in blood as he roared unwillingly. "It's just a little bit too close. If my dragon-slaying spear can complete the final process, I can definitely fight it for another 300 rounds. Outside the city wall, the cries of the demonic beasts for victory had already resounded, and those cries shook the heavens and the earth. The long river demonic beast rumbled as it walked towards the city wall. He raised his club high and was about to smash down on the city wall. Ah! The dragon-slaying master's entire body suddenly shone. He rushed towards the river demonic beast without hesitation and roared, "For Glory City!" "No!" The soldiers all shouted heartily. This dragon-slaying master is going to self-destruct. He wanted to charge into the mouth of the river demonic beast and detonate his spiritual sea. At this moment, an invisible force grabbed Master Dragonslaying, and another invisible force pushed the river demonic beast back 1,000 meters. Everyone was stunned. The dragon-slaying master was even more shocked. He had personally sensed the power of this invisible power. It was simply indescribable. Xianxia stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, his clothes moving in the wind. Everyone noticed that the center of the invisible force was Xianxia. "You, Master Dragonslaying," was stunned. "Use my knife," Xianxia said indifferently and casually tossed the blade of the dead over. Master Dragonslaying grabbed the huge saber and was bent down by the weight of the saber at the same time. Hiss! The scene was filled with a cold breath. Xianxia looked at Master Dragonslaying and said, "No one else has the qualifications to touch my saber, but you are a soldier worthy of admiration. Go, use my saber to fight." As soon as the dragon-slaying master caught the saber, he felt that this weapon was no small matter. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he rushed towards the long river-level demonic beast with an attitude of giving it a try. The demonic beast brandished its iron rod hammer and frantically smashed down at Master Dragonslaying. Chi! The saber shadow sliced through the sky, splitting the iron rod into two. Master Dragonslaying was extremely shocked, and he hurriedly chased after him, hitting the head of the river demonic beast with his saber. Chi! Like a knife hacking a bamboo, the famous long river-level demonic beast was actually hacked into two halves from top to bottom. How could it be? Ling Feng was so frightened that he took a few steps back. It's fine that the place where the blade touched was split open. That 2,000-meter-tall long river-level demonic beast was actually cut in half. A saber was only 5 meters long at most, and 2,000 meters long was split apart. There was only one explanation. The body below the demonic beast's head was split apart by the saber chi. What the hell? The dragon-slaying spear was unable to break through the defenses. This saber was able to slay the demonic beast with its saber chi alone. Long river-level demonic beasts fell to the ground with a loud boom, and the demonic beast army also panicked. They actually retreated like a tidal wave. The scene was completely quiet. Looking at the dragon-slaying master again, he was floating in the air in a daze, both of his hands holding a huge saber. Later, tears began to rain down like rain. The 6-meter-tall man actually burst into tears. Xianxia understood this feeling very well. It was a kind of grievance and unwillingness that he was unable to display even though he possessed all of his abilities. Master Dragonslaying only lacked a good weapon. If he had a huge saber in his hand, he would be invincible. All the soldiers also cried. Weapons were the lives of soldiers. Only with a weapon in hand could the soul of the army be intact. When they saw how gloomy Master Dragonslaying was, and how glorious he was now, everyone felt gratified, but their hearts were also filled with sadness. The dragon-slaying master wiped his tears and landed opposite Xianxia. He held a huge saber in both hands and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "This saber, I'll return it to you." Xianxia stretched out his hand to pick it up, but after taking it, he discovered that Master Dragonslaying wasn't willing to let go. Xianxia smiled. Instead, he let go of his right hand and said, "This saber is temporarily lent to you." The dragon-slaying master was stunned and said happily, "Really? But this weapon is so sharp, how can you bear to?" Master Dragonslaying understood this feeling the best. If a martial artist could obtain a good weapon, he wished he could sleep in his arms. How could he be willing to borrow someone else's weapon? Xianxia smiled and said, "You are a man. Not only have you won my respect, you have also won the respect of this saber. You are qualified to use it. Before I leave, you can have it, albeit for a short period of time. Come, let's see what your weapon looks like, temporary master. Show yourself." Ew! A dragon roar rushed straight into the 9 heavens. Dragon! My God! It's a dragon! Countless people cheered. It was a dragon, a true dragon spirit. The long dragon soared into the 9 heavens, raining heavens and clouds in the sea of clouds, extremely domineering. In this era, there were no dragons. People worshipped dragons as the most noble totem, and the richness of a human dragon-slaying master was the highest level of recognition. Grandmaster Dragon-slaying had never imagined that he would actually be able to see a true dragon spirit in his lifetime. "How did you do it?" Ling Feng stammered. "Even my teacher has never practiced such a weapon before." Millions of soldiers crawled on the ground. This worship was not for anyone, but for weapons that could display their souls to the fullest. "I will definitely take good care of it and will not let you down." Master Dragon Slaying couldn't help but hold the huge saber in his arms. It looked like someone was trying to steal it, but he was unwilling to let go. "How did you do it? Tell me, how did you do it?" Ling Feng was so excited that he spoke incoherently and grabbed Xiang Nan's arm. "Countless life and death tribulations, countless bloody battles," Xiang Nan said. "Only then did he forge this saber. It's not something that any artifact forging method can create, because it represents my martial soul." These words caused the martial artists present to feel deeply moved. The gongs and drums of victory rang out. The victory of the siege of the demonic beasts had won the praise of the emperor. He wanted to personally receive the dragon-slaying master. In the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, gongs and drums were bustling with noise. They were filled with joy, and large red lanterns were hanging everywhere. The emperor rewarded Master Dragon Slaying greatly and bestowed several notable titles on him. However, Xiang Nan did not follow him. He strolled along the streets of Glory City. He had already asked Ling Feng about the residence of Yuan Ling, the #1 artificer in the empire. "In 22 hours, the false god will descend," the big snake said. The defensive battle was extremely intense, but it didn't last long. It ended in just an hour. Of course, a large part of it depended on Xiang Nan's saber. One magnificent carriage after another sped past the crisscrossing Great Dao. On each carriage, there was a martial artist with profound cultivation. The experts of this era did not reside in the sect. Their status were very high, and most of them held positions in the royal family. These people rode across the street from Xiang Nan in a horse carriage and brushed past him. However, no one knew that the biggest reason for this victory was Xiang Nan, whom they did not even take a single glance at. As for them, they were all heading towards the imperial palace. In order to participate in the banquet, and more importantly, to observe the divine saber that had killed the Long River-level demonic beast. This saber had quickly spread throughout Glory City, causing countless people to go crazy. On the street, there was finally a horse carriage with an incomparably exaggerated shape. This carriage was like a walking palace. Even if there was a martial arts competition inside, it could be used. The carriage was octagonal in shape and raised like a phoenix that was about to fly into the sky. And the ones pulling the carriage were 20 demonic beasts over 15 meters tall. They were actually divided into 4 rows. The grandeur was unprecedented. However, there was only one person in the carriage. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth curled up and he said, "The person I'm looking for has appeared." Xiang Nan, who was confident and calm, slightly moved his feet off the ground and wanted to jump directly into the carriage through the window. The moment the two intersected, Xiang Nan stopped. He did not rush in, but was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Holy shit, Master!" In the blink of an eye, Xiang Nan could clearly see Yuan Ling's appearance. That person's appearance was exactly the same as Old Man Mo Ling's. It was Old Man Mo Ling who had promised, "If there is an afterlife, how is it going to be for me to be your master?" Such a coincidence? Xiang Nan's expression changed and his eyes turned red. The serpent said, "History is really a scene, just like the dream world itself. It is strange." Xiang Nan knew very well that the old man only looked the same as Mo Ling. But he was definitely not Mo Ling. It was already 290,000 years ago. Mo Ling definitely wouldn't be able to live for this long. Moreover, Yuan Zero's cultivation was much higher than Mo Ling's. But when he saw his face, Xianxia knew that perhaps the heavens had given him a chance to fulfill his wish. Did Mo Ling really know that he had risked everything to perish with the Bai clan just to save Xianxia once? In this world, there were very few people that Xianxia could absolutely respect. Mo Ling was one of them. Countless experts gathered in the imperial palace. When Yuan Ling entered the arena, all the martial arts experts, civil and military ministers bowed slightly, expressing their respect for this old man who had devoted his entire life to Glory City. All the weapons used by the military were made by Yuan Ling and his students. The city wall project, which could be called a miracle in human history, was also personally constructed under Yuan Ling's guidance. Without Yuan Ling, there would be no human civilization in this era. This is a good saber. Yuan Ling held the huge saber in his hands and nodded repeatedly. It came from the hands of an expert. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the palace. You can't barge in. How dare you? How dare you enter the imperial inner court as soon as you say? Everyone frowned. Who was so bold as to even dare to barge into this place? Ah, it's him. It's the owner of the saber. Ling Feng looked back and was overjoyed. Hearing this, the scene became quiet. When the dragon-slaying master saw Xianxia, he was also extremely excited. He rushed forward 3 steps and 2 steps, pushing away the guard who intercepted Xianxia and angrily said, "How dare you? Even this little brother dare to stop him." They did not know Xianxia's name, nor did they know how to address him. Xianxia did not have any dragon-slaying master in his eyes. He only nodded slightly and entered the hall one after another. Then, his hands trembled slightly and his eyes turned red as he looked at Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling had seen many of these fanatical admirers, and some even fainted on the spot. Yuan Ling had never cared about them. However, facing Xianxia, he did attach importance to the owner of this saber. "Did you refine this saber? Or did your teacher refine it?" Yuan Ling asked with the dead blade in his hand. "I refined it." Xianxia calmed down the excitement in his heart, but the person standing in front of him was someone who looked exactly like Mo Ling, someone who had saved his life. Without Mo Ling, Xianxia would not have been able to complete the Tai divine art. Nonsense! That Yuan Ling suddenly became angry and said, "I hate liars the most in my life. This kind of weapon has already reached half-step divine grade. Even this old man has just comprehended how to forge a divine weapon today. At your young age, how to forge such a precious weapon. That's right, we don't really believe it." Many martial arts experts, many extraordinary royal artificers, all shook their heads. Yuan Ling said, "If you want me to believe you, then forge a weapon like this on the spot." This puzzled Xianxia. Not to mention that he didn't have any materials at hand. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to practice it. The blade of the dead was not created overnight. It had been recast several times before it became what it was today. This saber contained a variety of materials and weapons, including the dragon blood saber, the blade of the later dead, the even more powerful profound heaven sword, and so on. Even if he had enough materials now, he would only be able to refine one of them in its shape, not in its soul. Seeing that Xianxia did not answer, Yuan Ling smiled and said, "I'm afraid it was accidentally obtained from an ancient ruin." Everyone turned their gazes away from Xianxia. The emperor asked Yuan Ling, "Master, has our star plan been completed? Have you personally promised this emperor that the 100 Dao grade crossbows of the star plan will definitely be completed? Without these crossbows, we humans will not be able to resist demonic beasts. We will not be able to survive today, nor will we be able to survive tomorrow." Yuan Lingfu pondered for a moment and said, "I've collected all the ingredients, forging furnaces, and auxiliary materials, but only the main ingredients have yet to be gathered." Hearing this, the emperor also sighed and said, "We have only gathered the main materials for 50 crossbows with the strength of the whole country. But our empire has 100 cities. It's not enough. Let's refine my dragon-slaying spear first." Master Dragon-slaying hurriedly said, "After confirming that my dragon-slaying spear is at the intermediate Dao stage, I can use it to deal with long river-level demonic beasts. I can also buy you more time, Master." After some thought, Yuan Ling nodded and said, "That's the only way." At this moment, the hurried horn sounded again. A guard hurriedly rushed in and exclaimed, "Not good. The second wave of the demonic beast siege is coming. This time, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep it." "What are you panicking about?" Master Dragon Slaying said angrily. "With the treasured saber in hand, would you be afraid of that demonic beast attacking the city?" The guard's face was pale as he said, "This time, here comes a mountain-level demonic beast." "What?" everyone cried out in alarm. Xiangnan's heart sank as he thought to himself, "How did you get here so quickly? In real history, this siege shouldn't have happened. At least not now. Otherwise, Yuan Zero wouldn't have the time to complete the star plan and the entire empire would be destroyed." The serpent said, "We must have changed the history of the time fault. Originally, perhaps it was the dragon-slaying master who blew up the Long River demonic beast at the cost of self-destruction, causing the demonic beast army to retreat and remain silent for a period of time before attacking. But now that the demonic beasts have seen how powerful your weapon is, they must have made up their minds to wage a life-and-death battle against humans. They are afraid that more of these weapons will be made." Xiangnan suddenly realized that he had changed the normal flow of the branch of history. However, it didn't matter. No matter what he did, he would only change this branch, not the official history. As long as today passed and he entered the next jump, everything would return to normal. However, when Xiangnan looked at Master Dragon Slaying, he couldn't bear it. This hero couldn't escape death in the end. At this moment, the palace was in chaos. The emperor hurriedly asked, "Master Dragon Slaying, with the treasured saber in your hand, do you have the confidence to deal with a mountain-level demonic beast?" Master Dragon Slaying's expression darkened. "No, the mountain-level demonic beast has already reached the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. I'm far too different from it. In this era, are there no experts at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation?" Xiangnan asked curiously. Everyone looked at Xiangnan like a fool. If it weren't for the fact that Xiangnan had sent the saber over, they would have already started cursing loudly. Ling Feng hurriedly pulled Xiangnan's arm and said, "You're crazy. You dare to say such words. Don't you know that 20 years ago, all the experts of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation attacked the lightning tribulation side by side and all of them perished?" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he helplessly asked, "How could such a stupid thing happen?" Ancient martial artists really didn't have a deep understanding of lightning tribulation. Then how could lightning tribulation be able to increase the success rate by working together? They had actually come up with such a desperate method. Everyone joined forces and attacked together. The lightning tribulation was going to kill as many people as it came. Thinking of this, Xiangnan smiled and said, "What if I can help you resist the invasion of demonic beasts?" Everyone looked at Xiangnan as if they were fools. Master Dragon Slaying said, "Little brother, you only have the Heaven Scryer realm. How can you deal with demonic beasts? Don't say such nonsense so easily." Xiangnan smiled and shook his head. "If I can, I hope that Master Yuan Ling will agree to one condition and accept me as his disciple." At this moment, no one paid attention to Xiangnan. They only felt that he was full of nonsense and didn't want to waste time with him. "Quick," the emperor hurriedly said, "evacuate as many people as possible. Before the demonic beasts break through the city, retreat as many as you can. Move everyone to Moonlight City." Everyone was already in a panic. There were people in charge of retreat plans, and there were people in charge of guarding the city temporarily. Someone bravely stepped forward, expressing their willingness to use their lives to buy everyone more time to retreat. No one paid attention to Xiangnan. At this moment, Xiangnan coughed, but this cough sounded like thunder on the spot. All of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm and Martial Saint Realm experts were shocked and looked at Xiangnan in disbelief. "You're hiding your realm?" Grandmaster Dragon Slaying paled in shock. Xiangnan said, "Give me a second." With that, he waved his right hand and the dead blade suddenly broke free from Yuan Ling's embrace and flew towards Xiangnan. On the other hand, Xiangnan's left hand was backwards, and his right hand extended its index finger, lightly flicking towards the hilt of the saber. Crack! The giant saber suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into thin air. Before everyone could react, the giant saber returned. Xianxia grabbed it and said, "It's done." "What? What's done?" At this moment, the sound of horns soaring into the sky came from afar. "Something's wrong. Did you blow the horn wrong?" Ling Feng's eyes widened. "This is the trumpet of victory. Why is it blowing now?" At the same time, a streak of light from the messenger suddenly arrived and landed in the emperor's hand. The emperor opened the message doubtfully, only to hear faint cheers and a hurried voice coming from inside. "We've won. The mountain-level demonic beast is dead." It was pierced through the head by a bolt of lightning from the horizon. "The demonic beast army has already begun to flee." It was struck by a bolt of lightning. The scene became quiet. Pairs of eyes looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "Gulu." The emperor swallowed a mouthful of saliva and blankly said to Xianxia, Did you do it?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "1 second is 1 second. Not a bit, not a bit." Everyone opened their mouths wide. At this point, Xianxia respectfully placed the giant saber beside him and knelt down on Yuan Ling's knees. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, please accept my respects." He heavily kowtowed his head to the ground, but he didn't lift it for a long time. Tears had already dripped down onto the mirror-smooth floor. Xianxia waited a long time for this bow. A long time. I've injured countless people, killed countless people, and harmed countless people. They all cursed at me in the most vicious language, even though I don't care. But from beginning to end, you are willing to call me senior. I have never seen someone like you before. Are you stupid? Or do you not know what's good for you? I don't know, but I can't stop myself from helping you, even if it's only the last 20 seconds, right? Xianxia, on Huangquan Road, I want to be your master once. Forget it. Everything is over. Goodbye, my disciple. Wow. Then you will be my junior brother in the future. Ling Feng was extremely excited and said, "But why? You're so powerful, at least you're at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, right?" Everyone had this kind of doubt in their hearts. Why did such a powerful expert still want to become a teacher? That Yuan Ling had only just reached the heavenly tribulation realm. To say that he was a disciple, it was also because of this young man, Yuan Ling Bai. However, other than Ling Feng, no one else would say such a stupid question. The emperor desperately winked at Yuan Ling, as if he was saying, "Hurry up and agree. Hurry up and leave this formidable expert behind." The civil and martial arts of the entire dynasty were also extremely excited. If this young man was in charge, then Glory City wouldn't have to fear demonic beasts at all. Yuan Ling looked at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, but proudly asked, "What do you want to learn from me by taking me as your master? If it's martial arts, then you can stand up. I don't have the ability to teach you." Xianxia raised his head and said, "Disciple wants to learn artifact forging techniques." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Ling added, "The higher your cultivation level, the better your skill in artifact forging. If you don't have the talent in this field, I won't accept you anyway." The emperor's eyes turned red when he heard this. Unfortunately, in front of Xianxia, he had to protect the dignity of his emperor. Otherwise, he would have cursed Yuan Ling long ago. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. The entire Glory City instantly turned from morning to night. The civil and military circles of the dynasty were in a panic. They all lifted their robes and ran out of the hall, looking into the sky. However, he heard a thunderous roar and said, "Who killed my subordinates? Get out." This voice was based on an unfathomable cultivation base. When everyone heard it, their faces immediately turned pale and their entire bodies trembled. "Not good," Ling Feng panicked and said, "9th heavenly tribulation level demonic beasts. Oh my god. There are actually 9th heavenly tribulation level demonic beasts in this world." The emperor let out a long sigh. "I'm afraid that my great country will lose its protection today." Everyone was still celebrating the moment they had just escaped from danger. But they didn't expect a catastrophe to follow. Everyone knew that within the same realm, demonic beasts were stronger than human martial artists. That young man, Xianxia, had already reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he was determined to not be able to defeat a demonic beast at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Ling glanced at Xianxia and said, "Now, do you still want to take me as your master? You still have time to escape now." Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, "It's me. Come down." But in the sky, dark clouds rolled and a giant that was 3,000 meters tall descended from the clouds. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of arrows exploded from the walls of the city and shot towards the giant. However, the giant didn't even glance at it. Even though the rain of arrows was about 100 meters away from him, they all vaporized. They were evaporated into vapor by the terrifying demonic energy. "How dare you?" the giant shouted like a bell. "If you even dare to kill my subordinates, you will be considered dead." After saying that, this person suddenly descended. As he descended, his body rapidly shrank. By the time he stood opposite Xianxia, he was only about 10 meters tall. This fellow was not a demonic beast, but a demon. Its realm was indeed the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, male. "It's you." The moment the great demon saw Xianxia, its arrogance immediately decreased by a lot. His face was filled with suspicion and uneasiness. He had never seen such a martial artist before. He did not feel any imposing aura from Xianxia's body. On the contrary, this young man seemed harmless to humans and animals. He tried his best to sense Xianxia's aura fluctuations, but all he could feel was the calm of the lake. No expert was like this. All experts, as long as you stand in front of him, will be able to feel a serious pressure, but in Xianxia's body, this feeling is not the slightest bit. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's not easy for you to cultivate. I can spare your life. Perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but in the future, we humans and demons will be called brothers who can fight side by side and entrust life and death to you." Everyone was dumbfounded, thinking in their hearts that this brat was too arrogant. In front of a 9th level heavenly tribulation demonic beast, he dared to boast to the sea. The great demon laughed furiously. "Are you trying to say that you can defeat me?" Xianxia stood there with his hands behind his back and smiled. "I will stand here. Within a minute, no matter what method you use, as long as you can make me take half a step back, you will still win. Who would want to make such a boring bet with you and try to trick me into leaving? No way. I'll kill you right now." The great demon was furious and immediately jumped up, slapping Xianxia's chest fiercely with its palm. Seeing that Xianxia didn't dodge or dodge, everyone was shocked. Ling Feng hurriedly said, "Junior brother, quickly dodge." Boom! The great demon's palm landed on Xianxia's body, causing the heavens and earth to shake. However, Xianxia still wore a smile and remained motionless. This time, the scene became completely quiet. The great demon was dumbfounded and said, "This? What trick did you use?" 58 seconds, Xianxia said. "Good boy. I didn't agree to your bet. It was you who decided not to move. When I kill you, don't blame me for bullying you." After saying that, the great demon soared into the sky. He waved his hands, and the demonic energy that filled the sky condensed into a spear that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Following that, the great demon shot towards Xianxia. Pong! That terrifying spear hit Xianxia's forehead unbiased. However, Xianxia's head didn't even move backwards, but the demonic chi spear collapsed on its own. At this time, if the great demon couldn't see any more problems, it would really be a problem with its brain. The scene was completely silent. Everyone knew that Xianxia was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is this still a human? He's simply a god. Ling Feng's lips trembled as he said, "They are both at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. How could their strength be so different?" Suddenly, a general lost control and shouted, "He must be the one who successfully crossed the tribulation. He broke through the lightning tribulation and returned." Ah! Everyone grabbed their hair in shock. This was the strength they dreamed of. He stepped over the lightning tribulation and ascended to the ranks of only this kind of reason could explain the origin of Xiangnan's power. The great demon was frightened out of its wits and said in horror, "You successfully crossed the tribulation?" Xiangnan shook his head and said, "No." Everyone was immediately disappointed. In other words, not even such a powerful person was able to survive the lightning tribulation. The great demon calmed down and said, "Since I am not a successful person, I have no reason to lose to you. Give me another palm." He descended from the sky and transformed into a beam of black light that shot towards Xiangnan. He roared, "Heaven-devouring and earth-devouring palm." Xiangnan remained motionless. The great demon's palm landed on Xiangnan's body, causing the entire palace to shake violently. However, everyone was extremely shocked. The great demon of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation released a palm martial skill. The shockwaves produced by this martial skill should be able to shatter the entire glory city. However, in reality, there was no such thing. The palace shook, but not a single building collapsed. There was only one explanation. Xiangnan did not block all of the great Yao's palm power. Instead, he took the initiative to absorb more than 99% of the damage in order to protect the imperial palace. However, after absorbing so much damage, not only was he not injured, he didn't even move. What kind of strength was this? The great demon was completely frightened. He shouted and rushed forward. He no longer directly attacked Xiangnan. Instead, he hugged Xiangnan's legs with both of his hands and forcefully pulled him up. Fighting, that was definitely impossible, but since Xiangnan had made an agreement himself, he only needed to move a little bit of distance before he could be considered a great Yao winner. Xiangnan smiled and his body suddenly fell. The great demon used all of its strength to suck up Xiangnan's milk and was stunned to the point that it was unable to lift him up at all. Ayo! Suddenly, the great demon roared, and his body suddenly rose to 3,000 meters tall, turning into a gigantic giant. He tossed out a demonic energy cable and tied Xiangnan up. Then, the 3,000-meter-long demon pulled the demonic energy light cable out like a pulled fiber. However, Xiangnan remained motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand this scene. The great demon roared. He waved his hands and countless demonic beasts flew over, engulfing the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. 18 demonic beasts over 1,000 meters tall fell to the ground one after another. Ling Feng exclaimed, "You cheated! You actually asked the demonic beasts to help you." However, the great demon simply ignored Ling Feng, and Xiangnan actually did not raise any objections. But when he saw Xiangnan, he said, "Are you serious? All right, I'll come too." With that, Xiangnan pressed down with both his hands, and the dense aura suddenly fell down, firmly placing his entire body on the ground. The great demon, the 18 great demon beasts, and the 19 slimmers all carried the light cord and crazily pulled in the same direction. However, Xiangnan did not move a single step when he heard the creaking sound of the light cord. Finally, Peng's voice rang out. Because the power of the light cord was too great, it was directly pulled apart by the demons. Looking at Xiangnan again, he was still standing where he was, not moving an inch. The great demon stopped talking, and no one could make a sound. "You still have 30 seconds, Xiangnan said indifferently. The great demon's expression changed slightly. Without saying a word, it turned into a demonic aura that engulfed all the demonic beasts as they fled for their lives. Looking back at those people, they all opened their mouths wide, as if they were petrified. Only Yuan Ling remained unmoved. He said, "I, a grand artificer, will never bow down to you because of your strength. If you want to make me admire you, I will have to defeat me through artificing." Xiangnan cupped his fists and said, "Disciple doesn't dare." Yuan Ling stroked his beard and said, "As far as I can see, your strength is already invincible in the world. Even all the human martial artists at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation 20 years ago are still alive. Even if they work together, they will definitely not be able to defeat you alone. So what I'm curious about is, with your strength, what use do you want a weapon for?" Xiangnan looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, The martial Tao is unimaginable. Don't tell me you, Master Dragonslaying said in shock. You also have people to be afraid of? This is impossible. Impossible. Ling Feng said excitedly. Xiangnan smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid, but there are indeed people stronger than me. I've traveled the world this time to find a way to become stronger to fight against them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone noticed that Xiangnan was talking about the word confrontation. Damn it, such a powerful person actually has a stronger opponent than him? Xiangnan's words had completely exceeded their understanding of the word martial arts. Everyone present felt their entire bodies turn cold. They felt like tiny ants that had been engulfed by endless black holes. This Xiangnan was already invincible, but what kind of expert was someone stronger than him? Unexpectedly, Yuan Ling smiled and said, You want to take me as your master? Do you think I can forge a weapon for you to deal with a powerful expert? Xiangnan nodded. Exactly. Yuan Ling was finally happy and said, Then I'll accept you. Xiangnan's words were not a compliment, but they went straight to Yuan Ling's heart. It's useless to flatter an artificer. The only way to make him happy is to acknowledge his abilities. The weapon I built can defeat an expert like that? Thinking of this, Yuan Ling was overjoyed. Then the emperor was still terrified. Xiangnan smiled and said, Don't worry. I know what you are thinking. My opponents will not pose a threat to you. They are not interested in this world. Hearing Xiangnan's affirmative answer, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Ling said to Xiangnan, Since you take me as your master, you have to pay respects to me. 3 respects and 9 knocks are indispensable. It is also necessary to make a change of mouth for tea. Master! The emperor hurriedly winked at Yuan Ling, which meant that you were crazy. It's already your great fortune that I'm willing to take you as my master, yet you actually dare to ask for this. However, in the end, Xiangnan directly took out the teapot cup, brewed tea and picked up a cup of tea. He bowed 3 times and knocked 9 times before Yuan Ling. He placed the cup on his hands and said, Master is above, accept disciple Xiangnan's 3 bowls. With that, Xiangnan kowtowed. Yuan Ling was also touched. It was rare for such a powerful expert to be so humble. Even if he accepted him, he would not disgrace his reputation. In fact, Yuan Ling really deserved Xiangnan's kneeling. Not to mention his identical appearance with Mo Ling, just his status in history was unparalleled. Yuan Ling was the first person to reach grade 7 weaponry refiner. He could also be said to be the founder of the modern history of weaponry refining. His position in the path of artifact forging was on par with Bai Wuya's in the path of martial arts. However, the current people still didn't know about this. After the apprenticeship ceremony was completed, Yuan Ling smiled and took the teacup. He drank it all in one gulp, even if the relationship between the master and disciple was formally established. The inner courtyard of the imperial palace was naturally filled with joy. The arrival of such a great expert in Glory City was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime joyous occasion. The emperor was even happier as he gave a big banquet, claiming to celebrate for a month. Naturally, Xiangnan did not have so much time to waste with him, so he found Yuan Ling and both left the palace, leaving only the others to drink and enjoy themselves. Inside a manor below the mountain, there was a beautiful scenery and the fragrance of birds and flowers, but it was very unsuitable for it to emanate the smell of smoke. Xiangnan laughed at the smell. Naturally, it was the smell of Yuan Ling refining tools here all year round. Yuan Ling and Xiangnan sat opposite each other in the garden pavilion. He picked up a cup of tea quilt and said, First, I want to confirm how much attainments you have in forging. First of all, let me ask you about the introductory knowledge of artifact forging. As Yuan Ling asked, Xiangnan answered. Later on, Yuan Ling's expression became serious. He said, Your understanding of artifact forging is unexpectedly so unique. There are even some things that I didn't expect. Such artifact forging attainments are no weaker than mine. Then why are you here to worship me? Could it be that you're here to play tricks on me? Xiangnan hurriedly said, Disciple doesn't dare. Disciples' knowledge is all pieced together and taught by others. However, disciples' innovation ability is completely incomparable to masters. Disciples can only refine weapons on the basis of their current knowledge. However, there are some areas that disciples do not understand, so there is no other way. Yuan Ling's most formidable skill was not his artifact forging methods, but his ability to innovate. It could be said that the vast majority of his artifact forging theories were developed by him. This was very impressive. Yuan Ling nodded slightly and said, "According to what you said, you should be refining a weapon. However, you encountered a shortcut, but you are unable to learn from the experience of your predecessors." Xianxia hurriedly took out the Mingyue Haoyan mirror and said, "This is it." Yuan Ling took it and studied it for a long time before nodding his head in admiration. "I see. It is indeed a treasure with a wonderful idea. But this thing is already very complete. It is not a semi-finished product." Xianxia raised his right index finger and erected a strand of astral qi. He gently fused the astral qi into the Haoyan mirror. In the end, before the dipper qi could enter, 2 cracks appeared on the mirror surface of the Haoyan mirror. Xianxia dissipated his aura and said, "Master, you already know that this mirror can absorb energy, but I hope it can take a step further. Disciple has tried many times to use more powerful materials to increase its tolerance, but in the end, all of them failed." Yuan Ling stroked his beard and laughed loudly. "That's natural. This mirror is different from a saber and spear. As long as a saber and spear are made of a stronger material, its hardness and lethality can be increased. However, this mirror pays more attention to its ability attributes than its sturdiness. No matter how hard you make it, its bag capacity is limited and it is futile." Right. Xianxia was extremely excited. This Yuan Ling was indeed a grandmaster of a sect. With a single sentence, he got to the point. Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Then does Master have a way to allow this mirror to accept the strength of my dipper qi at this stage?" Yuan Ling muttered, "If I were to create a mirror out of thin air, I'm afraid it would take at least 2 to 3 years. However, your mirror has already formed its own system. On the basis of this mirror, I can only increase its inclusiveness. That would be much simpler. Give me 2 hours. I'll slowly comprehend its mysteries. I'll give you an answer later." Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Shi. For the next 2 hours, Xianxia stayed by Yuan Ling's side and served her meticulously with tea. However, he did not utter a single sound to interfere with Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling was very satisfied. Seeing that Xianxia was a child with vision, he was naturally relieved. 2 hours later, Yuan Ling punctually put down the mirror, took out a brush and paper, and wrote down a large paragraph of text. He handed the paper to Xianxia and said, "Strengthening the mirror of the radiant moon heaven requires 2 things. One is the hardness of the mirror itself, and this must be increased. It must not be left out. One is the storage capacity of the mirror itself. This involves the space domain, but it is almost impossible to gather these 2 materials together." Xianxia looked at the materials and found it strange. The materials that strengthened the mirror itself were called infinite iron. The materials that strengthened the mirror's capacity were called abyssal stones. Xianxia asked curiously. He had never heard of these 2 things before. Yuan Ling introduced. According to legend, infinite iron is a highly intelligent metal that possesses the ability to remain imperishable. I have only seen relevant descriptions from ancient ruins, but I have never seen the true body of such a thing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Nether gold. This kind of thing is called nether gold. Is that so? Yuan Ling said thoughtfully. As for the abyss stone, it is a kind of stone that contains spatial power. Xianxia hurriedly said, Void stone. Yuan Lingqi said, You even know about the void stone? This was the first thing I discovered and personally named, but it hasn't been announced yet. How would you know? Xianxia laughed and said, Perhaps I'm not talking about the same thing as you. Yuan Ling said thoughtfully, However, abyssal stones are not the same as void stones. Void stones do possess spatial power, but abyssal stones are attached to space itself. This is different, Xianxia said. He had never seen such a thing as an abyss stone before. What do you mean by bringing your own space, a storage ring? Yuanling explained that the storage ring was actually a counterfeit. It was used to imitate abyssal stones and simulate their abilities. However, the spatial flaws in the storage ring were too large to fit into living creatures, and the spatial range was too small. This Minghuaoyan mirror was mixed with a portion of the abyssal stones, but the ratio was too small, about 100,000 to 1. Yuanling said. He had to make the Minghuaoyan mirror's abyss stone ratio reach at least 1/10 in order to accommodate a dipper chi of Xiangnan's level. On the paper he gave Xiangnan, apart from describing these two materials, the remaining large paragraphs were about how to refine these two materials into the Haoyan mirror. When Xiangnan saw the description of this method, his heart ached and he said, "Master!" Yuanling smiled and said, "I already knew that you wouldn't be staying here for long. Perhaps the master-disciple relationship between us can only last for a very short period of time. That's why I directly wrote down the method of refining the Haoyan mirror, so that you can refer to it at any time in the future." Master, disciple Xiangnan hesitated. Yuanling said, "I refused to accept you because I knew you were going to leave, and I was willing to accept you later, not in order to force you to stay by my side. One day, master and disciple are also master and disciple. One day, master and disciple are still master and disciple. Don't worry about the time." Xiangnan was so moved that he kowtowed 3 more times to Yuanling. Yuanling waved his hand and said, "I heard you mention the word your era many times before. I think you should be a space-time traveler. Although it's hard for me to believe this statement, after seeing your strength, I think that space and time can really travel." Xiangnan nodded. 290,000 years after this disciple came. Yuanling smiled and said, "That makes sense. Your enemies are definitely hunting you down from your time. Since that's the case, why waste too much time here? You go. There's no need to linger and do what you have to do." Xiangnan knelt down again, kowtowed 3 times, and then turned around to leave. Fortunately, he did it in a carefree manner, allowing the two of them to leave without any regrets. Xiangnan left with his back to Yuanling. As he walked, tears began to roll in his eyes. Yuanling looked at Xiangnan's departing back and sighed. "My disciple, I only accepted you when I saw your righteousness. May your righteousness last forever. Do not enter the demonic path, and do not disgrace your reputation as a master." Xiangnan stopped. He did not turn around. Instead, he raised his right fist high up and said loudly, "It is our duty to defend justice, but there is still a breath left, and we will never fall." With that, he turned into a beam of strong light and flew into the sky, looking in the direction that Xiangnan had left in. Yuanling was gratified and said, "Good child. There are always people who are silently paying for this world. However, some people are remembered, while some people are silently nameless and disappear into the dust of history." After bidding farewell to Yuan Zero, Xiangnan returned to the Imperial Palace and went to the Imperial Library. Sure enough, as he had expected, there was no record of the next great historical event. It was already 290,000 years ago. If one pushed forward, it would be the sprout stage of martial arts. Moreover, 330,000 years ago, humans had just appeared. During this period of time, apart from the sprouting of martial arts, nothing major happened. Humans had always been competing with demonic beasts for space to survive. The next great historical event should have happened in the previous civilization. Xiangnan was in the last human civilization, which lasted for 330,000 and 2,500 years. The last human civilization might have happened millions of years ago, or even millions of years ago. Xiangnan knew that he was about to enter an unknown and unfamiliar stage of civilization. The serpent said, "Since abyssal stones have already appeared in our civilization, it means that another civilization will definitely exist. Furthermore, there are more abyssal stones than ours." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Yes, the mirror must be strengthened. Right now, I can only release 4 saber lights to deal with 8 false gods. It is far from enough. I must borrow the help of the mirror, otherwise I will still be unable to defeat them. Xianxia glanced at the recipe Yuan Ling had left for him, firmly remembering it in his heart, and then he casually burned it. This time, Xianxia still hadn't found a way to escape from the Star Trace's pursuit. He could only use his previous experience to set up 4 Heavenly Tribulation 10th layer saber lights and wait on the spot. This time, the two sides were still locked in a fight. Although 2 of the pseudo-gods had been killed, the 2 people who had died were both of the lowest cultivation realms, and their impact on the overall strength of the pseudo-god team was negligible. Xianxia was still unable to defeat them, but relying on his own tricks, he managed to escape once again and enter the next spatial fault. But this time, because the fake gods had the experience from last time, they had learned a lesson and fought more cautiously. Xianxia was seriously injured and entered the next time node. When his eyes lit up and he landed on the ground, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered serious internal injuries. Furthermore, he had been injured by the temple battle god. This kind of injury could not be revived by bathing in fire, nor could it be recovered with nether gold. He could only slowly recover by himself. He took a deep breath and used his cultivation to treat his injuries. The effects of the 9 Purities Cosmos technique were inconspicuous. It could only stop bleeding and could not heal the wound. I can only eat some ginseng and other supplements, the snake said. According to the normal process of healing, martial arts techniques were no longer enough to heal the injuries caused by the temple's war god. Xianxia took out a handful of spiritual herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. He slowly flew forward. He felt pain all over his body, but he still barely managed to hold on. How much combat strength do you have left in your severely injured body? The big snake asked. Xianxia said, I can play 60%, but if I go all out, I should be able to play 70% or 80%. No problem. The serpent was relieved and said, That's not too bad. By the time the fake god descends again, you should be able to recover from your injuries. Since we have already arrived at the last human civilization, then we are not familiar with everything here. According to the old practice, we should first look for the library and see what kind of historical event will happen next time we jump into space. Xianxia was in a time zone where major events would occur. However, because he did not find any relevant records, he could only resign himself to fate and would most likely miss it. However, Xianxia still didn't understand what the current martial world looked like. He still broke through to the first-level plane and discovered that there were actually 2 first-level planes in this era. He had no other choice but to choose one of them. He glanced at the 2 first-class planes and discovered that they were completely different from the 6 Emperors' continent. This meant that in this ancient era, the continent plate had undergone earth-shattering changes from his own. The place that Xianxia came to was called the Steel Heaven Realm. It was one of the 2 first-class planes. He closed his eyes and sensed it as he flew towards the place where the human martial Tao fluctuations were most intense. It was the same principle. The more martial artists there were, the more important the geographical location was. Then, the number of experts and the completeness of the preservation of the documents should be higher. He flew through the sky, only to discover strange steel buildings beneath his feet. Almost all the cities in the world were made of standard 100% metal, which meant that there was no earth or stone structure at all. It was as if Xianxia had returned to the steel continent. As they were flying, the martial artists in front of them were all wearing armor, which surprised Xianxia. Their armor was very different from the heavy and clumsy armor worn by the soldiers of Xianxia's era. The armor worn by the martial artists here was even more exquisite and beautiful. Those armors were closely shaped and incomparably handsome. 2 shoulder pads, either diamond-shaped or rounded, covered the shoulders and wore a simple, pretty helmet, something between the helmet and the crown of the head. There were also metal gloves on his hands with his fingers exposed. Half of his fingers were exposed, which should be for the convenience of releasing his dipper chi. Xianxia also discovered that the beautiful armor worn by these martial artists was of different grades. Some of the armors were rough and simple. Some people's armors were even more complex and beautiful, and their defenses were unbelievably strong. They even reached the level of a profound grade weapon. However, When those martial artists saw Xianxia, they all revealed surprised expressions and turned into sympathy. A warrior dressed in bright silver armor flew over and patted Xianxia's shoulder gently. "Brother, look at your injuries. Your armor was stolen, right?" Xianxia smiled without saying anything. The martial artist shook his head and said, "You must be very sad. Our martial artists have always wanted to get a powerful set of martial armor since they were young. Once they were robbed, their lifetime's worth of effort would be destroyed. By the way, what level is that martial armor of yours?" Xianxia didn't know how to answer, but before he could say anything, the martial artist had already bragged in advance. "Look at me. This is a star-grade martial armor." Xianxia sized it up and saw that the armor this person was wearing should be a profound-grade weapon. It was roughly at the beginner stage of the profound grade. Xianxia learned of such an important clue through a relationship conversation. Originally, Xianxia thought that this should also be an era that paid great attention to artifact forging, but in reality he thought the opposite. This was an era that paid great attention to qi refining. The martial artist only focused on cultivating qi and didn't care about body refinement. No one cultivated body refinement directly. Because of this, a martial artist's fragile physique gave birth to something like a martial armor to protect a martial artist's body. Once a martial artist in this era was shattered, their martial armor would basically be a huge opening. As for the grade of armor, it was the same as the grade of weapons. Corresponding weapon, Mortal Spirit Earth, Profound Heavenly Tao God, 7 grades. The martial clans were divided into armor, mountain level armor, earth level, sky level, astral cycle, bright moon level, and blazing sun level. There were a total of 7 levels. The star-grade martial armor corresponded to the profound armament. The Hao Yu level corresponded to a Tao weapon, while the blazing sun level corresponded to a divine weapon. What surprised Xianxia was that there were really divine weapons at this stage of history. That was the blazing sun grade martial armor. There were even 3 sets in total. What made Xianxia even happier was that in this era, there were abyss stones. However, abyssal stones were still very rare materials. Even here, they were still very precious. And that abyss stone was actually one of the main ingredients used to forge the blazing sun grade armor. At that time, Xianxia's divine weapons were basically inseparable from nether gold. But there was no need for nether gold here, because no one could enter the great nether realm to search for it. Then the abyss stone would play an extremely important role. Xianxia knew that the abyss stone automatically contained a space. This space was the best material for forging armor. Not only could it absorb a large amount of attack power from the enemy, it could also act as a buffer zone. A large portion of the powerful inertia generated by the attack was absorbed in that space. Xianxia was both curious and liked it. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would have wanted to make a set for himself to play with. Seeing those martial artists wearing handsome armor, Xianxia couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, all the materials needed to forge a martial armor were not for sale. There was no amount of money to buy them. Even if it was a very low-grade large earth-grade armor, the materials would not be sold to the public. The martial artists had to find a way to gather the materials themselves, and then hand the materials over to the artificer to create outstanding armor for themselves to wear. The serpent said, "Don't be jealous. You definitely won't have a chance. We only have 1 day. Even if we can find the abyss stones, it won't be easy, let alone gather all the materials needed for a set of martial armor." Xianxia flew into a large city. Rather than a large city, it was more like a continent. This continent was wrapped in a ring of steel city walls. The purpose of this was to defend against sea beasts. Before the land demonic beasts rose, the sea demonic beasts were one of the rulers of this world. They were bigger and stronger, but for some unknown reason, in the history of modern martial arts, the sea beasts gradually withdrew from the martial arts stage. In this current era, sea beasts were still rampant. Xianxia analyzed that the decline of sea beasts should have occurred during this period. Within the enormous city, there were countless martial artists. Furthermore, there was an unprecedented condensation of martial artists, and there weren't many factions. Humans have never been more united when they have the same foreign enemy, and this has never changed. At the same time, Xianxia also felt that the aura fluctuations of martial artists in this era were really very strong. They were almost at the same level as the Spirit Vulture sect. After all, he had spent his entire life cultivating astral chi. Apart from that, he didn't practice anything else, causing all of the martial artists to have terrifying astral chi. After Xianxia inquired about the location of the Imperial Library, he quickly moved towards his goal. Along the way, he even saw more than a dozen powerful martial artists dragging the corpses of a giant sea beast that was more than 3,000 meters long. The length of this body was already comparable to the strongest land demon of Yuan Zero's era. The corpse was dragged along with a loud rumble. On both sides of the boundless road, there were martial practitioners observing the corpse. However, they didn't even look at the corpse of the sea beast. Obviously, this had happened many times before, and no one was surprised. Those martial artists wore extremely handsome martial armor and flew in front of them with high spirits. They tied the corpses of sea beasts with dipper energy light ropes as they flew, drinking and chatting. The Imperial Library here was called the Cloud Sea Pavilion. It was not an official institution, but everyone could write their own books and donate them. Because dealing with all kinds of sea beasts required a lot of experience, practically all martial artists would write their insights into books and send them to the Cloud Sea Pavilion after the sea beasts had fought. Of course, there were records of historical documents, but this knowledge was mainly written by officials. Fortunately, Cloud Sea Pavilion was open, and Xianxia didn't have to pay any price to directly go in and read it. He soon found out the exact story of the next great historical event. The next great historical event was called Emperor Xianxia. This person's name was the name of the great event. It was the first major event in the history of civilization to refine a 9th-grade medicinal pill. Xianxia had seen rank 10 pills before, but in this era, rank 9 pills were still very impressive. Emperor Xianxia? Xianxia muttered. Looks like he should be a mysterious Tao expert. The serpent said, "That is indeed quite impressive. In our era, there were hardly any profound Tao cultivators who reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, and even Mo Ling was far inferior." That's right. If we find that person, we should be able to obtain some 9th-grade pills to eat. Perhaps we can advance to the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. So what about now? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what to do because he didn't have a target. The big event will happen after the next jump, and this time it's not clear what it is. Could it be that he was really bored and went to collect martial armor materials to play with himself? At this moment, a burst of restlessness suddenly came from outside. Xianxia curiously walked out to watch, but he saw 2 martial artists fighting on the vast Grand Tao. A martial artist was about 2 meters tall and wore a set of golden armor. He looked majestic and beautiful. One of them was about 2.23 meters tall, wearing a set of beautiful sapphire-like armor. Under the sunlight, it reflected an exquisite brilliance. It was simply unbelievably beautiful. The realms and strengths of these 2 people were frighteningly high. A person wearing golden armor possessed the 3rd level of heavenly tribulation, but his golden armor was at the Haoyu level, equivalent to a beginner Tao weapon. As for the tall man wearing sapphire armor, he was only at the 1st level of heavenly tribulation. However, his sapphire armor was also at the Haoyu level, which was equivalent to an intermediate Tao weapon. The 2 of them were exactly the opposite. Those with higher cultivation realms had lower levels of martial armor. However, those with low cultivation realms were even higher in martial armor. The 2 of them fought until the sky was dim, and the aura was rampant, causing even Xianxia to be speechless. He thought to himself, so powerful. The aura of a martial artist in this era is actually so powerful. If one of the 2 of them jumps, they will be able to sweep across Yuan Zero's era. Perhaps even the great demon of the 9th stage of the heavenly tribulation can only draw with these 2, right? That great demon, if he fought 2 against 1, it should be very difficult to win. It's ruthless enough. The great snake said curiously. The strength of their divine chi should be close to that of the disciples of the heavenly evolution sect. Under the same cultivation realm, the disciples of the heavenly evolution sect could only slightly surpass them. Amazing, truly amazing. Xianxia sincerely praised. It was truly a civilization. It had the glory of a civilization. Actually, it's normal. The period we're in is the final stage of human civilization. Isn't it? Said the serpent. Xianxia thought for a moment, but that was also true. The end of a martial civilization was precisely the pinnacle of this martial era. Xianxia had gone from the future to the past, so he had gone in the opposite direction. This was the most prosperous and powerful stage of human civilization. What do you mean? It's about the same time as Xianxia's 330,000 years later. At that time, martial arts rose, glory god cult was omnipotent, and heavenly tribulation ninth-layer experts were everywhere. However, there was a big difference between martial arts civilization and historical civilization. Martial arts civilization was usually the beginning of decline after reaching its peak. The appearance of a large number of experts caused the range of battles to expand to the limit. If two people fought, they could destroy a planet, which was the prelude to extinction. At this moment, the two of them had already reached a white-hot stage. Logically speaking, the little guy should be more powerful. After all, his realm was 2 levels higher than the tall guy's. However, in reality, the tall sapphire armor had exerted an astonishing effect on Xianxia. Unexpectedly, it was a taller man with a lower cultivation realm that had gained the upper hand. The little man kicked away the tall man and threw out a backhand palm. The vast aura was compressed into a palm-sized palm print and slapped towards the tall man. The tall man actually stood up and used his shoulders to block the palm strike. Following that, he also used a backhand punch and heavily punched the little man in the stomach with his dipper chi. The tall gemstone armor blocked almost all of the little man's palm power, but the little man's golden armor was cracked instead, causing him to fly backwards. Warm applause rang out at the scene. The tall man looked down at the little man condescendingly and said, "How dare a mere beginner how you martial armor dare to shout at my intermediate how you martial armor? You are truly overestimating yourself." The little man struggled to sit up and spat out another mouthful of blood. "You bastard! Master passed down the blue treasure martial armor to you. You actually beat him to death," he said with difficulty, clutching the chest of his shattered martial armor. "Can't you wait for 3 years? After 3 years, the blue treasure martial armor will belong to you. Why do you have to do this?" The tall man sneered. 3 years? Simply put, I can't wait any longer. That old man has lived for so many years, but he refuses to let go of the blue treasure martial armor. Yes, I stole the blue treasure martial armor in the middle of the night. So what if I kill that old thing? What can you do to me? Didn't you get beaten to death by me? The onlookers knew the truth of the matter. They all despised the tall man, but no one dared to speak out. A martial saint expert wanted to come out, but was stopped by his companion. He whispered, "You're crazy. He's wearing an intermediate Haoyue martial armor." The tall man raised his palm and pointed it at the little man. "You've always worshipped your master. Didn't I kill him? That kind of trash is qualified to be my master. It's just that he knows how to forge martial armor. Today I'll kill you together. From now on, no one else in this world will compete with me for the blue treasure martial armor." After saying that, the tall man slashed down with his palm. Clang! A huge saber suddenly stretched out, and the tall man's palm directly slapped the saber's body, producing a loud rumbling sound. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Xianxia in disbelief. Seeing that this was a young man who had lost his martial armor and was seriously injured, they felt incredulous. The tall man's heart trembled. He could feel how stable that saber was. "Who are you?" The tall man suddenly turned his head and glared at the owner of the saber. Xianxia said indifferently, "A person who saw unfairness on the road and pulled out a knife to help." The tall man's face changed slightly. "What does the grudge between our sect have to do with you?" "I can't stand it," Xianxia said. The little man hurriedly said, "Friend, thank you for saving my life, but hurry up and leave. He wears the crystals of his master's lifetime's hard work. You will never be able to defeat him." Xianxia smiled and said, "If you can't beat me, can't you fight righteously? I've never heard of such a theory." The tall man said angrily, You're courting death. Today, I'll let you taste the power of the blue treasure martial armor. After the tall man finished speaking, he struck towards Xianxia with a palm strike. This palm was indeed powerful, and under the blessing of the blue treasure armor, its power had actually increased by another level. You are very confident in your astral chi. Xianxia slapped him head-on. The audience cried out in alarm. That foolish boy is naked and wants to fight against an expert wearing a blue treasure armor. He's simply crazy. Pong! The two of them clashed. Xianxia remained motionless, but the tall man was knocked flying backwards, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Everyone present was stunned. Xianxia frowned slightly and thought to himself, although I managed to control the strength of this palm strike, it was more than enough to kill him. He actually suffered only slight internal injuries. Looks like the defense of the blue treasure martial armor is really shocking, said the serpent. The tall man was very cunning. Seeing that he could not defeat Xianxia, he turned around and fled. Which way? Xianxia pulled him back with a floral finger and clasped his chest with a palm. Pong! The tall man was sent flying again. After rolling on the ground more than 10 times, he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. You can't kill me! Oh! Xianxia rubbed his wrist and said, I'm useless. I don't want to break the old man's heart and blood. You look down on me too much. With that, Xianxia suddenly turned into a cluster of lightning and appeared in front of the tall man. His left hand grabbed the tall man by the back of his neck, and his right hand flickered rapidly on his body. He actually dismantled the blue treasure martial armor piece by piece and threw it all in front of the little man. The tall man was stunned. Everyone, including the little man, was also stunned. Armor dismantling with bare hands? The little man looked like he had seen a ghost and said, How did you do it? You clearly didn't even wear martial armor. That's impossible. A martial artist doesn't wear a martial artist. What's the difference between a martial artist and a trash? You actually, Xianxia said, put it on. This is your master's treasure. Don't fall into the wrong hands. However, the little man's expression darkened and he did not move at all. Everyone looked at Xianxia like they were fools. They felt admiration for him, but they also felt that Xianxia was stupid. The tall man laughed loudly, but seeing his body tremble, the countless fragments of the blue treasure martial armor flew back on their own and were dressed neatly by him again. Oh, I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. The little man smiled bitterly and said, The martial armor must drip blood to recognize its owner. Only then can it be passed down. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to wear it for the rest of my life. The tall man laughed ferociously. You two scum full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. In this place, martial arts is respected. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. That old bastard was killed by me. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing you can do. As long as you have the blue treasure martial armor, no one can kill me. Xianxia's expression darkened as he said, You've provoked me. You've slashed your master, and you've gone against the law. But you don't know how to be shameless, and you're complacent. You've touched my bottom line. The tall man said, So what? Come bite me? You can't break me. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia took a slippery step forward. He let out a low roar and slapped the tall man's chest with his palm. Pong! The armor on the tall man's chest instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the tall man himself exploded into pieces of flesh and bones. Hiss! The scene was filled with a cold breath. Heavens! He smashed the blue treasure martial armor with his bare hands. People looked at Xianxia like they were looking at a monster. The little man immediately cried out loudly. He rushed forward and held the blue treasure armor in his hands, saying, Master, your great vengeance has been avenged. But your armor is also broken. Xianxia looked at him high up and said, What are you crying for? The armor is broken. I will help you repair it again. But the person to be killed will not be tolerated. Big Snake whispered, Previously, when you kowtowed to Yuan Ling, you also shed tears. Xianxia's face flushed slightly as he angrily said in his heart, Can that be the same? Big Snake laughed. Why is it different? Your master is dead, so is his master. Isn't it all the same? Xianxia was choked speechless as he spat. Put away your blue treasure armor and follow me. The little man hurriedly restrained his armor and followed behind Xianxia. Senior, you must be hiding your appearance, right? Otherwise, with your strength of Dipper Chi, how could you be so young? Where's your armor? Speaking of which, who can injure you? I still have to thank you. If not. Xianxia frowned and said, how can you break your mouth? I can refine weapons myself, so I can help you fix them. The little man hurriedly said, Heavens? Do you know any top soul masters? What the hell is a soul master? Xianxia said. Only after asking did he know that forging a martial armor couldn't be limited to a weaponry refiner. At the same time, he also needed a profession of a soul master. This was a profession of the profound Tao. Once a weapon has a spirit, it can listen to its master's wishes and come as you please. However, artifact spirits were something that could be encountered but not sought. It was impossible for every martial armor to be able to cultivate an artifact spirit. Hence, soul masters appeared. This kind of person could endow a martial armor with a soul similar to a tool spirit. Although it was far inferior to the advanced grade of the tool spirit, it was enough for the martial armor to drip blood to recognize its owner. This was also the reason why after Xianxia removed the blue treasure martial armor, the martial armor would automatically fly back and be worn by the tall man. However, there were even more low-grade martial armors that had not been injected with souls by a soul master. Because martial artists did not have enough materials to hire a soul master, their martial armors could be snatched away. The blue treasure martial armor had been blessed, so one had to cooperate with a soul master in order to cultivate it. So troublesome, Xianxia frowned and said, Is your blue treasure martial armor soul dead? The little man frowned and said, Well, sort of. You broke his front chest armor, which means his soul is no longer complete. It's basically useless. The serpent said, It really isn't as good as the artifact spirit. No matter what your saber shatters into, the artifact spirit won't die. However, once this type of armor is damaged in a large area, its soul will half die and enter a deep slumber. Xianxia made a brief inquiry and learned that there was a Soul Master Alliance on this continent. It was on par with the Artificer Alliance and had become the two strongest organizations that dominated the continent. No matter how formidable a martial artist was, he still needed a martial armor to defend himself, so he would definitely seek help from these two organizations. This was an era of martial Tao dominance, but the lifeblood of the entire martial Tao world was controlled by profound Tao experts. Oh right, you are an expert at the heavenly tribulation stage? Why is your astral chi so strong? Xianxia was annoyed and said, Shut up! No wonder your master didn't teach you the blue treasure martial armor. When the little man heard this, he immediately became sad and lowered his head without saying a word. Xianxia's heart softened and he said, I'm sorry, I went too far. Your character is not bad. Even if Master died, he knew that he would take revenge for Master regardless of his life. Your master accepted you and didn't misjudge him. I understand your feelings. The little man raised his head and said, What? Your master is also dead? How did he die? Did he get beaten to death by your senior brother? Did your senior brother die? Did you kill him? Did you also kill him with a palm strike? Could it be that your master? Xianxia took a deep breath and felt a severe headache. Endure, endure. You must endure. Who? Hold on. The Soul Master Alliance was not far from Cloud Sea Pavilion. It was a huge ring-shaped building. There was another ring in one ring. One ring was higher than the other. The higher one went, the higher the grade of a Soul Master would be. This building was somewhat similar to a tall tower, but it was much larger. The diameter of the outermost ring was already equivalent to a large city. When they arrived here, the entire Soul Master Alliance was blocked by countless martial artists carrying large boxes on their backs. The little man introduced that these people were all people who had forged their own martial armor and had come to ask for more souls. Soul Masters were extremely arrogant, and they were all bastards. Even if you can give him the corresponding materials, he might not be able to help you. He often drags you along. Moreover, he has been waiting here for 3 years and hasn't been received by a soul master yet. When Xianxia and the others entered the first ring, they were immediately blocked by guards wearing silver armor. "Show me your armor." The guard raised his toes and looked at people with his nose and eyes. The little man hurriedly took off the chest on his back and displayed the blue treasure martial armor. Only then did the 2 guards become serious. One of them said, "Oh, so it's the blue treasure martial armor. We know that this armor is very powerful, but how could it be broken by someone?" Another person said, "Since you are at the how you level, then you can ascend to the upper echelon. Here is the token of passage. Go." The 2 of them passed the test smoothly and continued on their way. The little man introduced, "All martial artists who came here must first display their martial armor. What grade of martial armor is yours? You can only go to the relevant higher-ups. If the grade of martial armor is insufficient, you are not qualified to go up." The Soul Master Alliance was divided into 70 levels, corresponding to 7 levels. Each level occupied 10 levels, and there were countless soul masters working here. Each of them was extremely wealthy. The higher he went, the more Luoke appeared at the entrance. When he reached the 66th floor, it coincidentally corresponded to the How You intermediate grade of the blue treasure martial armor. This place was empty. Only Xianxia and the little man stood there, completely different from the bustling downstairs. Perhaps those who came to these 2 levels were all great figures. After verifying the blue treasure martial armor, the guard at the entrance of the 66th floor shouted angrily, "Only experts at the 5th level of heavenly tribulation and above are qualified to wear such a treasure armor. How did you get it, a kid at the 3rd level of heavenly tribulation? Did you steal it?" The little man hurried to the border, but the guard refused to open the door. He sneered and said, "We don't care what we steal." No matter what the little guy said, the guard wouldn't open it. Xianxia frowned. "How do you know he stole it?" "There's no evidence." "But nonsense." The guard was furious and pointed at Xianxia's nose. "Be careful what you say. Don't even look at where this place is. Just spout nonsense, or we'll beat you out of here." The little man hurriedly grabbed Xianxia. Oh, in fact, he was not small. He was also 2 meters tall and was on the same level as Xianxia. This person was called Xiao Miao. He was an orphan and was picked up by his master. This breast name had been used until now and had never changed. In fact, Xiao Miao was also a famous figure in the martial arts world. After all, the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation was definitely not a joke. However, in the Soul Master Alliance, which had an eye above the top, no one paid attention at all. Xiao Miao knew that Xianxia had a bad temper and was afraid that Xianxia would kill the guard with a single palm. So she hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's arm and explained in a low voice, killing a guard wasn't a big deal, but he would be charged with contempt for a Soul Master. From now on, regardless of whether it was the headquarters of the Soul Master Alliance or the entire First Plane, all the Soul Master Alliance branches would blacklist Xianxia and no one would accept his business. This kind of isolation was something all martial artists were afraid of. "So what if you're strong? I'm not doing your business anymore," Xiao Miao whispered in Xianxia's ear. He only opened the door because he wanted benefits. "Wait." After saying that, Xiao Miao groped in her arms for a while and took out a glittering gem. She smiled and said, "Smile." The guard's eyes lit up and he hurriedly received it in his hand, seemingly extremely excited. "What are you doing bribing me? I'm not that kind of person. You should leave." Xianxia said, "Heh, my temper is so violent." Xiao Miao grabbed Xianxia and hurriedly said to the guard, "I really only have this emerald. Although it is 2 levels lower than the sapphire, it is still very valuable." "Stop talking." Xianxia stopped Xiao Miao and sneered, "Don't you see? He saw that you could easily take out an emerald and became greedy, wanting to get more benefits from you." "I said." Xianxia looked at the guard and said, "Haven't other people given you so many benefits?" When you see that he is generous, it makes things even more difficult for him. Doing so isn't quite true. The guard raised his eyebrows and shouted, "What nonsense? Who gave me any benefits?" I don't understand. If he can't afford it, scram. Xianxia smiled. Do you know how to write the word die? I'll give you one last chance. Either open the door or die. The guard was furious. Someone is causing trouble here. Suddenly, more than 100 guards rushed out of the door. These guards were all divine martial realm experts, but they were willing to be lackeys for others and lick the feet of those high-ranking soul masters. Soon after, a dozen or so soul masters dressed in embroidered robes walked out with their hands behind their backs. More than 100 people surrounded Xianxia, their faces cold. Xianxia pointed at the guard who had just made things difficult for him and said, "Look clearly, I want to beat him up now." A dozen or so soul masters were stunned, and one of them said, "How dare you, I don't believe you." Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia punched the guard in the face, sending him flying backwards, smashing into the pillar and bouncing back. The guards were furious and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia pressed down with both hands, and a wave of chi sent all the guards flying. He took a step forward and grabbed the guard from the ground. He raised his hand and punched him again, causing blood to spill out of his mouth and nose as he howled miserably. "Enough, enough. Stop fighting." Little Miao was terrified. This was the Soul Master Alliance. "Enough for your grandpa. I haven't finished venting my anger yet." Xianxia punched the guard 3 times on the face, knocking him unconscious on the spot. All of the Soul Master's expressions changed drastically. They all pointed at Xianxia's nose, their fingers trembling with anger as they said, You really are the opposite." Xianxia was afraid of nothing. After today, he would go to the next time fault. He didn't care about admiring the Soul Master Alliance for offending them. Your uncle, you're not a good guy either." Xianxia punched out, sending the Soul Master flying. By the time the Soul Master flew backwards, his 2 front teeth had already flown into the sky. Xianxia said coldly, "Damn, we are so noisy outside. You can't hear him." He called for someone, but you all came out neatly. You were clearly the ones who eavesdropped on us. You were deliberately letting him make things difficult for us. How dare you? Who dares to make a big fuss about the Soul Master suddenly? There was a burst of thunder in the sky. However, when he saw a man dressed in bright black armor stepping into the air, a huge vortex appeared in the sky along with his appearance. My God! It's a blazing sun-grade martial armor. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. Xiao Miao was so scared that she trembled and didn't even dare to move. Xianxia was also very shocked. Why was a 9th-level heavenly tribulation man wearing a true divine-grade martial armor willing to be a fighter in the Soul Master Alliance? Seeing that the man landed on the ground, he faced Xianxia and laughed. "This emperor came to worship a grade 7 Soul Master, but I didn't expect that someone would dare to act wildly in such a place." Xianxia let out a cry in his heart. Turned out that he was visiting. Following this self-proclaimed great emperor man were 7 elderly soul masters. Each of these 7 was a grade 7 soul master, and their realms were all above the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. A row of 8 people stood majestically in front of Xianxia. The rank 6 soul masters who had been beaten immediately complained and shouted for Xianxia to be taught a lesson. The great emperor laughed loudly. "My blazing sun martial armor is made by 7 7th-grade soul masters. It took me 9,981 days to forge it day and night. Naturally, I want to return this favor." With that, he wanted to attack Xianxia. However, a 6th-level soul master could not see any clues, but a 7th-level soul master could. An old soul master hurriedly stopped the great emperor and said, "Great Emperor Shenwu, this person must not be moved." The divine martial emperor asked curiously, "Why?" The old soul master whispered, "He is a grade 7 weaponry refiner." The divine martial emperor sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly cupped his fists towards Xianxia. "So it's a grade 7 soul master. This emperor is reckless." Soul masters weren't easy to deal with, and artificers weren't vegetarians either. Without a soul master to help you refill your soul, it would be very troublesome. But without a weaponry master, you can't even fucking refine a Wu clan. As for the rank 6 soul masters who had deliberately made things difficult for Xianxia, their faces turned green with fear. My God! A grade 7 artificer has come to the Soul Master Alliance? Look! An old soul master pointed at the 2-meter-long saber behind Xianxia and whispered, half-blazing sun rank. Another old soul master whispered, there's a saber spirit. The third old soul master's eyes flashed with a bright light. A formidable saber spirit that I've never seen before. Every word was like a hammer that smashed into the divine martial emperor's heart. The emperor's expression changed from solemn to respectful, and finally to worship. He warmly grabbed Xianxia's hands and whispered, Master, please don't take offense to heart. This emperor will personally pay a visit to the Artificer Alliance in half a month. Since you are able to cultivate the artifact spirit, I hope you can also help me cultivate the artifact spirit with this blazing sun martial armor. Xianxia frowned. The indignation of the gods and humans can't be used like this. The divine martial emperor thought for a moment and tried to ask, dehumanizing? Xianxia said, you'd better call it the Ghost Act's divine work. Then how is that possible? The divine martial emperor's expression turned serious as he said, how can I compare you to a ghost? Isn't that an insult to you? Xianxia took a deep breath and explained to himself. He had to endure it. He had to endure it. He didn't want to be like an illiterate person. An old soul master asked Xianxia curiously, 7th grade artificer, why did you come to our Soul Master Alliance to cause trouble? Everyone knows that the Artificers Alliance and the Soul Masters Alliance never offend each other. Xianxia pulled Xiao Miao out and pointed at him. My friend's armor is broken. I hope you can rely on the masters to repair it for him. I've contracted for the forging of weapons. I hope that everyone can help me rebuild my martial armor soul. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. As he spoke, Xianxia escaped from his embrace with a small piece of nether silver and said, this is for reward. Hiss! All of the soul masters raised their heads and looked at the nether silver fragment in disbelief. An old soul master said excitedly, heavens, infinite silver stones. Brother! The divine martial emperor stood beside Xianxia at an unknown time. He glared at the soul masters with righteous indignation and said to Xianxia, brother, I can't bear to see them bullying you like this. By the way, brother, do you still have infinite silver stones? Give them to your younger brother. I've never seen such a shameless 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert before, sighed the serpent. An elder walked out with his hands behind his back and said to Xianxia, infinite silver stones are good stuff, but you look down on us too much. Regardless of your reasons, you came to our Soul Master Alliance and injured our people. This is the truth, so I'm sorry we can't agree to your request. Please go back. Xianxia looked at the old man and said, may I ask? The old man said, the first rank 7 Great Soul Master of the Soul Master Alliance, Xiang. The divine martial emperor hurriedly whispered in Xianxia's ear, don't offend this person. This emperor's blazing sun martial armor is personally presided over by this elder Murong. He has a very extraordinary status. Speaking of which, I am very curious about your identity. Xiang said this calmly. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly as he said, what did Shozhua say? The others also looked at Xiang curiously. A master whispered, this child is indeed a grade 7 weaponry master. We can all tell that he is indeed a grade 7 weaponry master. Xiang smiled and said, a grade 7 weaponry master is not fake, but his identity is fake. I have also been to the Weaponry Master Alliance, but I have never heard of someone like you. Perhaps I'm ignorant, but that's good. The Divine Martial Emperor is here to promote his Blazing Sun martial armor to the intermediate Blazing Sun stage. He has already invited the head of the Artificer Alliance, Master Boyu. Master Boyu must be coming soon. The Divine Martial Emperor nodded and said, indeed, I invited Master Boyu with 1,000 Gene Abyss Stone as a reward, but I don't know if he will really show mercy. Xianxia thought to himself, if the leader of the Artificer Alliance really came, his identity would probably be exposed on the spot. However, What Xianxia was more interested in was the so-called 1,000-gene abyss stone. He didn't know how big the stone was, but he had to think of a way to get it over. At this moment, a sharp sound of metal rubbing came from the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew straight from the clouds. What was spectacular was that this person passed through layers of clouds, but wherever he flew, all the white clouds immediately turned metallic. Iron floated in the air like cotton. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, what a powerful earth element talent. I'm afraid he has already reached the demigod stage. Oh, Master Boyu really came. The divine martial emperor was delighted. Not only did they let out bursts of cries of alarm, even all the martial artists in the entire Soul Master Alliance who were waiting in line also shouted loudly. Look, my God, it's the first of the Artificer Alliance. Master Boyu has arrived. Ah, could it be that something big is going to happen today? Is the number 1 master of the Artificer Alliance and the number 1 master of the Soul Master Alliance finally going to officially meet? Hearing the cries of shock, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He knew that today was the day of the great historical event, but he didn't know the exact details. Could it be that he just happened to bump into it? Looking again behind Master Boyu, there were still a large number of Artificer Masters. These people sliced through the sky like a meteor shower and flew towards him. Even the divine martial emperor was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Why are there so many people here? I only invited Master Boyu, but it looks like the upper echelons of the entire Artificer Alliance have arrived." Xiang put his hands behind his back and looked like an expert. "They didn't come just for your blazing sun armor," he said. At this point, the group of artificers had already descended. The person in the lead was a red-haired and red-bearded old man. His face was rosy and his hair was childish. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old young man, and there was no trace of time on his face. Xiang took a step forward, cupped his fists and cupped his hands. "I heard that Bo Yu's first master had boundless attainments, but we have never met. It is truly a great pity in our lives. Today, I just happened to untie my knot." The red-haired old man laughed loudly. His laughter was as loud as a bell and drum. He said, "There is no need for Shozwa to be too courteous. Today, this old man did not come here to receive guests. Come on, bring it up." Immediately, a few experts wearing how you level armor carried a large iron chest up. Before the iron chest could be opened, one could feel that there was an extremely strong metal element stirring inside. Everyone present immediately had serious expressions. Bo Yu's first seat slammed onto the box, and the box opened in response. In an instant, the inside shone brightly, glowing brightly. A diamond armor soared into the air. Hiss everyone, including the divine martial emperor, sucked in a breath of cold air. This is Xiang's pupils contracted as he excitedly took a few steps towards the armor. Only then did he realize that he had lost his composure and hurriedly stood still. My God! A high-grade divine weapon? Xianxia's heart was beating wildly. The grade of this weapon had already exceeded the scope of Xianxia's knowledge. A high-grade divine weapon. The most powerful weapon that Xianxia had ever seen was only the nether sword at the beginning of the month. But that sword was at most a beginner divine weapon. Has this artifact forging technique reached such an astonishing height at the end of human civilization? The serpent said excitedly, "I hit it! This must be a great event in history." The entire Soul Master Alliance was in a commotion. However, seeing the heroic Bo Yu laughing, he stroked his beard and said, "This is a high-grade fiery sun armor. Ever since our ancestors started collecting abyssal stones in the multiverse 130,000 years ago, we have been working hard to collect abyssal stones. After 130,000 years, I finally gathered enough abyss stones. After 3 years of sleeplessness, I finally forged this high-grade fiery sun martial armor." Looking at such a high-grade martial armor, no one could remain unmoved. The Soul Masters were so excited that their hands began to tremble. Xiang quickly calmed himself down and tried his best to calm himself down. He said, I never thought that the Artificers Alliance would secretly carry out such a shocking plan. It's just, I don't think this armor has formed yet. Boyu nodded and said, the Blazing Sun-grade armor is comparable to a divine weapon. One must know that a divine weapon is not something that can be successfully forged. Instead, it requires a powerful artifact spirit as its foundation. But our Artificers Alliance is not good at operating artifact spirits. Right now, this Fiery Sun armor still lacks a final process. We need to refill our souls and infuse them with sun crystal stones at the same time. We need to do both at the same time before we can complete it. Otherwise, this world's #1 martial armor is not as powerful as the Fiery Sun martial armor on the Divine Martial Emperor. Xianxia understood this point quite well. If a weapon wanted to rise to a divine grade, it wasn't just a tool refining technique that could deal with it. Weapon spirits were the first element. The reason why the weapon at the beginning of the month could be upgraded to a divine grade was because the nether sword contained a powerful artifact spirit, that was, by Mukin himself. Thinking of this, Xianxia was also excited. He thought to himself, could it be that he wanted to personally witness the birth of the first high-grade divine weapon in history? Sun Crystal Stone? The Divine Martial Emperor's eyes turned red with excitement as he said, these materials are 10,000 times more precious than abyss stones. I'm sorry, everyone. Regardless of whether it's this high-grade blazing sun armor or that sun crystal stone, they're all treasures that I've been longing for all my life. After saying that, the Divine Martial Emperor suddenly revealed a fierce light. You dare! Master Boyu and Master Murongxiang shouted at the same time. Ha 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 ha! The Divine Martial Emperor's expression was ferocious as he laughed loudly. Why would I not dare? After saying that, the Divine Martial Emperor immediately jumped up and rushed towards the diamond armor. Not good. We must not let him obtain the martial armor, Murongxiang exclaimed. The Divine Martial Emperor had acted brainless and stupid at the beginning, but he had suddenly turned his head at a critical moment and revealed a completely different city from before. I knew you had bad intentions. However, Master Boyu wasn't panicking. He snapped his fingers and said, come out! With a sound, 2 dazzling rays of light that looked like the sun suddenly appeared in the metal clouds in the sky. Immediately after, 2 men in platinum armor jumped down from the clouds. As the 2 of them descended, they simultaneously slashed out with a huge moonlight. The Divine Martial Emperor quickly retreated, dodging the 2 streaks of moonlight, and sneered, Iron Cloud Tibetan. What a brilliant escape! Rumble! 2 platinum armor experts landed on the ground one after another. They were actually 2 blazing sun-grade martial armors and 2 heavenly tribulation 9-grade experts. Boyu laughed loudly. The Soul Alliance has painstakingly collected it for more than 100,000 years. There will always be people who are secretly destroying it. I imagine that your Divine Martial Emperor is the 45th generation leader of that mysterious organization. The Divine Martial Emperor smiled playfully and said, so you've already seen through my identity. But I didn't expect that. As he spoke, the Divine Martial Emperor looked at the 2 experts of the same level and said, you 2 actually became the dogs of the Artificer Alliance. The 2 of them were tall and fat. They were tall and had beautiful azure hair. Their nose bridges were tall and their eyes were sunken. They were standard beauties. The fat man's figure was round, and his platinum armor was covered in spikes, like a big hedgehog. The handsome expert said, the 3 of us are the only people in this world who possess the blazing sun armor. However, no one has ever been so shameless as you, calling ourselves emperors. There's nothing to say about dealing with you. If I had known that you were pretending to be crazy and playing dumb, I wouldn't have been able to let your wish come true. Then I don't have to hide? The Divine Martial Emperor shrugged his shoulders and said, come out. On the first floor of the Alliance of Soul Masters, 12 martial artists carrying large boxes suddenly broke the boxes and black armor shards rushed out one after another. The 12 quickly put on their martial armor and charged to the top of the Soul Master Alliance. What, this time, not only were the experts of the Soul Master Alliance shocked, even the experts of the Artificer Alliance were shocked. They looked at the 12 black-armored experts in disbelief, their eyes shining with rage. Those black martial armors were abnormal demons. When the black armor appeared, everyone present felt a burst of dizziness. Master Boyu was furious and roared, "Divine martial arts! You actually violated the convention and secretly refined the Death Soul armor. This is a grand taboo technique, something that heavens cannot tolerate. Aren't you afraid of being scourged by the heavens?" The Divine Martial Emperor looked up and smiled. "Don't tell me that the heavens are intolerable. Today I will do this. Let the heavens punish me and take a look. Kid Xianxia." The serpent's voice trembled slightly as it said, "Not good. There is an extremely strong anti-life force in these black armors." Xianxia's expression was also solemn. He felt a huge threat. That's right. Ever since he entered the time fault, he had never felt any threat. Apart from the pseudo-god, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, the appearance of the black armor caused Xianxia's heart to tremble. "What is an anti-life force?" Xianxia hurriedly asked in his heart. Before Big Snake could reply, Murong Xiang had already given an answer. His expression was gloomy as he recounted a history of mutual indignation between man and God. Civilization is always accompanied by death. When a human race explores new civilizations, it always encounters uncontrollable calamities that are difficult for them to control. An order was established by the experience that humans had summed up after many calamities. At the beginning of this civilization, humans discovered that powerful refining materials could be refined into something even more terrifying than weapons, martial armor. At that time, humans had almost fallen into madness. Every martial artist was forging their armor day and night, exhausting the limits of their imagination. It was also during this process that a terrifying type of martial armor was born, known as the Death Soul armor. This type of armor was refined from the crystals of the human soul. After killing humans with cruel methods, the resentment of the souls of the deceased would be greatly increased. The resentment would be locked in the mortal world by experts of the profound Tao so that they would not fall into the underworld or leave the mortal world. The soul was not immortal. If one stayed in the mortal world for too long, it would be automatically wiped away by the dense yang qi. However, due to the heavy resentment of the soul, after 1,000 years of suffering, this kind of vengeance would condense into a crystal. This type of crystal was called the Dead Soul Crystal. A Dead Soul Crystal was very small, only a tiny bit like a needle's eye. To gather enough Death Soul Crystals to create enough martial armor for humans, such a martial armor required at least 4 million people's souls. Such a Death Soul armor was simply a heaven-defying killing weapon. It was not outstanding when used against demonic beasts, but when used against humans, it was definitely a terrifying object that could annihilate the entire human race. When the Death Soul armor appeared, it aroused the fury and shock of human civilization. It also established a convention that any martial artist who tried to forge the Death Soul armor would become the public enemy of all mankind. 12 of these Death Soul armors had actually appeared at the scene. Thus, one could imagine the fury of the experts on the scene. Xianxia observed that the realms of the 12 experts were actually not high, only at the late Martial Saint realm. The Divine Martial Emperor's mysterious organization could gather enough materials for more than 100,000 years. But even if the materials could be accumulated, experts could not. And the Dead Soul armor they wore was not high enough. At most, it was a high-grade Haoyu. The other two great emperors were extremely enraged. The handsome great emperor angrily said, "Then you have miscalculated. Although the Death Soul armor is extremely harmful to humans, they are still at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. If they want to deal with us, they are still a bit too young." The Divine Martial Emperor's eyes were burning as he stared at the unfinished high-grade Blazing Sun armor and said, "Who said that they were used against the two of you? The 12 Death Soul martial artists are used to help me clear the obstacles. The two of you are mine." When they heard this, they felt uneasy in their hearts. As a result, the Divine Martial Emperor's body trembled, and the Blazing Sun martial armor on his body actually fell off one layer after another. After the bright surface fell off, it revealed a completely new set of Black Death Soul armor. Blazing Sun rank, Death Soul armor, all the experts present were in despair. Master Boyu was so angry that he began to tremble. Divine martial arts. Are you planning to exterminate humans? What good is this to you? The Divine Martial Emperor put on a curious expression and said, Who said I'm going to exterminate humans? I just want to exterminate you, so that I can obtain this item from your Tool Soul Alliance. Diamond armor. Reverse. Reverse. Go. Capture these anti-human beasts. Xiang was furious. He sent a signaling message into the sky. The signaling message was several times larger than an ordinary signaling message, and when it rose into the sky, it exploded with a boom. The flames of the explosion condensed into a huge flag that covered the sky and the earth. The flag was completely white, and at the center of the flag was a ferocious skull. Forbidden technique, flag of command. The Divine Martial Emperor crossed his shoulders and smiled. Only when an anti-human forbidden technique appears can we release the command flag. Xiang is old and immortal. You are inviting all human experts to deal with us. But do you really think we're afraid? Xiangnan could already feel countless auras rising into the sky from all over the world and flying towards the Soul Master Alliance. This emperor is not afraid. The Divine Martial Emperor roared and suddenly rushed towards the other two emperors. Attack! Grandmaster Boyu roared. The experts from the Artificer Alliance attacked one after another. Within the Soul Master Alliance, all the remaining experts turned into bright lights and rushed into the sky, descending towards this direction. The 12 dead soul martial artists formed a circle and passed through the layers. At the top of the towering Soul Master Alliance headquarters, they guarded a black steel barrier. A large number of experts dressed in martial armor rushed over and fought against the 12 dead soul martial artists. Amongst them, there were many experts from the heavenly tribulation realm who attacked. However, the 12 ninth-level martial saint dead soul martial artists were invincible. The 12 of them fought side by side, causing the enemy to be utterly routed. Xiangnan observed that once a normal martial artist clashed with a death soul martial artist, their martial armor would be quickly eroded and turned black. The black armor did not turn into a death soul armor. Instead, the soul within the armor died. The armor itself withered and shed, turning into ashes. Looking at the Divine Martial Emperor, he grabbed the handsome emperor's shoulder with one hand, and the handsome emperor's shoulder guard quickly darkened. The fat emperor arrived in time and sent the Divine Martial Emperor flying with a shoulder bump. However, the handsome emperor's shoulder guard was still blackening. Its black stripes spread out toward its neck and chest. The handsome emperor hurriedly removed the shoulder guard and threw it on the ground. He saw that the shoulder guard quickly withered and turned into a black ash. The serpent said, "Martial armor is made of artifact forging methods. It mainly relies on spiritual energy, but the dead soul is the natural nemesis of spiritual energy." The two great emperors were no match for the Divine Martial Emperor. They didn't even have the qualifications to fight against the Divine Martial Emperor. The two emperors anxiously exchanged glances and immediately separated from the Divine Martial Emperor. Then they attacked from a distance with their divine astral chi. Ha ha ha! The Divine Martial Emperor laughed wildly. Can you deal with the local blazing sun-grade Death Soul armor from a long distance? Too naive. The Death Soul Emperor suddenly pulled out a black sword from his armor. He slashed down with his sword, causing the powerful aura to pass through the black sword and turn into black aura. The auras of the three of them collided, and the two normal auras immediately withered and dissipated. What? The scalps of the two emperors went numb as they watched. They simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. At this moment, a large number of experts had already rushed over from afar to provide support. 12 dead soul martial artists surrounded the high-grade blazing sun martial armor floating in the sky, forming a circle and killing all the martial artists that came up. These 12 people were simply invincible. No one could break through their defenses. Ha 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 ha! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The Divine Martial Emperor's eyes turned red with excitement. After obtaining the high-grade blazing sun armor, I will go and fight the sea race and annihilate them all. At that time, This emperor will be #1 in the human and demon realms. Ah, I'll fight you. The fat emperor desperately curled his body into a ball and crashed towards the divine martial emperor. No! The handsome emperor was shocked, but it was too late. Good job! The divine martial emperor stretched out his right hand and pushed the powerful fat emperor with one hand. However, where his right hand touched, the fat emperor's armor quickly darkened and fell off. After the fat emperor lost the defense of his armor, the divine martial emperor slapped the fat empress on the back. A black handprint appeared on the back of the fat emperor. The black handprint spread like crazy, scattering into black spots. Then his entire body turned completely black. Third brother, the handsome emperor shouted. The fat emperor stared blankly at the handsome emperor. His mouth moved, and without saying a word, his body peeled off one layer after another, leaving a human-shaped gray mark on the ground. One of the great emperors was dead, and none of the reinforcements could break through the defenses of the 12 dead soul warriors. The snake said, "Kid Xianxia, let's do it. The death soul armor isn't that effective on demonic beasts, but it's too restraining on humans." The death soul armor was made from the crystals of the vengeful spirits of the human race. It possessed incomparable destructive power to the human life and ecology. At this moment, an emperor had died, and the last handsome emperor was alone. The divine martial emperor completely ignored him. "The diamond armor is mine." The divine martial emperor rushed towards the diamond armor excitedly. He took off his right arm and used his pure palm to grab the diamond armor. From the looks of it, he was also worried that such a perfect diamond armor would be contaminated by the dead souls. At this moment, the entire Soul Master Alliance was in despair. No one could stop this lunatic, the divine martial emperor. Swoosh! A saber light soared into the sky. The divine martial emperor's reaction was prompt, and he hastily retreated and dodged. But he was still brushed against the edge of the armor by the blade light. This time, the saber light also turned black and dissipated when it flew 1,000 meters away. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself, "This kind of death soul armor actually possesses such tremendous restraint against me." The divine martial emperor was even more shocked. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "How is that possible?" "Your strength." Xianxia flew up with his saber in his hand and said coldly, "Your plan is not bad, but it's a pity that you met me. But I'm curious why you didn't wait for them to perfect the diamond armor before taking action. Do you want to get a semi-finished product?" As he spoke, a dead soul martial artist killed all the enemies in front of him and took time to slash a sword beam towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even look, allowing the sword light to hit him. However, when the black sword light struck Xianxia's body, it collapsed with a single pung sound. On Xianxia's back, there was only a small gray mark, and it quickly disappeared. "You!" The divine martial emperor was shocked. Xianxia lowered his head to look at the 12 dead soul martial artists and said, "You are too bold. Even I dare to attack you." "Pa!" Xianxia snapped his fingers. The 12 almost invincible death soul martial artists instantly exploded. The 12 of them even exploded, leaving not a single scum behind. The people from the Artificer Alliance and the Soul Master Alliance quickly retreated and looked at Xianxia with horrified eyes. What a strong aura! The divine martial emperor's expression changed, becoming extremely ugly. The divine martial emperor was very flustered. He quickly retreated, asking himself that he had never seen such a powerful expert in his life. Most importantly, although he had seen many experts before, none of them were as powerful as Xianxia. Xianxia's strength rekindled the hopes of the two alliances. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "I've seen a lot of lunatics. Do you think your plan this time must be unprecedented and enough to cause tremendous upheavals in history? Then you're mistaken. Let me tell you, the lunatics I've seen are much crazier than you." The divine martial emperor was indeed quite crazy, but compared to the pseudo-gods, he was still a few levels weaker. In modern times, the divine martial emperor's actions could be considered a calamity of human extinction, but Xianxia did not put them in his eyes. This was just a small scene. But Xianxia said, I hate lunatics like you the most. Meeting me is bad luck for you. Die. Xianxia swung his saber and a saber light slashed towards him. As the saber light flashed through the air, the indescribably powerful destructive power of the saber light, as well as the aura fluctuations contained within the saber light, caused the entire sky to brighten, making it almost impossible for people to look directly at it. The divine martial emperor was scared out of his wits. He was also an expert specializing in astral chi, so he could naturally see how powerful this blade light was. Ask yourself, the divine martial emperor is very clear that his own divine chi strength is only about 1/7 of Xianxia's. Don't forget, these two are two different realms. The divine martial emperor's eyes flickered with deathly despair. He instinctively hugged his head. This action was clearly waiting for death. Good, good. What a powerful aura. Oh my God. How could there be such a powerful aura in this world? Xiao Miao screamed in fright. Pong! The saber light accurately hit the divine martial emperor. But at this moment, Xianxia was stunned. The divine martial emperor himself was stunned. The unstoppable saber light suddenly darkened the moment it hit the divine martial emperor's death soul armor. The saber light had been severely corroded, and its power had actually greatly decreased, and it had actually collapsed on its own. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he thought to himself, "How could that be?" The serpent sighed. "You are righteous. You are most afraid that this kind of thing will pollute you." In many folk myths and legends there were similar descriptions. Gods were omnipotent, but if something was dirty, like a loose woman's obscene trousers, her cultivation would instantly disappear. At this moment, Xianxia was of course completely different from the fabricated legends. However, Xianxia's strength came from either spiritual energy or the god race. That brilliant and holy god was also afraid that the death soul armor would be so filthy and dirty to the extreme. It wasn't that the divine martial emperor was too strong, but that he was too dirty. The divine martial emperor was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and said ferociously, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Your divine chi is useless against me." Xianxia frowned as he shook his hand like a pillar of lightning. The golden lightning slammed into the divine martial emperor's body. However, the world-devastating divine lightning, a power from the god realm, was still contaminated. Once the lightning touched the death soul armor, it immediately turned black. Its power had declined to an inconceivable degree. Xianxia was enraged, and his right hand quickly slid down. In a second, thousands of thunderbolts struck the divine martial emperor. However, the divine martial emperor hugged his head and floated in midair. He actually carried them all down. Ha 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 ha! It's my turn! The divine martial emperor was extremely excited as he slapped out a black palm at Xianxia. This palm power was truly too small. At best, it was the power of an ordinary disciple of the Sky Spill sect. Even a genius disciple could not compare to it. But Xianxia really didn't dare to take it. Xianxia quickly dodged the palm force, but the palm force only passed by his side, causing him to feel dizzy. Xianxia said angrily, "If only Senior 9 Flowers were here, she would definitely be able to subdue this filthy beast." The grievance soul crystal was an existence that was even more violent than the grievance soul itself. Xianxia's methods were frequent, but every attack that struck the death soul armor would collapse. However, the divine martial emperor was unable to deal with Xianxia. He did not even have the ability to hit Xianxia. After Xianxia displayed a series of movements of the speed of light, everyone saw an incomparable martial style in despair, but they felt even more despair. Even a powerful force like Xianxia, that he had never heard of before, was unable to defeat the divine martial emperor. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he said, "You've angered me." The divine martial emperor panted and said, "So what if I provoke you? You've already provoked this emperor. If it weren't for you, the diamond armor would already be in my possession." Xianxia took a deep breath and flipped his right wrist, sending out a heaven-destroying palm strike. Thunder Dragon Palm. Ew. Long Shao only pierced through the 9 heavens, and with a palm strike that was enough to beat the White Tiger King to half-death. He roared towards the divine martial emperor. The divine martial emperor was scared out of his wits and fled in a panic. However, with his battle consciousness, how could he escape from Xiangnan's palm power? That palm landed firmly on the divine martial emperor's body, but this palm power also quickly darkened and then collapsed. Xiangnan stopped talking and narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, if I activate 8 thunder dragon palms with the scattering ghost, will it work? The serpent said, 1 palm is like this and the 8 palms are still like this. I'm afraid it won't work. At this moment, the martial artists who had come to support him had already surrounded the entire Soul Master Alliance. They had originally planned to charge forward, but the moment they saw Xiangnan's palm power, they were all stunned and retreated. After seeing that even the divine martial emperor couldn't be killed with such palm power, everyone stopped moving. The divine martial emperor looked up at the sky and laughed. He looked like a madman, his long hair dancing in the wind. There was actually no one who could stop him. Xiangnan was truly tempted to kill this time. He took a deep breath and his Dream Dao ability was about to start operating. The serpent said, "You want to kill him with the Nether King? Don't do that." Xiangnan said, "The Netherworld behemoth is not afraid of human vengeful soul crystals." The serpent said, "I'm not afraid, but you're afraid of false gods. The only reason you're still alive is because your Dream Dao ability is long enough. However, releasing the Nether Realm once will directly reduce your Dream Dao time by 1/3. It's easy to kill the divine martial emperor, but you can't afford the consequences." Xiangnan indeed hesitated. It didn't matter if he killed the divine martial emperor. What about the 8 pseudo-gods that would dare to come in the future? Of the 8 pseudo-gods, 3 were temple war gods and 5 were war gods. Until now, Xiangnan had not even been able to withstand a single blow from the temple battle god. The reason he was still alive was because he could use his Dream Dao ability to continuously flee, and then flee again. He continued to flee. Let's go. This is a fault in history. Even if you kill the divine martial emperor, you won't be able to prevent this historical event from happening, the serpent said. If you run away, no one will blame you for not saving your life. Xiangnan said, "I know, but I can't do it." Although no matter what he did, he would not change the official history, and it was fine to escape. These people still had to die if they died. But seeing it with his own eyes, but using this reason to comfort me, Xiangnan patted his conscience. This was impossible. It's impossible not to run. When the pseudo-god arrives, they will join forces with the divine martial emperor to deal with you. You will die, the serpent said anxiously. Don't forget that you don't belong to this period of history. If you die, then you're really dead. At this time, the divine martial emperor was still launching a frenzied attack on Xiangnan. As Xiangnan fought against the divine martial emperor, he discussed countermeasures with the great snake. At this time, Xiaomiao suddenly pointed at the diamond armor and shouted, "Put on that armor! Damn it! Can't you finish refining that armor and let the experts put it on?" Murong Xiang and Bo Yu were stunned at the same time, and their eyes lit up. "That's right. I actually neglected such an important detail. Can it work?" Xiangnan was overjoyed. If he could obtain the diamond armor, it wouldn't be too good. It can work. The diamond armor is a high-grade blazing sun-grade martial artist. It has already reached the peak of the divine grade. It is not afraid of the death soul armor. Bo Yu shouted excitedly. "Good idea." The divine martial emperor was furious. "Don't even think about what I can't get." After saying that, the divine martial emperor knew that he could not defeat Xiangnan and threw a punch at the diamond armor. Before Xiangnan could think any further, a sprint of light flashed past and used the giant saber to resist the divine martial emperor's punch. However, when that punch landed on the giant saber, a black spot immediately spread along the giant saber to Xiangnan's hands, arms, and even his shoulders. The giant saber wasn't afraid of dead souls, but Xiangnan was. Xiangnan's hand trembled, and the surging aura sent the divine martial emperor flying. Looking at Xiangnan's arms, a large number of black spots retreated like a tide, disappearing in an instant. Many soul masters and weaponry refiners sucked in a breath of cold air. Retreat! Xiang exclaimed. The black spots of his dead soul have actually been dispersed. This is too unbelievable. The other martial artists, even the previous two great emperors, would definitely remain on their bodies forever as long as they were struck by the black spots of the dead souls. But Xiangnan was able to disperse them. Don't do that, the snake said. You've lost 20 years of your life. If you continue to be corroded by the black spots of the dead souls, even if you are not beaten to death, you will still die of old age. Xiangnan shouted. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and finish the diamond armor. The two leaders woke up as if they were dreaming. Then Xiang roared. All 7th grade soul masters, move out. No, 6th grade soul masters also join in. Go all out to forge the diamond armor. Boyu's leader shouted. All the artificers, come over and complete the diamond armor to help the experts kill the divine martial emperor. For the first time in a long history, experts from both sides worked together. This scene was spectacular. Buzz buzz. A sovereign equipment refining furnace descended from the sky, and a ring of profound Tao light soared into the sky. In an instant, the diamond armor fell down, surrounded by hundreds of top artificers and soul masters, and began the most soul-stirring martial armor trial. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Countless martial artists surrounded the Soul Master Alliance, all of them intoxicated as they watched the refining process with astonishment on their faces. All the low-level artificers and soul masters clenched their fists tightly, and with a pilgrimage-like mentality, they looked at the unprecedented great artifact forging that was filled with glory. Don't even think about it. The divine martial emperor rushed towards the forging field. Xiangnan immediately turned into a cluster of lightning and blocked in front of him. The two of them exchanged palm power. However, Xiangnan's palm power quickly darkened and dissipated, and the divine martial emperor's palm power struck Xiangnan. With a sound of pong, a large black spot appeared on Xiangnan's chest, and the black spot disappeared again. You've lost another 30 years of your life, the big snake shouted. Ha 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 ha. The divine martial emperor sprinted down crazily. Xiangnan couldn't dodge at all. If he dodged, the divine martial emperor would have crashed into the forging field. Helpless, Xiangnan raised his saber with both hands and used the blade to resist the divine martial emperor's death soul armor. At this time, patches of black spots spread towards Xiangnan's body. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 70 years. Your lifespan is declining. Let go, the serpent roared. Let me do it, Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling circle of light spread out, sending Xiangnan and the divine martial emperor flying. The divine martial emperor abruptly looked down and saw that Yachi was about to crack. Damn it! The sun crystal stone has already been thrown in. No one should stop me. Those who block me will be killed without mercy. The divine martial emperor was impatient and rushed towards the forging field desperately. Roar! A furious roar broke through the clouds. The eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python appeared. The serpent soared into the sky and wrapped up the divine martial emperor. The divine martial emperor struggled desperately, bringing the serpent back and forth in the clouds. Infinite black spots were crazily devouring the snake's body. Compared to Xiangnan, the great snake's strength was tens of thousands of times weaker, and his lifespan was directly reduced by 1,000 years. The serpent's body continued to turn black, and it was constantly regaining its original color. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. The serpent's lifespan is declining. But the big snake looked up and laughed. Come on. I'll let you ruin it. I have an infinite lifespan. Infinity means there is no end. Not to mention 1,000-year-old one, even 100-billion-year-old one, the big snake didn't care at all. The divine martial emperor grabbed the snake's body and crushed its head into pieces. However, the snake's head instantly recovered. The divine martial emperor roared angrily. He punched the serpent into meat paste, and the meat paste quickly turned into a serpent. The undying snake's ability was almost invincible. Even the Vermilion bird clan, known as the Miracle of Life, was incomparable to the great snake. Apart from the Bai clan's rune swords, the serpent was not afraid of anyone. However, looking at the sacrifice of the serpent, although Xianxia knew that the serpent would never die, he was still furious in his heart. He treated the big snake as his older brother. He couldn't bear to see someone bullying the big snake like this today. Hurry up, Xianxia urged. Pong! The snake exploded, and the divine martial emperor hurriedly rushed downwards. The serpent quickly condensed and once again wrapped itself around the divine martial emperor, who then crushed the serpent and charged down. Although the serpent's resurrection was extremely fast, it still took time. Every time the snake was shattered, the divine martial emperor would dive tens of meters down. At this moment, the divine martial emperor was only 200 meters away from the forging field. If he sprinted 3 more times, he would be able to destroy the forging field. Little sparrow, you bastard, you still haven't woken up. Xianxia took out the bird from his bosom and looked at his head like a brain-collapsing child. The little bird scratched its head and opened its eyes, saying, "What are you doing?" Xianxia said, "Hurry up and go over. Just like the infinite mountain. Let the great snake possess you and beat the bad guys. Damn it, little bastard. After eating vermilion bird's blood and sleeping for so long, you can't be lazy." Little sparrow scratched his head in grievance and said, "Just hit me. What am I going to do with my head?" This little bastard actually lost his temper. Xianxia picked up a flower finger and pulled a set of ruby armor from a martial artist's body and threw it at little sparrow. "Gem yours." The little bird opened its mouth and drooled like a waterfall. He hugged the armor and said, "Beat him to death." The serpent didn't die, but it was already unable to stop the divine martial emperor. At this time, seeing the little bird flying up, the big snake heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Little Sparrow, merge with me." Whoosh! The big snake drilled into the little bird's body, instantly giving the little bird the ability to remain immortal. The divine martial emperor punched the little bird in the face and prepared to smash the little bird away and destroy the forging field himself. As a result, the little bird only slightly raised its head, and it was actually safe and sound. What? The divine martial emperor was stunned. Little sparrow, that little bastard who fought with the silver special envoy. His strength cannot be underestimated. Hit me. The little bird covered its nose and slapped the divine martial emperor's face. It actually slapped the divine martial emperor into the sea of clouds. Not dead. Xianxia frowned. Little sparrow's strength was very, very strong. Even the silver envoy could not withstand this slap. However, apart from the death soul ability, the divine martial emperor's death soul armor was also a beginner divine weapon. Their defenses weren't weak. It was equivalent to the divine martial emperor smelting the nether sword into armor and slapping little sparrow. Yeah. Little sparrow stretched out her fleshy little hand to Xianxia and said, "Look at it when it's dark." "Nothing," Xianxia said. "You're not afraid." The divine martial emperor angrily rushed back and charged at the little bird. The little bird's dark, fleshy little hand grabbed towards the divine martial emperor from afar. Xianxia said, "Since when did little sparrow understand martial skills?" "Ayaya, ghost claw." The little bird cried out and scratched the divine martial emperor's fist twice. Xianxia almost vomited blood and angrily said, "Either your hand has turned black or your ghost hand." Pong! Little sparrow's scratch naturally couldn't scratch the Reaper martial emperor. Instead, he was sent flying by someone's punch. This little fellow naively thought that his hand had turned black, just like Xianxia's ghost hand. 2 consecutive punches made the little bird, who had always been timid and liked to steal, anxious. The little fellow rushed forward and formed a ball with the divine martial emperor. The exchange of fists between the two of them made each other's noses and faces turn blue and swollen. The great emperor had a divine grade martial armor to protect him, while the little sparrow had the ability to live forever. The two of them had actually flipped through the clouds, and neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The little bird was beating. Suddenly, it cried out. It turned around and looked at Xianxia with its wronged mouth, saying, "It hurts." Killing intent appeared in Xianxia's eyes as he said, Endure any longer and I'll avenge you later. The divine martial emperor not only bullied the great snake, he also bullied the little sparrow. Xianxia almost couldn't help it. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out, and a ring of light lit up the entire Soul Master Alliance. Immediately after, a streak of light shot into the sky. Success! Everyone cheered. The artificers and Soul Masters were all exhausted, and they were all lying on the ground sweating. In the sky, the world's most handsome diamond armor slowly floated up and down. Mine, it's mine! The divine martial emperor went crazy. He directly hugged the little bird and rushed towards the diamond armor regardless. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood at the armor. Hurry, expert, drip blood to recognize the owner. Don't let him take the lead. The Soul Masters and weaponry refiners were too tired to speak, but Xiaomiao was still very clear-headed. He immediately reminded Xianxia. Xianxia threw out his huge saber, which was stained with the blood of the divine martial emperor, and flew into the distance. Xianxia bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine martial emperor opened his mouth and spat out a rain of blood. A massive amount of blood rain fell from the sky, competing with Xianxia's blood for ownership of the diamond armor. Everyone held their breath. Xianxia's blood was the first to hit the diamond armor. Everyone cheered in unison. But in the next moment, the diamond armor actually didn't move. Seeing the divine martial emperor's blood rain falling, the few drops of blood at the bottom were about to be stained with diamond armor. Only then did Xiaomiao wake up as if she had just woken up from a dream. She was so anxious that she almost cried out, "No, no, you have to form a contract with the martial armor in your heart before you can recognize the owner with blood." "Oh no, it's too late. Didn't he say it earlier?" Xianxia was furious. The divine martial emperor's 2 drops of blood had almost touched the diamond armor, and they were no more than the thickness of his hair. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the diamond armor at the speed of light. A drop of blood and 2 drops of the divine martial emperor's blood hit the armor at almost the same time. At that moment, the martial armor shone brightly, dazzling the entire world. But no one spoke anymore. Everyone's hearts stopped beating as they impatiently looked at the martial god armor. Whose is it? Who took the lead? Don't be a divine martial emperor. God bless you. Don't be a divine martial emperor. Everyone clasped their fists and prayed silently in their hearts. Xianxia didn't say anything anymore. He couldn't be sure whose blood was the first to come into contact with the martial armor. The divine martial emperor released the bird and looked at the armor with great anticipation. The whole world was quiet. After the extreme light dissipated, the martial god armor suddenly disintegrated, turning into diamond fragments that rushed out like the wind. The divine martial emperor was overjoyed and hastily spread out his arms. Xianxia followed his example and spread his arms, waiting for the arrival of the armor. As a result, halfway through the flight, the martial armor stopped at the fork between Xianxia and the divine martial emperor. What happened? The artificers and soul masters all sat up and watched this scene with astonishment. It never happened, Master Boyu exclaimed. Was this considered a success or a failure in recognizing the owner? At this moment, Murongxiang suddenly shouted, "Whoever wears it first will have it." Ijia recognized the 2 masters. The divine martial emperor roared and charged at the armor like a madman. As for the martial armor, it actually flew towards the divine martial emperor. He knew how to summon a martial armor, but Xianxia didn't. As a result, the martial armor was much closer to the divine martial emperor. At this moment, Xianxia was faced with a life-and-death decision. The speed of light was definitely faster than the speed of the divine martial emperor, but under such a short distance, the advantage of the speed of light could not be fully unleashed. The divine martial emperor's speed was only inferior to the speed of light. Thunder Dragon, go out to sea! In the next moment, Xianxia made a different decision. He did not fight for the armor, but rushed towards the divine martial emperor. Boom! With a thunder dragon charging out of the sea, Xianxia directly sent the divine martial emperor flying. No, the divine martial emperor roared unwillingly as he flew backwards. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed the fragment of the diamond armor with one hand. In an instant, the armor immediately turned around and clanged. Every piece of the diamond armor was stuck to Xianxia's body. Diamond armor, successfully dressed. It was a handsome and impressive set of martial armor. Wearing it on Xianxia's body, it was even more beautiful under the refraction of the sunlight. In fact, Xianxia suddenly felt that his meridians had actually extended out of his body. His meridians pierced through his skin and directly drilled into the martial armor, turning it into a part of his body. His dipper chi could even flow smoothly in his armor. Drink! Xianxia let out an incomparably straightforward roar, and the astral chi flames surged out. An even more spectacular scene occurred. Vaporous flames flowed through the surface of the diamond and turned into a beautiful scene similar to liquid flames. It was like burning river water, or burned into red, liquid glass. My dipper chi. Xianxia clenched his fists in disbelief. The power of the armor gloves that revealed half of his fingers instantly increased dramatically. The heaven-spilled divine chi had obtained the blessing of a high-grade divine weapon. The strength of the dipper chi directly tripled. This was not the type of Tai divine art that doubled one's cultivation realm, but doubled the strength of one's divine astral chi. This was equivalent to 3 qualitative changes. This is too unbelievable. Xianxia looked at his hand in shock, looking at his dipper chi. He could barely recognize his astral chi. Was this the power of a high-grade divine weapon? The divine martial emperor also saw this scene. He understood the power of high-grade divine weapons the best, so he fled without any suspense. In official history, this great historical event should have been the divine martial emperor seizing the diamond armor and annihilating the sea race. From then on, he dominated the world. This person would be invincible and become a true divine martial emperor. According to official history, in the next period of time, the history of human civilization would reach its peak. Immediately after, the lightning bull descended and personally killed the divine martial emperor, leading to the destruction of this civilization. In an instant, Xianxia understood the karma. But now, at least in this time fault, Xianxia would not let such a thing happen. The divine martial emperor had already escaped. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "After hitting the big snake and the little bird, wanting to escape is a bit too much." With that, Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and caught up with the divine martial emperor at the speed of light. Then he kicked him back. Xianxia looked at his right foot. Under the wrapping of the diamond armor, it did not turn black. The divine martial emperor was anxious and fled in another direction. However, without any suspense, he was caught up by Xianxia's speed of light and kicked back. Just 2 feet. The divine martial emperor's death soul armor was kicked into pieces by Xianxia, shattering into fragments that filled the sky. The divine martial emperor spat out a mad mouthful of blood and had nothing to say. He wore long hair and asked Xianxia, "Who are you?" Xianxia twisted his neck and discovered that the diamond armor was as free as skin, and there was no restriction on his movement at all. "How do I disband the armor?" Xianxia asked the little seedling below. Xiao Miao was shocked. "No," Xianxia said. "Speak. Actually, it's very simple. Didn't you have a saber spirit? Just treat the soul of the armor as a saber spirit." Xiao Miao said with a sad expression. Xianxia thought. As expected, the diamond armor fell off and flew towards the divine martial emperor. Everyone was stunned. The divine martial emperor did not expect this scene at all. He seemed to be afraid that Xianxia would regret it, so he hurriedly flew over and put on all his martial armor. At this moment, there was not a single sound from the scene. The artificers and soul masters were all sitting on the ground. Their eyes widened, wanting to say something, but they felt that everything they said was nonsense. He wanted to scold Xianxia, but he was no longer in the mood. This, ha 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 ha. The divine martial emperor was dressed in diamond armor, and he was so happy that he looked like a lunatic. Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, "Are you dressed? I'm actually giving you the armor because I'm not convinced." Previously, I was in a sorry state after being chased by you, but now I want to tell you, where is the difference in strength between the two of us? Ha, stinking brat. You're courting death yourself. The divine martial emperor didn't listen to Xianxia at all, and rushed straight towards Xianxia. I've never seen such a foolish person before. Today is the day of your death. Xianxia shook his head and said, No, you're wrong. Today, I will let you understand that even if you have a martial armor, you are still just a powerful piece of trash. With that, Xianxia suddenly flickered on the spot and used the scatter ghost movement technique. The 7 afterimages of Xianxia, together with Xianxia's true body, faced the divine martial emperor together. You don't know anything about astral chi. Xianxia put down his words, and the 8 Xianxias simultaneously threw out the thunder dragon palm. The 8 thunder dragon palms struck the divine martial emperor from head to toe. Boom! Countless diamond fragments scattered everywhere, and before the divine martial emperor could even let out a miserable scream, he was blasted into elemental particles. Everyone was stunned. Xianxia patted the dust on his sleeve and said, I really thought that Xianxia, was afraid of him. I was just afraid of that filthy dead soul. Just give him the martial armor. He can't either. As he spoke, Xianxia waved his hand and the fragments of his armor flew back, dressed neatly again. This time you're pretending to be too big. The big snake chuckled. Why? Xiaomiao looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Why? Xianxia patted the armor on his body and said, Although this thing is powerful, it is definitely not the key to victory. You all rely too much on the armor and forget about the martial artist's abilities. If you are strong, then you will be even stronger. If you are weak, then you will still be unable to escape the fate of the weak if you wear such a high-grade martial armor. Can Xianxia's aura change 3 times be the same as the divine martial emperor's aura change 3 times? Xianxia floated down and patted Xiaomiao on the shoulder, saying, I have given you the infinite silver stone. Keep my promise. Take it and ask the Soul Master Alliance to repair the blue treasure martial armor for you. Although it will be remade on this day, I have promised you that I will never go back on my word. Xiaomiao said excitedly, Expert, can I take you as my master? I want to learn your astral chi. Xianxia shook his head. There's no time left. Now, I have to deal with a group of even more troublesome monsters. They are 100 times more terrifying than the divine martial emperor. See you later. With that, Xianxia shook his body and disappeared into a bolt of lightning. There are even more powerful ones? The entire Soul Master Alliance was in a great panic. A 7th heavenly tribulation realm great emperor who could explode with his bare hands, wearing a diamond armor, actually had an expert that even he was afraid of? What's wrong with this world? Wilderness. Xianxia wore the martial god armor and quietly floated in the sky. On the ground, there were 3 white tiger formations, and there was one more in the dream world. Coming. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes. Although it was still a long way away, Xianxia could already feel the descent of a false god. The serpent said, You have obtained the martial god armor this time, and the Dipper Chi has undergone 3 qualitative changes. It should be able to contend against their faith power. Xianxia said, Previously, I couldn't even withstand a single blow from the power of faith. I quickly fled after finishing the saber light, but now, I do have the power to fight them. I'm looking forward to it. Buzz. The martial god armor lit up. Swoosh, swoosh. 8 figures descended from the sky. What the world didn't know was that 9 heaven-defying monsters were about to start a world-shaking melee at the end of this era. This battle had far exceeded the limits of the strongest martial Dao system in existence at this stage of civilization. Looks like you've obtained something new to increase your strength. Starleaf and Startrace walked side by side, heading towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I don't care about your true strength at all. If it weren't for the fact that you could summon the god of faith, how would I have escaped all the way? However, everything is different now. Oh! Starleaf stopped and was just at the edge of the blade light. He said, Are you going to take the initiative to come out this time? Or should we spend some time to lure you out of the blade light? Xianxia smiled and strode forward. Come, have a good fight. A bolt of lightning flashed through Star Trace's eyes. He carefully sized up Xianxia's diamond armor and said, "He's wearing a high-grade divine armor. No wonder he's so confident. Such a level of armor is indeed very rare." So what? The armor of the dreamscape is useless against our faith? Xianxia said without caring. The only thing that can defend against the attacks of our faith power is to use our astral chi to face us head-on. Only by attacking can we counteract our faith attacks. If it was a high-grade divine weapon, I would still be afraid of it, but unfortunately it was just a defensive armor. You can't underestimate it. Star Trace was still more cautious. He said, I wonder how much this high-grade divine-grade armor will increase his astral chi. Everyone be careful. Try to test it first and use your strength later. Don't put yourself in danger. The 8 pseudo-gods exchanged glances and immediately split into 4 groups, attacking Xianxia in 2s and 3s. It was still the perfect partnership, with one attacking the pseudo-god and the other defending against the pseudo-god. The two sides had already exchanged blows many times, and they were very familiar with each other's situation. There was no need to hide their strength, and no one was too lazy to hide it. The pseudo-gods directly released their faith power, and Xianxia also directly used all of his methods. When the pseudo-gods summoned the god of faith, Xianxia had already done 3 levels of sun tempering. I'll go first. Xingyi led an auxiliary pseudo-god and took the lead in launching an attack on Xianxia. The moment he attacked, he was the most destructive. The divine spear of the temple. The terrifying spear pierced through the sky, leaving behind a trailing mark on the horizon as it violently stabbed towards Xianxia. Dressed in diamond armor, Xianxia condensed the heavenly spill astral chi onto the blade and slashed it down. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with anticipation. He hoped that the diamond armor would be able to exert an astonishing effect on him. However, with a loud bang, the giant saber collided with the temple god's spear. This time, the sabers and spears were separated and each of them flew away. Xianxia failed to grab his saber, and Xingyi also failed to grab his gun. With a single strike, the two of them sent each other's weapons flying at the same time. So strong! Xianxia and Xingyi exclaimed in shock. Before this, Xianxia had to use 8 lightning dragon palms to break the temple god's shield once. However, it was basically impossible to deal with the temple god's spear. But now, Xianxia's attack could already be used against the temple divine spear. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia raised his head and smiled. With the diamond armor, he didn't even need to escape. He would fight with them without losing out. It's much stronger. Star Trace's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice. Previously, he could barely catch the temple divine spear for less than a second with his strongest ghost hand. As he spoke, the Star Trace also stabbed towards Xianxia with a divine spear of the temple, taking advantage of the fact that Xianxia's huge saber was blown away. Xianxia grabbed forward with his right hand. The domineering aura wrapped around the ghost hand, firmly holding the Star Trace Temple divine spear in his hand. This time, he had caught it for an extremely long time. He had actually caught it for a full 3 seconds, but Ghost Hand was still able to persevere. The qualitative change in Dipper Chi has allowed Ghost Hand to enjoy an amplification. The big snake said excitedly. Grab the temple divine spear with your bare hands. Star Trace's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that Xianxia's strength had increased by such a large margin. In the blink of an eye, the 8 pseudo-gods and 1 Xianxia were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, but Xianxia was able to fight against the 8 gods with his own strength, not to mention not being at a disadvantage. This scene shocked the pseudo-gods deeply. Xianxia had also discovered that after possessing the diamond armor, his combat strength was practically the same as a heavenly tribulation 6-stage temple battle god. Logically speaking, he could only fight against 1 star leaf without a winner. If he added another Star Trace, Xianxia should be defeated. However, Xianxia possessed a heaven-defying battle consciousness. He relied on this kind of battle consciousness to wander between enemies, allowing the enemy's combined attacks to be cleverly neutralized. Ha! I don't need to escape anymore. Xiangnan's punch knocked back Xianxia's temple god's spear and shouted, "If you allow me to increase my cultivation by another level, all of you will die." Xingyi was extremely angry and shouted, "Your thoughts are quite beautiful. If you give me another level of cultivation, I will be able to kill you by myself." Along with the chaotic battle between the two sides, the condition of the two sides became worse and worse. As a human, Xiangnan's aura was limitless and his stamina was limited. The longer he fought, the worse his stamina would decrease. As for the false gods, they didn't have any stamina. They could fight indefinitely and never had to worry about exhausting their stamina. However, they also had a weakness. The power of faith they used was limited in time and number of times. As Xiangnanhua fought, his stamina became weaker and weaker. By the time he reached 20 minutes, his combat strength was already less than 70% of his peak state. However, the pseudo-gods were similarly perplexed, and their use of faith power today was almost reaching its limit. At this time, the 8 pseudo-gods didn't even dare to summon the gods of faith. Instead, they used the method of chariot warfare. Star Leaf went up first and Star Trace temporarily removed the divine spear of the temple. When the Star Leaf couldn't hold on, the Star Trace went up and used the temple god spear. They didn't dare to completely finish today's battle because Xiangnan still had 4 terrifying saber lights to release. By the time the two sides fought for 25 minutes, Xiangnan's strength was almost gone, and his combat strength was less than half of his peak state. As for the pseudo-god side, it was even worse. Starleaf had used up all of her 3 summoning powers of faith, and there was only one last time left for the Star Trace. The other pseudo-gods were all wiped out. "Kid Xiangnan, we can't fight any longer." The serpent warned Xiangnan seriously. "Your combat strength has already fallen by more than half. If you fight again, those false gods will not need the power of faith. They will be able to defeat you with their own true strength." The Star Trace whispered, "We can't fight any longer. We only have my last bit of faith left. Once we use it, he can use those 4 saber lights to attack us. At the very least, it can cause us to lose our strength." Both sides were wary of each other. However, the 8 pseudo-gods exchanged glances and turned into 8 streaks of bright light before flying away. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily and carried the huge saber heavily on his shoulder. He escaped. Ever since they entered the time fault, the gods had been beaten away by Xiangnan for the first time. The roles had finally been swapped. It was no longer the time for Xiangnan to be chased into the heavens and into the earth. Xiangnan forcefully patted his diamond armor and said, "Good stuff. It's simply a divine artifact among divine artifacts. This time the harvest is too great. After returning, I must thank Zhuer." The snake heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, we obtained the diamond armor. At the very least, we won't have to worry about the threat of the false god for the rest of the time. If they dare to come, fight them." Xiangnan did not intend to chase after those pseudo-gods. It would be too difficult for him to catch up to them. Both sides were traveling at the speed of light, and Xiangnan was unable to enter the hypervelocity domain. As long as the other party continued to flee at an even speed, Xiangnan would never be able to catch up. Thus, Xiangnan cherishly wiped his diamond armor. After a fierce battle, the armor was as intact as ever. Even the temple divine spear was unable to leave any traces on the armor. The next time we jump in time, it should be the era of Emperor Xiantian, right? At that time, it was the date of the birth of the first rank 9 pill in this civilization. Xiangnan said, "Well, from today onwards, it should be 130,000 years ago," said the serpent. Xiangnan said, 130,000 years ago? Did you find this number familiar? Yes, 130,000 years ago was the time when the Artificers' Alliance started collecting abyss stones, the serpent said. Xiangnan thoughtfully looked at his diamond armor. After 130,000 years, the armor was finally gathered enough materials by the huge Armament Masters Alliance to be forged. 30,000 years ago, Emperor Xiantian became the first top-tier alchemist to refine a 9th-grade pill. In the meantime, it seemed that traces of diachronic inertia could still be found. In that case, 130,000 years ago should be the end of the mysterious Tao pill path, the most prosperous stage of the pill refining process. At the same time, the martial armor civilization began to sprout. A large number of mystic Tao experts began to explore other paths beyond the pill path, gradually evolving into a glorious martial armor civilization. The change of history was always interesting. Right now, the thing Xianxia wanted the most was medicinal pills. He wanted to use them to increase his cultivation. The diamond armor had already reached the peak of the high-grade divine weapon realm. It had already reached its end, and it would be gone any further. The defensive equipment had reached its peak, and the rest were cultivation techniques, martial skills, realms, and weapons. Weapons, blades of the dead temporarily cannot be upgraded. The bright moon Haotian mirror needs abyssal stones. In this penultimate human civilization, there shouldn't be a better martial technique. At this stage of civilization, the world of martial arts respected the mysterious Tao. Later, Xianxia was engulfed by a wave and entered the next time fault. Xianxia had already developed a strong interest in his trip to time. He could see the secrets of history and experience the different customs of different generations. If there were no false gods chasing after him, this would be the most wonderful trip. But, scram! Scram! After Xianxia landed on the ground, he immediately cursed loudly. He discovered that his diamond armor was gone. "This is troublesome," the serpent said. "The last time the time fault was reset after you left, it entered the official history stage, and your martial armor was also taken away. The time fault could not affect the official history. In other words, the diamond armor should be in the hands of the divine martial emperor. Naturally, the armor Xianxia wore no longer belonged to him, but was deprived by history. If that's the case, then what's the point?" Xianxia angrily waved his fist and said, "No matter what I obtain, as long as I enter the historical reset stage, everything I obtain will disappear. Then what else can I do with this time jump?" Xianxia could not accept the fact that he had just obtained such a good treasure and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The snake sighed, "There's nothing you can do. Although it's a pity this is a feature of time travel. In the future, you can only find cultivation techniques and martial skills. Cultivation techniques and martial skills weren't afraid of being taken away. Xianxia only needed to remember the incantations and characters. Books could be taken away by history, but the memories in his mind weren't. "No, I'm unwilling," Xianxia shouted angrily. "The martial armor was snatched away. When the false god comes again, I won't be able to defeat them anymore. I still have to flee for my life." "No wonder they chose to flee so rarely," the snake said. "They should have thought of this as well. I'm going to ask Zhuer about it," Xianxia said angrily. "What's wrong? The Vermilion Bird clan of this era hasn't—" "Oh, you mean," said the serpent. Xianxia said, "That's right. The Vermilion Bird is still asleep, but they are still alive. I need to go to the Vermilion Bird's territory and ask for an explanation from that bird." After saying that, Xianxia immediately began to search for Vermilion Bird territory. He recalled that not long after he left Vermilion Bird's territory, he was surrounded by 10 pseudogods. In other words, the landing point he was at right now was precisely the location of the universe battlefield at that time, so he should be very close to the Vermilion Bird territory. If the Vermilion Bird is still asleep, then wake Emperor Vermilion Bird up. Xianxia must not let the diamond armor he had obtained with great difficulty be lost in vain. He turned into a cluster of lightning and flew towards the Vermilion Bird territory in the direction he remembered. However, the trouble was that it took him an hour to find the location of the Vermilion Bird territory. Something's wrong. This should be the place. Xianxia floated in an empty universe. He frowned and said, "I definitely remember the coordinates correctly. I came here once." The serpent said, "You have overlooked a problem. The Vermilion Bird race is not just sleeping. When the primordial universe was split into thousands of parts, the 5 spirits were also split together. This place we are in should be the territory of the Vermilion Bird. However, it is one of the several thousand portions." Xianxia looked at the empty universe and fell into distress. "By the way, Use the dream realm. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. The bodies and territories of the vermilion bird race are divided into several thousand parts. They are scattered in multiple universes, but their consciousness should still be there and will not be separated. I can directly enter Zhuer's dream world. I went to her vermilion bird sacrifice once, and I know what her dream world is like. Thinking of this, Xiangnan immediately lay flat on his back in the universe and slowly fell into a dream. But after searching for a long time, there was still no result. Vermilion bird sacrifice was Emperor Vermilion Bird's deep consciousness. Although she could search for her dream according to the characteristics of this deep consciousness, her consciousness was still different from her dream. Let little sparrow look for him. He drank Emperor Vermilion Bird's blood. The big snake said. Xiangnan pulled the little bird over and said, "Find out where Emperor Vermilion Bird is." After saying that, Xiangnan coaxed the little bird to sleep, and then Xiangnan jumped into the little bird's dream. At this moment, Xiangnan was already dreaming. Xiangnan fell asleep normally. The little bird was in Xiangnan's dream, and Xiangnan used his Dream Dao ability to forcefully jump into the little bird's dream in his dream. In the dream, the little bird pointed in one direction and said, "Ah, Lena, I found it." Xiangnan touched little sparrow's head and felt a familiar smell. He leapt into the depths of a forest filled with flowers. In the forest there was a pavilion. The vermilion bird Great Emperor was sitting in the pavilion, leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly hearing the sound of footsteps, Xiangnan walked over step by step. The vermilion bird emperor frowned slightly and said, "Who are you and how did you get in?" "No, I don't seem to be awake. This is a dream," Xiangnan praised. As expected of the vermilion bird Great Emperor who is in charge of the cosmic order, he actually discovered that he was in a dream so quickly. "That's right, you don't know me yet, but I already know you." Emperor Vermilion Bird frowned and said, "Time fault." Xiangnan was shocked. "Did you think of it so quickly?" Emperor Vermilion Bird held his chin and said thoughtfully, "I have never seen you before, but you know me. This means that I did not know you before, but I will know you in the future. In this world, only I can push people into the time fault. This is not difficult to understand. Who are you to me? Why am I willing to use time against you?" Xiangnan said, "Let's not talk about this. I have an important question for you. You pushed me into the time fault in order to make me stronger against future enemies, but I found that some of the benefits I gained from the time fault would be deprived by history with the next jump." Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "Without a doubt, it must be like this." Xiangnan said, "Then wouldn't I have come for nothing?" Emperor Vermilion Bird thought for a moment and said, "No, if you eat the pill, it will not be taken away by history after it is absorbed by your body." Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, "But what I got was a piece of armor. I can't eat the armor too, can I?" Emperor Vermilion Bird rolled his eyes and said, "I really know a solution. I can give you a time tower. This time tower can pull back what you once owned and can be freely used in a short period of time." "Where is it?" Xianxia asked. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "But before that, you must answer an important question. Who exactly are you to me? There are two reasons why I pushed you into the time fault. One is that you are my best friend, and I am helping you. But another reason is that you are my enemy. You are chasing after me. In order to protect myself, I threw you into the time fault." "I'm your friend," Xiangnan said. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "There is no basis for your words." Xiangnan blushed slightly and said, "I am your man." The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face also turned red as he anxiously said, "Don't talk nonsense." Xiangnan scratched his head and said, "Then what, your private part has 6 moles arranged in a hexagram shape. You once said that it is called the Vermilion Bird Mole." "Stop!" Emperor Vermilion Bird's face suddenly turned red. Xiangnan said awkwardly, "If I were your enemy, I wouldn't be able to see this. Even if I forcefully saw it, you wouldn't be able to explain the situation to me." The Vermilion Bird Emperor blushed and whispered, "Stop it. Stop it. Can't I give you the time tower?" Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't want to say it either. Isn't this to make you believe me? Emperor Vermilion Bird opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Xianxia said, I know what you want to ask. I can tell you that the process of knowing you and I is rather complicated, but to put it simply, I helped you break the Vermilion Bird sacrifice. Hearing this, Emperor Vermilion Bird asked without a doubt. Unless the Vermilion Bird sacrifice was a man recognized by all the girls of the Vermilion Bird clan, no one else would know about it. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, I will give you the Time Tower. You can use it to capture the weapons you have lost in time. Xianxia said, even your Vermilion Bird clan has been split apart by the primordial universe. Then the Time Tower should be a weapon, right? It must have been divided into several thousand parts. Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head and said, no, the primordial universe is divided into space, not time. The Time Tower belongs to the time weapon and is not affected. Xianxia said happily, where is it? Quickly tell me. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, it will only appear if I instruct it. Leave the dream world and return to this place. Remember, the Time Tower is not hidden in any matter. It is hidden in time. Today, at this time, in 33 minutes, the Time Tower will appear. 1 second later you'll miss it. I'll tell you how to use it. Go, hurry up. After Emperor Vermilion Bird finished speaking, Xianxia immediately came out of his dream and looked in the direction of Emperor Vermilion Bird's dream world. He said, I have locked onto her location. It's 1.2 million kilometers away. It's not far. We'll be there soon. After saying that, he immediately set off and rushed to the bamboo forest where Emperor Vermilion Bird was. At this time, this bamboo forest had long since ceased to exist, including the entire Vermilion Bird territory. It was just some floating dust pumice in the universe. After he found the exact location, he began to wait. Minutes and seconds passed. At the 33rd minute, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of Xianxia. The shadow was like a tower, but it was only the height of a palm. This shadow disappeared in a flash, and as soon as it appeared, it immediately entered the stage of disappearing. Xianxia swiftly grabbed the little pagoda in his hand. Captured! Xianxia's eyes shone with excitement. He looked at the Time Tower carefully. This thing was small and exquisite, like a glass tower. It was divided into 9 floors. Xianxia held the little tower in his hand and said, Zhuer said that using this tower should be divided into 2 steps. The first step is to lock onto the martial god armor, and the second step is to capture it. The serpent said, locking onto the martial god armor requires you to return to the time when you possess it. Throw your consciousness into the Time Tower and follow the time back to the martial god armor. Xianxia closed his eyes and his divine sense immediately flew into the tower. As he thought of the martial god armor in his heart, he felt a flash in front of him, and a familiar scene suddenly appeared in front of him. This scene was precisely the 130,000 years ago, when Xianxia wore the martial god armor and sat on the ground, waiting for the arrival of the pseudo-god. I found it! Xianxia held the Time Tower in his hand and lightly touched the martial god armor. Thus, the martial god armor Xianxia wore 130,000 years ago immediately flew up and was stored in the Time Tower. The 9-story pagoda began to shine layer by layer until the 9th floor lit up. Xianxia said, full? A martial god armor occupies the entire space of the Time Tower. Looks like this Time Tower can only trace back to one thing. It's good to be able to trace one back, the snake said. Xianxia opened his eyes and returned to the universe where the Vermilion Bird territory was located. He excitedly held the Time Tower and said, this way we can capture the martial god armor, right? Try it. Zhuer said that when we capture the martial god armor, the Time Tower will shine from the 1st floor. When the 9th floor is lit up, we will be able to capture it. With that, he immediately sensed the location of the martial god armor. He saw that the Time Tower was actually motionless. Eh? Xianxia said in surprise, why is there no reaction? The big snake said, there's still a reaction, but it's too slow. Look. Xianxia carefully looked at the Time Tower and discovered that there was indeed a trace of light at the bottom of the tower. There was also only a trace of light. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't even be able to discover it. This is too slow. Xianxia was puzzled. At this rate, how long will it take to capture the martial god armor in 130,000 years? Ask Zhuer again. Xianxia fell asleep again and found Emperor Vermilion Bird to ask her about this situation. 130,000 years? Emperor Vermilion Bird said in surprise. Then I have no other choice. The time tower has a limited amount of time to go back and back. The longer the distance, the longer the capture will take. The capture unit of the time tower is years. Anything within a year can be successfully captured once in a day. If it takes more than a year, then if it takes more than a year to 2 years, then it will take 1 to 2 days to capture. Xianxia was shocked. The martial god armor is 130,000 years away from me. Doesn't that mean we need to capture 130,000 days? This is no different from not having possessed it before. Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head and said, I don't know. I only know how to use the time tower, but I've never really used it. Big snake, think of a way, Xianxia said. The serpent pondered for a long time before finally shaking its head and saying, No, I can't solve this problem. Xianxia was caught in a dilemma. Now, at this moment, he had captured the martial god armor 130,000 years apart, and it would take him 130,000 days to capture it. But in the future, what if he returned to his own era? His era was even farther away from the time when the martial god armor was successfully forged. It was estimated that it had already been forged for more than 1,000,000 years. This gives rise to a very troublesome temporal logic. This logical relationship was that Xianxia already possessed the martial god armor, but in reality, he would only truly obtain it in the future, 130,000 days later. It's like a baby is just 1 year old, but someone tells him that you'll have a wife by the time you're 22. Even though he was certain that the things he would only possess in the future were definitely his own, it was useless to use them now. What should we do? Xianxia walked back and forth. Could it be that he was watching the martial god armor slip away from his hands? But then, Emperor Vermilion Bird gave Xianxia another big problem. That was, the things captured by the time tower had limited usage time. The standard time was 1 hour. In other words, even if he used the time tower to capture the martial god armor, he would only be able to do so in an hour, and the martial god armor would disappear. If he wanted to use it, he had to capture it again. This is too troublesome. Xianxia gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, The martial god armor cannot be obtained in vain. We must find a way to possess it. The serpent said, Then I'm afraid we only have one last path left. Whether this path can help you possess the martial god armor or not is still unknown. Xianxia hurriedly asked, What? The big snake said, Feng Xian. In this world, there are probably only a handful of people who can figure out the logic of time in a short period of time. Among them, Feng Xian should be considered one. Ask Emperor Vermilion Bird if you can temporarily push your consciousness back to our era and establish a relationship with Feng Xian's dream world. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he asked the Vermilion Bird Emperor. The result this time was finally not so bad. Emperor Vermilion Bird nodded and said, Sure, if I just push your consciousness, my time ability can do it. But I need your Dream Dao ability to cooperate. You must use the Dream Dao to allow me to possess my ability in my dreams. After all, my true body is in deep sleep. No problem, I can do that. Xianxia agreed. Emperor Vermilion Bird was in a deep slumber. In her dreams, she did not possess the strength of her true body. However, Xianxia was able to use the Dream Dao to give her the ability to be real in her dreams. This was entirely possible. It was like temporarily bringing something from a dream into reality, and it could exist for a period of time. The serpent asked, Are you really going to do this? It's risky. You only have 20 minutes to dream. In other words, Emperor Vermilion Bird can only push your consciousness into the future for 20 minutes. Once your Tao of Dream fails and we can't find a solution, we will still be forcefully dragged back. But it was even more troublesome. At that time, not only did you not obtain the martial god armor, you also lost the Dream Dao time. Once the false god descended, you would undoubtedly die. There is no doubt about it. The dream Tao had run out of time, and the martial god armor had not been obtained. There was definitely only one way to die. The most crucial point was whether Feng Xian could solve this big problem or not. After today's dream Tao time was used up, he could not wait until tomorrow to reset it, because today the pseudo-god would come. Xianxia had to make a difficult choice. Emperor Vermilion Bird advised, "If I were you, I would give up the martial god armor. After all, this is too risky. You can go roam around today and try your best to increase your strength. At the very least, doing so will not lead to a certain death." Big Snake also advised. He shared Emperor Vermilion Bird's view. Although it would be regrettable to lose the martial god armor, it was better than losing his life. Big Snake, you know my style. Fighting against a pseudo-god is a risky act in itself. Then what am I afraid of? Xianxia said ruthlessly after weighing it over and over again. The big snake only sighed when it heard this and didn't say anything else. If Xianxia made his decision, then even 10 cows would not be able to be pulled back. This kid had a bad habit of enjoying adventures, and he had never changed. To put it nicely, he liked to take risks, but to put it nicely, he was a gambler. Zhuer, I've already decided. Let's begin. Xianxia stopped talking nonsense and directly used his Dream Dao ability to capture Emperor Vermilion Bird from his normal dream world into Xianxia's Dream Dao dream world. Xianxia instantly felt the sky spin, and he felt countless shadows of light rapidly advancing in front of him. Immediately after, he opened his eyes. He was surprised to discover that the light in front of him still existed. Moreover, he discovered something even more miraculous. He could grasp the light. When he pulled the light back, it was time retreating. When he pushed forward, it was time advancing. In front of him, Feng Xian was in a state of awakening. He was sitting in his study, flipping through a thick book. He hasn't slept yet. Pull the time back and take a look, the big snake said. Before Xianxia could move, he discovered another situation. He discovered that his body was gradually fading away. His body became more and more transparent, and what Xianxia could sense was that he was entering a disappearing process. He felt that his sense of existence was getting weaker and weaker. How could it be so fast? Xianxia looked at his transparent body and said, "If I were to disappear in 20 minutes, I would have disappeared much faster than I did in 20 minutes. I'm afraid that I would disappear completely in 3 to 4 minutes. Since Emperor Vermilion Bird didn't remind us, this shouldn't be a problem," the great snake said curiously. "Let's talk about it in Feng Xian's dream." Xianxia had no other choice but to pull the light back and see Feng Xian start to do something against time. The pages in his hand no longer flipped forward, but quickly flipped backwards. Finally, he closed the book and left the study backwards, arriving outside. Feng Xian didn't seem to have any intention of sleeping. Xianxia could only speed up the reverse flow of time and drag the light back faster. After Xianxia dragged it for about 35 days, Feng Xian finally retreated back to his room and fell asleep in bed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, but at this moment, 2 minutes had passed since he was pushed over by Emperor Vermilion Bird, and Xianxia's body had also become translucent. He felt his sense of existence fade further, and in 2 minutes, he would be completely informed. "Feng Xian!" Xianxia shouted. Feng Xian slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xianxia, he didn't find it strange. Instead, he immediately sized up his surroundings and said, Am I dreaming?" Xianxia gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing. You are the first person other than Emperor Vermilion Bird to realize your situation so quickly." Feng Xian habitually threw a piece of candy into his mouth and said, "Is this your dream, Dao? Although I already knew that you possessed this ability, this is the first time I've seen it. It's truly impressive." Xianxia said, "Let's not talk about this. My time is limited, so I'll explain it to you quickly." Xianxia immediately described the cause and effect of his arrival in a short language, explaining the purpose of his visit. It took another minute, and Xianxia's body had already entered a state of severe transparency. So far, Xianxia had not figured out the reason for this phenomenon. Feng Xian nodded. "I see. But the problem that needs to be solved most now is not the time tower, but you. Me? Xianxia said. Feng Xian said. You weren't so transparent just now. You were facing a very dangerous situation, but you haven't noticed it yet. Xianxia asked, what is the situation? Is there any other explanation for my transparency? Feng Xian said with a serious expression. Remember what I want to tell you next. Don't forget a single step. At the same time, don't interrupt me. Don't ask why. I said you just do it. After listening to my words, you immediately push the time forward and push it to Vermilion Bird territory. You entered Vermilion Bird sacrifice just before you killed the false god and told Emperor Vermilion Bird who was sleeping. Tell her that after you leave Vermilion Bird's territory, let her throw you into the time fault. But this isn't the end. After that, you must return to where you are now. In my dreams at the same time. You can't be a second late, nor can you be a second earlier. It has to be now. Also, recount everything you just said to me. Go. Time is of the essence. Don't waste it. Xianxia didn't dare to ask any further. He immediately followed Feng Xian's instructions and grabbed the light with both hands. He began to push forward quickly. Very quickly, his consciousness returned to Vermilion Bird's territory. However, at this moment the real Xianxia was on the mountain peak, looking at the Ring of Fire. At the center of the Ring of Fire was the pseudo-god trapped by the Vermilion Bird sacrifice. Xianxia continued to push forward the time. After his true body entered the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, he immediately jumped into a deep sleep in the Vermilion Bird sacrifice's great emperor's dream. Here, Xianxia's true self had just met Emperor Vermilion Bird in her dream for the first time. She was coming down from the mountain and had yet to meet Xianxia's true self. At this moment, Xianxia's body was even more transparent, almost invisible. According to Feng Xian's detailed instructions, Xianxia immediately pushed the time forward. During the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, Emperor Vermilion Bird was burned to death time and time again, and Xianxia's true self was in pain time and time again. One day, Emperor Vermilion Bird regained his memories and embraced Xianxia warmly. The two of them were surrounded by flames. Xianxia knew that the Vermilion Bird sacrifice would be destroyed next. He and the great emperor would return to the Vermilion Bird territory and deal with the false god. According to Feng Xian's instructions, Xianxia jumped into Emperor Vermilion Bird's dream when his true self and Emperor Vermilion Bird were hugging each other for the last time and whispered, "Zhuer, I am." Emperor Vermilion Bird was stunned. He opened his eyes curiously and looked at Xianxia, who was embracing him warmly. However, Xianxia did not seem to speak. Xianxia quickly said, "Don't be confused. I'm not Xianxia at this time. I'm currently in your time ability. You should be able to understand why I don't explain myself. After I leave, I will fight against the pseudo-god and defeat the pseudo-god before leaving Vermilion Bird's territory. In the outer universe, I will meet 10 pseudo-gods and fight them. At that time, don't come out to save me, and don't do anything unnecessary to push me directly into the time fault." Emperor Vermilion Bird did not answer, but he nodded slightly. At this moment, Xianxia, who was hugging Emperor Vermilion Bird, did not realize what had happened. After giving the order, Xianxia immediately pulled back the time and went back to look for Feng Xian. According to Feng Xian, 1 second couldn't be more and 1 second couldn't be less. Xianxia entered Feng Xian's dream. Still, he told Feng Xian everything he had experienced, but according to what Feng Xian said, he absolutely couldn't tell Feng Xian about finding Emperor Vermilion Bird. Thus, Feng Xian nodded. "I see. But the problem that needs to be solved most now is not the time tower, but you." "Me?" Xianxia said. Feng Xian said, "You weren't so transparent just now. You are facing a very dangerous situation. It was still what had happened before, and it was happening again." Finally, after Feng Xian instructed Xianxia everything, Xianxia discovered that his transparent body had suddenly solidified. Solved? Why? Xianxia looked at him curiously. He was both surprised and gratified. Feng Xian looked at Xianxia thoughtfully and said, "This is the second time you've come to look for me in your dreams. I told you the same thing before, and you've successfully completed it. haven't you? Xiangnan felt his brain explode, and he was shocked. Isn't he too powerful? How did you know? You actually thought that this was the second time I came in. Feng Xian said, obviously, I told you what to do, but you didn't do it. This means that you have done it. Xiangnan was really convinced and said, it's not obvious. Okay? The serpent also said, this man is truly heaven-defying. Fortunately, he is not your enemy. Otherwise, if he were to stand with the pseudo-god, he would not have played you to death alive. Xiangnan thought so and hurriedly asked, Feng Xian, why did you order me to do this? And why is my body no longer transparent? Feng Xian said, your body has entered the transparent stage. It is not that Emperor Vermilion Bird's ability is decreasing, but that you have entered a paradox of time. Let me tell you something simple. Millions of years ago, you found the sleeping Vermilion Bird Emperor and asked her to push your consciousness to the present. In other words, millions of years ago, she already saw you and knew of your existence. But in reality, in this era, when you entered the Vermilion Bird sacrifice, Emperor Vermilion Bird did not recognize you. This means that you are still in the time fault. Everything you do will not change the history of the future. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Emperor of this era does not recognize you. Therefore, when you are surrounded by a pseudo-god, the first thing she should do is to show her love for her lover. She will directly rush out of Vermilion Bird's territory to help you deal with the pseudo-god, instead of rationally pushing you into a time fault. Xiangnan was confused and said, So you won't enter the time fault, nor will you have our current conversation. So this scene is logically inconsistent, and you will be erased directly, Feng Xian said. Oh, I understand. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. So you asked me to find the great emperor of the Vermilion Bird sacrifice and let her use her time ability on me. In this way, my existence will not be eliminated. But why did you let me come back to find you? Feng Xian said, because it was my suggestion to look for Emperor Vermilion Bird and tell her about this matter. If you don't come back to look for me and let me tell you again, you wouldn't have acted like this and wouldn't have gone to look for her. Similarly, you will still be erased. Xiangnan gave a thumbs up sincerely. I admit it. Really, in terms of intelligence, I'm standing in front of you. I'm simply a stupid primitive man. Feng Xian said indifferently, this is very simple. Anyone can figure it out. Xiangnan smiled bitterly and said, it's very simple for you, but not for us. It should be exactly 4 minutes. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xian said, according to the time of your dream, you still have 16 minutes to solve the problem of the time tower. Xiangnan hurriedly said, yes, I'm 130,000 years away from the martial god armor. How should I solve this problem? Feng Xian said, tell me how to use the time tower first. Don't miss any details. After Xiangnan finished speaking, Feng Xian nodded and said, I already know what the problem is. So fast. Xiangnan was shocked. I just finished speaking. Don't you need to think about it? Feng Xian said, I've already thought about it. This is actually a very easy matter to solve. Again. Xiangnan rolled his eyes and said, just tell me what to do. Feng Xian said, in the era of Emperor Xintian, you tried to capture the martial god armor, but you went back 130,000 years to capture it, right? Xiangnan said, of course, Emperor Xuantian's era happened to be 130,000 years ago when the martial god armor was refined. Feng Xian shook his head. Wrong. 130,000 years ago, it was the official history of time flow, and you are outside the official history of people. With the martial god armor and the time tower as time reference objects, the two of them are separated by 130,000 years. That's right. But if you are used as a reference, the appearance of the martial god armor was actually yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday. Xiangnan's mind buzzed. Feng Xian said, in every time fault, you only exist for 1 day and will enter the next jump. This experience itself is actually your own history. In other words, only 1 day, not 130,000 years, has passed in your own history. That's easy. When you use the time tower, Don't use the official history as the carrier. Instead, use your own historical experience as the carrier. You only need to capture yesterday's martial god armor to solve this problem. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Capture me yesterday. That's very fast. You can capture me in a day. The problem was solved too quickly. Originally, Xianxia had planned to take out all of Dream Dao's 20 minutes. If he could solve the problem with the time tower, he would be extremely fortunate. Unexpectedly, not only did Feng Xian solve the time tower, he also solved a time paradox that happened in the time fault. The total time consumed was less than 10 minutes. Of course, Xianxia wasn't willing to waste these 10 minutes of Dream Dao time. He immediately bid farewell to Feng Xian and returned to Emperor Xuantian's era, Emperor Vermilion Bird's dream. Finished, Emperor Vermilion Bird asked. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's settled. Emperor Vermilion Bird heaved a sigh of relief and said in fear, After you left, I suddenly thought of a problem. Right now, I am also in the time fault. After I push you out, you will encounter the trouble of the time paradox. However, it seems that the person you are looking for has even solved this problem. Xianxia was also afraid and said, Yes, I almost fell into a great crisis. Therefore, all the conversations and contacts between me and you will not appear in the official history. You still don't remember me at the Vermilion Bird sacrifice in the future. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, No, I will feel it, because I am also a person outside of time. When I hug you at the Vermilion Bird sacrifice in the future, I will suddenly feel your reminder from the time fault. That's why I didn't rush out to save you. It's complicated. You don't need to understand. Xianxia did not intend to dig deeper. This matter was rather complicated, and it was much more troublesome than killing a person with a fist. Then the rest would be much easier. Xianxia used the time tower to capture yesterday's martial god armor, according to Feng Xian. As expected, the first floor of the time tower immediately lit up. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, That friend of yours is really amazing. You can even think of such an idea. This is indeed a good suggestion. The first floor of the time tower has already shown. After reaching the 9th floor, you can summon the martial god armor. But remember, 1 hour is the limit. Xianxia bid farewell to Emperor Vermilion Bird, put the martial god pagoda into his storage ring, and flew back to the human world. At this moment, the time tower was still collecting yesterday's martial god armor, and the 2nd floor was gradually beginning to shine. According to Emperor Vermilion Bird, the time tower captures things in years. However, Xianxia will leave the dream world and head to the divine realm in less than a year. Therefore, there is no need to consider this matter for the time being. After he landed on the ground, the serpent said, 2 hours have passed today, and we still have 21 hours to move freely. Find Emperor Xiantian and look through the literature to see the cause of the next great historical event in advance. The mission will be complete. Xianxia touched his storage ring. The martial god armor could be used again. This made him feel more confident. There was no need to worry about the pursuit of the pseudo-gods. After everything was settled, they flew towards the human settlement. Very quickly, he saw a human building, but these buildings weren't on the ground, but in the sky. The buildings were in a circular shape. Each ring was floating in the clouds. Each ring had a vast area, and there were a large number of human buildings and moving humans on top of it. On the land, there was not even a single building. Only occasionally people would fly through the sky. On land, however, there were many spiritual herb plantations. Xianxia flew up into the sky and casually ascended to a huge ring city that covered the sky and the sun. After a little understanding, he understood the origin of this kind of circular building. In this era, it was precisely at the peak of human admiration for pills. Out of admiration for pills, this feeling was transferred to spiritual herbs. People believed that only spirit herbs were qualified to occupy the earth, and humans could only live in the sky. Landing on the ground was a blasphemy against the Mother of Earth, a blasphemy against spiritual herbs. It would cause the heavens to be enraged and cause the output of spiritual herbs to drop drastically in the coming year. Different civilizations brought different humanities and customs, which always made Xianxia's eyes shine. The air was filled with a rich fragrance of spiritual herbs and a faint smell of smoke. This was a special taste created by humans refining pills in large quantities. Looking around, there were places selling spiritual herbs and pill refining furnaces on both sides of the street. All of the martial artists with decent strength lowered their heads, holding pill formulas in their hands as they walked. The first impression Xianxia had of this ring city was that it was quiet. Very few people spoke. Even if they did, they were still bargaining in the process of buying spirit herbs and refining pill furnaces. As for martial artists, they tried to keep their voices as low as possible when exchanging pill refining insights with each other. As Xianxia floated, he looked down at the scene in surprise and couldn't help but feel very fresh. The martial artists here were intoxicated with refining pills. Even in such a densely populated martial artist neighborhood, they could hardly see any disputes or fights. Everyone put all their energy into studying pill formulas and refining pills. Xianxia flew to the next ring city in the outer ring. He discovered that the scene here was different. The people here were focused on cultivating spirit herbs. All sorts of spirit herb merchants and planting diagrams became popular. Flying out another ring was a city that was prospering in forging furnaces. There were very few martial artists here, and almost all of them were masters of the profound Tao. Such a prosperous profound Tao scene made Xianxia sigh in admiration. A large number of spirit herb shops and auction houses could be seen everywhere, and at least one could be found in every street. The serpent said excitedly, "This is simply a treasure trove. Didn't you get a few refining methods for rank 9 pills from Mo Ling? The amount of spiritual herbs here is enormous and the price is low. Why don't we just buy a large number of Tier 9 spiritual herbs and cultivate them into Tier 9 feather transformation pills to eat? Isn't that better?" "Yes." Xianxia was also eager to move and said, "Why are you looking for the Emperor of the Profound Heavens?" He only comprehended rank 9 pill formulas today. "I know more about them than he does, so I'm the best at refining them myself." With that, he immediately found the largest spirit herb auction house in the spirit herb ring city. Entering such a high-end auction house required entry qualifications. At the very least, it showed that Xianxia had the ability to purchase before he could enter. Xianxia didn't have any high-grade spirit herb pills, but he did have high-grade pill furnaces. Just by showing off the saint-ranked pill furnace, the staff began to admire Xianxia like crazy. This is truly a masterpiece of heaven. It was only when the deity grasped your hands that he created such a flawless work of art. Xianxia put on an arrogant posture, snorted, then withdrew the pill furnace and strode into the arena with his head held high. As for what to trade for 9th-grade spirit herbs, Xianxia had already thought of it. There's nothing to say, it's just a thief. Anyway, no matter what he did, he would not change the official history. He had shamelessly stolen the spirit herbs. After tomorrow, the people here would obtain the same spirit herbs again. Moreover, he had done so much for the world, so it wasn't too much for him to get a little reward. After Xianxia thought about it, he chuckled and said, "I also want to be a bad person." Little Sparrow's eyes flashed with a thieving light, just like Xianxia's sinister smile, when the first precious herb was lit up and everyone's bids were accepted. When Xianxia instructed Little Sparrow that as long as the spiritual herb was taken back, he would immediately steal it, he was dumbfounded. The snake of the flying pearl is a grade 8 spirit herb. Its temperament is gentle and its attributes are biased towards nature. It is an excellent choice for strengthening astral chi pills. If a customer wants to increase the strength of his aura, then buying this kind of spirit herb is the most suitable. Now, please make a bid. Xianxia was stunned and thought to himself, "It's over. I don't even know this kind of spirit herb." He suddenly realized a very serious problem that he had neglected. The serpent smiled bitterly and said, "In different historical stages, the types of spirit herbs are also different. Those spirit herbs, like plants and animals, undergo countless years of evolution and undergo slow iterative renewal." Xianxia said, "In other words, the 9th-grade pill recipes that I have mastered are useless here. I don't even have the spiritual herbs I need here. Or rather, it hasn't evolved into what I need."